think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They be working copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, shit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, you ain't seen none yet.
Guts. You're a pussy. Base. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are. You don't have the forking balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up. None yet. Place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well listen bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believers? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thought. He's strapped to the shaft, beating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bed, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them beds, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped them to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? It's it. Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. This is arms and alcohol. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They be working copy on Cox that came first. 9th inning, second string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit and runs to the shitter. All this nonsense on my with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. It's some off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have the. You're a pussy. Aviator glasses in your mother's basement. Show. You call out and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the fork and balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some.
You're right. I was on the wrong mic. Welcome. Cold Beer Confessional. Thanks for joining us. That's the issues I've been having all day. I was trying to load everything back in. I should be on the right mic now. Let me make sure. Properties, advanced auto properties, mic auxiliary, monitor off, channel 1. Good to go. Thank you for joining us. Let me make sure this other mic's working. The song was cutting down because I was talking the whole time. Advanced auto properties. Everything got deleted. Everything was deleted from my OBS today. So let me switch this back because the other one's got all the filters on it. You should be able to hear me now. I would hope. I was editing part of the registry for OBS because some of the shit was messed up last night. I could see it flickering, and it was really bothering me. I was like obsessed about it, and I finally got to where I was editing it, and it went all to shit, man. It was bad. The computer shut down, and when it shut down, it took everything with it. It took OBS. It took OBS, and when I re-uploaded OBS, I didn't have a single plugin left, which the plugins how I'd use, move, and do everything. Everything was gone. Everything was gone. It was bad. We're back now, and it's working, I guess. What's up, Beer Man? What's up? So, what I said before when the mic wasn't working, thank you for joining us. Sorry we're late. Like I said, I had technical difficulties. I am Will Bird. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. Thank you for joining us. We appreciate you tuning in tonight. First off, let's take care of some housekeeping. If you want to support the stream, just like and share. Just like and share. That's all you got to do. If you want to go above and beyond that, you can go to KULTKLUB.com, KULTKLUB, KULTKLUB.com. And from there, you can make a monetary donation. Make sure you leave a message, and it'll read it on the screen, and we'll talk about it, laugh about it, whatever. A minimum of $1, I think, is the lowest donation it'll take. If you go to that same website, KULTKLUB.com, KULTKLUB /merch, then you can actually buy the stickers we have for sale. They've been selling really well. I've sold out once, and I'm about to sell out again, but I just keep going and getting more. So we'll see how it works out. But thank you for joining us tonight. I do appreciate it. We're gonna have a show that I'm still putting the back end together to because I've had so much trouble with the computer tonight. But we'll get there. Don't forget tomorrow from 5:30 p.m. That's Eastern time, 5:30 p.m. to about 7:30. I think they want to do 2 hours, 5:30 to 7:30. We will be we will be live with here, but it will be on the M Seeker of Truth. He's putting together a panel called the Grift Busters. It is me, the Veritas Machine, M Seeker of Truth, and Justice. They've all got pretty good channels. The Veritas Machine is hilarious. M Seeker of Truth did all that research on Charlie Ward, and Justice does the same thing. He's pretty good on the research as well. I feel like I'm out of my league, but for some reason they asked me to do the animations and the design and shit. So we'll see if it works. Usually when someone puts me in charge of something, I have to go get the adults, the real adults. It's not just me. One thing I wanted to check on, the reason I've got this video pulled up when we start the show, I do want to talk about, we haven't checked in on Jason Q in a while. I don't know what he's pushing. I don't know what he's saying. I'm pretty sure someone sent me an article from the LA Times back in 1934 about lizard people living under LA. It seems like it was just a bunch of bullshit to get some funding and get some attention on a project that was going on. But somebody said he was talking about that today. So here's his latest video. By the way, this is the show that Vagina Machina or whatever used to be on, the blonde-headed lady. She hasn't been on since February 18th. That was the last time she was on a show. I have no idea where she's been or if she quit or what's going on, but she's somewhere. So let's check this out and see what's going on. And I'm gonna be grabbing some other stuff for later on.
I'm able to say something?
Yep. There.
All right, wonderful. So,
Start the show.
my internet is running slow.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Mine's been messing up all
Slow internet.
day.
That's the death
Maybe
of all
we're after us
shows.
hardcore lately.
Oh yeah.
Well, everyone actually.
Mhm.
The lizards got her? Probably.
So, welcome everybody. My name is Kid, and this here is Ostara, and we are HVU. High Vibes Up, and Jason Q. Welcome back. How are you doing?
That's exactly right.
Not
There
too
are
bad. How
shitty
about
politicians
yourself?
out there. There are probably, if I would not doubt for a minute that if you took every politician in the United States, there's probably a percentage greater than zero that have done something with a child. If you took every politician in the United States, let's say every mayor and alderman, every fucking dog catcher, everybody, of course there is. But when you scream they all are, or anyone who disagrees with you are, all you're doing is giving them cover. That's all you're doing. You're helping them hide in a sea of false accusations.
It's wonderful to have you back, and it's been a crazy week lately, hasn't it?
Define crazy.
The show tomorrow,
Us.
M Seeker of Youth has some
Anything out of the
funny
norm?
shit for tomorrow.
No,
It's gonna be pretty good.
running like clockwork.
So,
We're still fucked. That's
catch us up upon what is
Oh,
happening in
no.
the world right now.
Oh no. He said anyone that's died from 2015 till now will come back alive and arrive on a ship. He said his parents will be on the ship. No. Oh no,
Right,
no.
we're gonna dig into something a little in the past, right? Now we discussed this earlier on an earlier show today because it was emailed to me, and the guy was like,
By the way, if any of you guys ever watched Sasha Stone, SACHA Stone, Sasha Stone, apparently he's made accusations that he's going to sue the people that are on YouTube, making fun of the Q movement and people that are engaged in it. So we'll be on the lookout for that lawsuit any moment now.
"The hell is this? Can you believe this?" Now, it's from the Los Angeles Times. It's from Monday morning, January 29th, 1934, right? It says lizard people's catacomb city hunted, right? So, I mean, it's a legitimate, it's legit.
Look out.
Lizard people's catacomb city hunted. Wow.
Damn.
So this is a real news article. I've looked this up before because it's come up before somewhere else, where they're like, oh yeah, and that was a news article too. No, it's real. Like it's right here. Los Angeles Times throwback. Did lizard people live under LA 5,000 years ago? There was a guy who claimed to have a map, and he made this drawing and maybe even found some drawings or some shit is what he claimed. Shocked by the front page, January 29th, 1934, Los Angeles Times, where Jean Bosco wrote breathlessly about the search for a lost civilization of lizard people and their buried treasure. The headline contained an unfortunate misspelling, though. Lizard People's Catacomb City Hunted. But the lead is a gem, not just for its length. Busy Los Angeles, although little realizing it in the hustle and bustle of modern existence, stands above a lost city of catacombs filled with incalculable treasures and imperishable records of a race of humans further advanced intellectually and scientifically than ever, even the highest type of present-day peoples. In the belief of G. Warren Schufelt, geophysical mining engineer now engaged in an attempt to wrest from the lost city deep in the earth below Fort Moore Hill the secrets of the lizard people of legendary fame in the medicine lodges of the American Indian. Deep breath. The Times had covered other attempts to find these tunnels under downtown LA, but this one carried an artist's concept of the lizard people above with part of the treasure map. For more on the story, blah blah blah. So this is an actual article that come out. Most people seem to agree that the guy that was looking for the lizard people was kind of crazy, but he actually got a contract. He actually got a contract with the city council at the time for some work that he was doing. So people try to say, well, the city council and the mayor was paying him to do this. So you're saying they're all crazy too? No, actually they needed some excavation done in an area of the city that would later be developed. And he was offering to do it at a tenth of the rate of what it was going to cost for them to hire labor to get some of the city dug down and relayed and ready for housing. So they let him have his little fit about lizards as long as he leveled the ground he needed. So yeah, I think that's going to turn Jason Q on. We'll have to wait and see, but he doesn't get days like this all the time.
1934, right? I mean, they even have a map of their underground lair.
Could you send that to us?
How could anybody could draw that? Like my kid with crayons, I could be like, okay, draw something. Look, it's a lizard man map.
You asked me what I thought. I'm like, well, you guys were the ones that were laughing at me talking about lizards.
You guys were the... So someone sent him this and said, what the fuck is this? I just found it. He said, somebody sent it in and said, what do you think? And he said, well, you were the one making fun of me when I said I was talking about lizards.
I mean, hello. So
yeah,
it was definitely
Nicholas Vietnam, Vietnamese or some shit. I know what you're talking about.
But
he's a famous musician.
There's something tricky about this. Remember, there had to be some fuckery. So we're going to go back to this article. The whole deep state, the arrests. So
that fake arrest article. Okay, perfect.
It says the official announcement of martial law and a legitimate military government in effect since 12 o'clock a.m. on January 20th, 2021 was made on Friday, January 29th at 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern. What was the date of the article? That would be a January 29th, 1934. What's 1934? That's a 17. Add them up. So it says the official announcement of Biden's arrest, along with 355 congressmen and 109 senators, 464 elected. That's a 14. That's a 7-7, by the way. Stop it.
Oh, God.
Are you getting...
By the way, I have this open, too. Hold on. Let me find it, what I do with it. This is actually a copy pasta. And I'm going to show you that. Hold on just a second. The official announcement. There it is. The official announcement, blah, blah, blah. So if you go to, if you go to Reddit, under their copy pastas. If you don't know what a copy pasta is, it's like it's something you copy and paste as like a troll. So like people will be asking a question or talking about something, and you'll be like, "Did you know that?" Like one of them used to be, "Did you know that 1.3 million Americans die every day of mesothelioma, or every year of mesothelioma? It can be prevented, and it should." Like it's just stupid shit. Okay. It has nothing to do typically with the topic at hand, but people copy and paste it as like a troll, and this is one of them. If you go to Reddit's copy pasta thing, their subreddit, here it is. The deep state collapses. The best would be coming in weeks ahead. It's all happening now. The official announcement of martial law and legitimate military government in effect since 12 noon on January 20th, 2021, or 12 a.m., I'm sorry, was made on Friday, January 29th at 6 p.m. Eastern. The official announcement of Biden's arrest, along with 355 congressmen and 109 senators, 464 elected, blah, 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 blah. These announcements are made on the dates above. But then they make it even funnier. Like this one right here is like full of emotes, so it's even more frustrating to read. And then they'll take them, they'll translate them to different languages. So this one's in some type of Russian language, I guess, maybe Ukraine. It's happening, bang, bang, bang. Somebody copied and pasted this, and they did something to it. Falling into a trap. The Illuminati. Oh, they made it. They made this one baby talk. They made this one baby talk. So it's a copy pasta. People pass it around all the time. Someone took it and put a picture of a helicopter on it. Oh, shit. Put a picture of a helicopter on it, and, of course, this guy ate it up. Why? How could he not? Where did it just go where he's holding it up? Right here. Let's go.
I mean,
I want to see where he picks it up again.
So it was definitely one of those this little fun jab backs. Like, see, future proof past every time. But there's something tricky about this. Remember, there had to be some fuckery. So we're gonna go back to this article.
All right. So someone puts a picture of some fucking troops on and a helicopter landing randomly, and then throws this up on the message board like "Freedom News Today, Patriots" or something stupid like that. That's what it always is. It's always some stupid ass message board that's claiming to be news, and it's stupid ass people that have to sit down and interpret it to hand it out to you. If your goddamn news comes with a decoder ring, you fucked up. Like, something's wrong. Like, you can just go read the shit, right? You shouldn't have to fucking decode it. You shouldn't have to get it from any type of ancient order of beings. It should never be buried and chiseled into stone tablets. Like, that's not where I would get it from. I mean, you can do what you want to do, but that's not where I would get mine from.
Both deep state, the arrests. So it says the official announcement of martial law.
Oh, there's a Veritas machine in the chat. He's going to be on the show tomorrow.
2021 was made on Friday, January 29th at 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern.
He actually warned us that that he likes to be the star of the show, and we need to stand back. More power to you, Veritas. Whatever you need, brother.
What was the date of the article? That would be a January 29th, 1934. What's 1934? That's a 17. Add them up. So it says the official announcement of Biden's arrest, along with 355 congressmen and 109 senators, 460.
I've never seen a human that pale. I thought for a while he was like a piñata puppet, paper mache, something. I've never seen anyone that pale. Like I have this light turns like really, really, like I've got it kind of like an orange tint right now, like a natural sunlight tint. And it turns really, really bright. I've never seen anything when I hold a sheet of paper up, it's not that pale. I don't know. He may be a lizard person. He may be smack dab in the middle of the fucking tunnel system, and that's why he's never seen light. I have no idea what's going on with him.
64 elected at the 14th.
It's definitely not for lack of the hand whipped protein injections that he seems to enjoy.
That's a 7-7, by the way. Stop it. Are you getting like bad feedback from this mic or?
No, doesn't sound like it on
okay.
the other side.
It must be that noise.
Dude,
it says that they were arrested on January 24th and 25th was made on Sunday, January 31st at 4:30.
What's weird is when I used to do meth, I just used to end up in jail. And now he does meth, and he researches everything and organizes it in totes. You can't even open this man's refrigerator. You see that, right? That's his refrigerator door. You can't even open his refrigerator. I don't have a problem. I'm just sitting here studying. I don't have a problem at all. When's the last time you saw the sunlight or ate anything?
35 p.m. Eastern Standard. So
His food pyramid is a meth shard.
here is where Big Daddy Long Don gets his. So Sunday, January 31st, right? January is the first month and 31.
The movie Powder. Yeah.
What is post 131? Anybody know that up, Pat?
Nope.
I've decided that this guy is just a culmination of every evil villain in every movie from the 80s. He doesn't look exactly like any of them. He looks like you took them all and then stomped them to death and then molded them back together by hand. That's why his head's all fucking misshapen and sideways and shit. But whatever. He's got a channel with his mom. That's what makes him cool.
Not even trying. Remember, it's
Why does he look like a vampire?
the NatSec E. It was done on 131, and they mentioned, don't even start getting.
Uh-oh.
Here's where his mic cuts out for like 25 minutes.
Do it.
Is
Yeah,
that-
this is the MAGA Fight Club. First rule of Fight Club, you tell everybody about it. Second rule of Fight Club, none of us can fight.
Where's that?
All right, I say, so
His other suit's
That's
being
right.
cleaned.
Hang on, Jason. Yeah, your internet connection's unstable. It's ours. Hang on,
The White
Jason.
House oh yeah. By the way, I doubt she's in the show because I started so late. But today's my mom's birthday. Sometimes she's in chat for a few minutes. So happy birthday, Pam.
Doesn't look like.
It's just spinning.
no, it's my side.
So it's on both our sides because it's our side too. At double whammy.
No internet. Okay, here we go. There we go.
Back.
Awesome. Huh?
There we go. There we
Welcome
go.
back.
There we go.
Back, right?
Yep, looks like it.
Yeah, it looks like we're back.
Okay, we still killing it. So it's done on November 10th, 2017, and they mentioned NatSec E briefing at 3:02 a.m.
Yeah, he
It says,
doesn't love a
please
double
stand by.
whammy.
Q, right? So, what do you think the Donimal busts out in his speech during the hour 24 minute?
Donimal. The Donimal is what they're calling him. The Donimal.
It says, what happened at 3 o'clock in the morning? What happened at 3:02 in the morning? What happened? So, when we take the time, 3:02 a.m., right? And you find out what time they were arrested on Sunday, on the official announcement was made on January 31st at 4:35 p.m. So 4:35 p.m. Okay, the difference between those two times is 13 hours and 33 minutes.
13 hours and 33
You
minutes.
can't even dick them down that hard.
1333.
33
You believe
Freemason,
that
you
shit?
just eliminated the head off the
Don't
hydro
check
right
it.
there by doing that. It's all in the math.
Just
I mean,
don't.
that's how you know they're just laying it down. It's just like they made it mathematically impossible. What are you supposed to do? You just cross everything. If you cross check everything, I mean, hell, it's all right in front of you. Because why would they make the announcement, official announcement, on January 31st at 4:35 p.m.? Makes no sense.
It does make no sense.
Unless it's 131, go back to post 131, 4:35, 3:02, mentions it in his speech. Right here. He just validated it in his speech on February 28th, 2021. 28? Come on. It's a 7777. I mean, I mean, man. I don't even think he should win a Nobel Peace Prize. You know, not at all.
Like you said,
I mean, he's that savage. He would be the one to say, that's not even real gold. You guys are skippy bitches. That's it.
Oh, that's not even real gold. It's
I
not
mean,
even real gold. The fucking Pope come sucked the gold off that statue years ago with his gold vampiristic teeth. We found it in the tunnels that blocked the Vatican. Idiots. Not even
why
real
would you win an
gold.
award that, all these other people won that don't even. I mean, you gave it to Obama when he first got in, and what did he do? Wreaked nothing but havoc. You think that's a good award to have?
Well, he got it for being the black president. We all knew that he was going to get he was going to be praised. What can you do? You know what I'm saying?
Probably not.
We all knew that was coming.
Like you said, peace is the prize.
That's right, Toasty.
I mean,
That's right.
I mean, that's
He thinks that they're going to give Trump the Nobel Peace Prize since he left office, like after he left office, not because that would be funny. That would be funny if he got the Nobel Peace Prize for not getting reelected. I didn't mean it to come out like that. That would have been funny.
that's owning it right there.
I am absolutely floored that was an article that came out in 1934.
You should have seen all the other articles. They talk about under
Basically, this entire show, even when it's got Gina Machina or whatever her name is, the entire show is this guy and anybody else they have on are like deep diving, booming. I got a boom. Memorizing drops, numbers, added up, bullshit, and then the bald headed kid and his mom. The bald-headed kid and his mom have no idea what's going on the whole time. So they're like, what is it? Which one? Can you explain that to us? Can you tell us what that means? Does that relate to something? Oh, okay. And then when they feel really stupid, they'll be like, can you explain that so the audience understands? But they have no idea what's going on the whole time. It's just them being led around by Jason Q and Gina Machina, which, again, she hasn't been on in a while, actually. When was the last time she was on? For entertainment, I don't know if it doesn't look like she's on that one tonight. It doesn't look like anybody was on that one. Mr. Truth Bomb. There she was. February 18th. So she hasn't been on since February. Jeez. Maybe she finally wised up.
giant bones and everything, giant skeletons, standing there with them, taking pictures with them. That's when the news was actually good. Remember, everything at World War II flipped. We did not see that coming. They infiltrated us, and that's why they have us pretty much the Khazarian Ashkenazi Jews. I think they have us by the balls. Little did they.
There went. We're slowly moving to let's all gang up on the Jews.
No, not today. Not today.
Lizard's got her. That's what we
You have all these
figured.
people that come out and they want to side with them. Well, you have
Come on, babe. I'll take you back to my heat lamp.
those that read the Torah and those that read the Talmud. Which one are you? The Talmud is Babylonian, so it's already bad. All right, there
Chemo
you go.
boy.
Why is the
That's
Jewish
his
calendar the same
superpower.
as the
He's
Babylonian
malignant man.
Why do they run on lunar cycles? What is the Babylonian moon god's name? Sin.
San.
Makes that whole Jesus Christ story.
San.
It's brought out to life, don't it?
Oh, God.
Oh yeah.
So someone just said post 1433 also talks about the Ray and the Rosenstein military op, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah, post 1433 it starts out military op, green kill box. General statement is JFK. It has General K, JFK.
We were also
Post
talking about
1433.
one day too, weren't we? I think so.
No, so. Oh, kid. Eh. I'll get it. Daddy will get it.
So there was something that was posted.
What was the name of the pre-Q scam you were talking about called Orion? No, Omega was an investing scam that it didn't really have anything to do with Q really. It was just about this guy said that he was wealthy and could teach you how to become wealthy. It's been hidden from you by the elites. But one of the people who got stuck in it and became famous by promoting news on message boards is a lady called the Dove of Oneness. The Dove of Oneness out of Washington State. And then she is the one who single-handedly started the entire Nasara thing back in 2000. She made it up. Even the guy who wrote the Nasara law, who is just like a hobbyist economist and a high school teacher, and I think he's like an engineer trained in college, but he's a high school teacher. He wrote it and sent it to Congress, and no one even looked at it. Even he called her out, and it's like, why she keeps spreading this and lying to people? So basically what happened was there was an investment scam, and she kept getting she kept getting bigger and bigger. She bought into the investment scam, $200 minimum, I think is what we saw. And then she kept getting bigger on the internet for reporting on it. And when that started to fall, like a lot of these other grifters, I don't know if you've noticed, but since early March, they've went a lot crazier with their theories. It's like they know they're drowning, so they're just reaching out for fucking anything. Okay, and one of the people in Scott's Telegram account, I got a screenshot today. One of the people in Scott's Telegram account was like, "Are you serious? Like, why are you telling us about like stargates and interdimensional travel? Are you just making this shit up at this point? You never used to talk about this." So she kind of did the same thing. When she started to fall, she had just heard about this Nasara thing. So she made up most of the narrative for it and said the reason that you're not getting paid back on this investment scam, even though all 18 people that had anything to do with the scam, well, there was 19 people were arrested that had to do with this scam called Omega. All 18 of them went to jail, and one of them died waiting to go to court, but he had already pled guilty. Even though they were all in prison, she claimed that the government was just hiding it from you, and that the Nasara had been passed, but you couldn't get paid back from your investment until it was announced. And they had everybody, all of Congress, all of the Supreme Court, presidents, aides, everybody that knew about it was on a gag order. And they would be sentenced to death if they let it leak. So that's what kept her growing for years and years and years. She probably spent 10 years as one of the top authorities on message boards, the Dove of Oneness. And the scam that she got started with was Omega, Omega. Basically, the Omega scam was the guy let people buy in at $100 a piece, $100 a round. And he said if you give him $100 for 275 days, you would get $5,100 back. And you could have it at 275 days. Or you could let it ride one more time maximum. You can only go twice. You let it ride one more time maximum for another 275 days, and you would get $255,000. So out of 550 days, you could take $100 and make $255,000. And people bought it up. Even tax attorneys were in on it. Doctors and shit. It wasn't just stupid people. Like there was a lot of. He made $20 million, $100 at a time, in I think 6 years that he was doing. He made $20 million.
It from Whiplash, and it says 21-day countdown from February 26th. Last day is March 19th.
I hear you, Robert.
George posted 10/9/87, then deleted. March 8 is day 12 in countdown, so March 8, Red October, goes missing. March 9, day 11, they tell us the.
I gotta grab something else right quick, guys.
Check submarine code. The Delta show us the Moab. The Moab is the event. D-class global currency reset. Gold standard Nasara Gasara. They mention treason. It's about to happen. Be vigilant. They tell us to be prepared for what's about to take place. Seals sea to shining sea. Godspeed and God wins. What do you think of that?
Want to send it to me?
Godspeed, God wins.
I was busy pulling up 1433. It says military app, green, General K, JFK, full disclosure, general statement. Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Why don't you send that to Wacky Wednesday Telegram, and we'll screen share so you can talk about it.
Oh, I also have this on Telegram too, so
yeah,
we can screen share that.
Wacky Wednesday. Wacky Wednesday is what they call it. They put a disclaimer on it. It's for entertainment purposes only, while they're telling you not to pay your taxes and shit, and telling you that anybody who took the brand new medicine, you better go kiss them goodbye, because within the next few years they're going to be dead as fuck, and they deserved it, so they could be reincarnated and come back a little bit smarter and know a little bit more about ascension. Okay, basically you can't ascend until you've been through enough rotations of reincarnation. You can't. It's just the way it works.
So we can see it. I'll send this.
That would be great.
To him.
That's stupid.
So if anyone has any questions and you guys don't want to get your questions lost, then go on to Telegram questions here. You can find it. The link is questions live. t.me/questions with an S live. And post your questions there so they don't get lost.
Hey, boys.
I mean, we can literally talk about whatever. I mean, there's so much out there that. Let's see.
there is a lot that's going on there this time.
It's getting kind of slow. I'm probably gonna skip ahead some.
Well, there's nothing on the chat.
Yeah, we can do that.
We're
You
69
guys
people
want
watching.
to
Welcome,
do
everyone.
99 news right quick? Come here, buddy. Let me turn off the filters. No noise gate, and then turn off the secondary noise gate. Turn it down. Shh, come here. Just set your drink in the trash. Hey, you gotta be calm if you're gonna come over here. You don't have to sit down, okay? Because it won't hurt your booty crack. You can stand up. Here.
Hi.
Tell them your name.
With 99
Ollie with the 99 news.
With that hole we gonna try fall right now.
You're trying to fall right now.
No fall.
Oh, okay.
What okay?
Yeah. Gotta hurry.
Yeah. You gotta take that fall to call it go get no wall.
Okay, that's okay.
Okay.
Did you notice it raining outside? You want to tell our friends that it's raining? Don't get wet.
Yeah, we don't get wet. It's okay.
We don't get wet. It's okay. But what if they get wet? What if they're outside working?
Oh, die.
They're going to die.
Yeah, cause what? I'll get
Because water will get them?
Yeah, it go fall.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you gonna do nothing, guy.
Oh, okay.
What if that fall straight out?
I don't know. It's pretty wild, ain't it?
Why that fall straight out, guy?
Why's the frog freaking out, guy? Hey, guy that posted the frog, why's that frog freaking out? His name's Oxy. Can you say Oxy?
Yeah.
Oxy.
Why you put that pin on?
It said, cause I'm outside. He's freaking out because it's raining, and he's outside, and he's afraid he's going to die now.
Yeah, you gotta do nothing. You know that?
You didn't do nothing.
Yeah, for fall.
He's outside. He's in the rain. Look at that frog.
You gotta be in that. You know that?
Oh. You know that?
You need to shut out when it can't get in. Shut out when.
Yeah, okay.
When take for when and I'll show back at.
Wait, you got to tell him bye if you're leaving.
Bye.
Say, I'm Ollie with the 99 News.
I still.
No, you got to say Ollie with 99 News.
No.
Now say love you.
Love you.
All right. Now, don't fall over the cord. Go. Liam, you want to talk to him too? Before we get back to the show, come on. Liam made major leagues in Little League for the first time.
Yeah, I made major leagues. That said I did better than last time, because I wasn't goofing around and I was paying attention. A lot of people on the field had no idea what they were doing. Like, they were asking if we were catching or batting, and we're not pitching. So what do you think? I don't know. So I was so confused.
They can't hear you.
Yeah.
anymore.
Yeah, Liam, stop
Moving back and forth.
rocking.
They even said that they were their dad had taught them, like dad did, and they said, oh, he taught me pitching and batting, and I was like, okay, that's what we do in baseball. We're not gonna randomly break out into dance.
Right.
I was.
Good job, Ollie.
Whoa.
Good job. Say
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. I want to talk about Fortnite Season 6 and why everybody is confused. So basically, what they did in Fortnite Season 6 is The 0 point, which you can just say is the core of the Earth, it leads to multiple dimensions. They had to override it because all the dimensions were breaking out. So then this guy called the Foundation went inside it and just put himself into a ball, and now everything fell into fall. And now you can make your own guns, and shotguns are broken again.
No shot.
Yeah. I mean, some are fine, the makeshift ones that you can craft. The primal ones are absolutely broken. They're basically the EVA 8s from Apex, but if they did more damage, which they already do like 50 in Apex, and now they immediately shoot with like 6 shots, and they do like 50 damage per shot, and they immediately shoot out. So it's super broken, and there's mythic ones.
Oh,
They're even better than legendary ones.
okay.
It's so broken.
All right.
I like it too. I unlocked Fuse because I was grinding the legend tokens with the 2x.
They just released Apex on Switch. He's got a Switch. We used to play it on the PC.
Yeah. I'm about to unlock enough legend tokens to unlock a new legend. I think I might get Rampart because I like the idea that you can build walls and then it's one side barrier. It's like a one side window. So she can shoot through one side of the window, but the other people, it's blocked for them.
Shoot in.
Yeah. And for her ultimate, she puts on a big minigun called the Sheila, and it like annihilates enemies. Like it does 20 damage per bullet, and it shoots 20 bullets per second. It might sound broken, but once you place it down, it turns out the enemies had already left. So it's not practical in some times, but it is practical in others. But that's my game train for today.
Game train.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'll see you next time.
Bye.
Bye.
So if you understood any of that, I guess you really enjoy some of Biden's addresses of the nation. That happened. No, they have fun. Fuck it. They can have the show if they want it. Just them all day talking about Patriot Meat Diver, and we'll see how it works out. Who knows? Let me get the gates back on. Here we go. Thank you for that donation. I appreciate that. Yeah, he likes to, for some reason, for like 10 years, I've gotten the Game Informer magazine completely for free. Like, I've never signed up for it. I've never paid for it. And maybe it comes to everybody for free. I don't know. But, man, he'll read one of those till the pages are wore out. Like studying Game Informer. And we used to play on the PC on the weekends, but now that he got Apex on the Switch and my PC's getting pretty worn out, like I need a new graphics card and a CPU, he's been playing on his Switch more often. All right, guys, let's dive back. Let's dive back into this video. At least it made more sense than Jason Q, I guess.
Nice. Right. So, did you send me something, or would you like me to go through some questions?
Oh, it's from GameStop.
Oh, yeah,
I had no
there's
idea where it came
Actually,
from.
plenty.
Oh, there's plenty on here that we can go through. So,
Bring 'em.
from Linda, did the Supreme Court not act on the election fraud because the court/officers are corrupt, or because they have no standing? It seems to be good, so the military can act. What are your thoughts?
Because they're fucked, that's why. Because of that right there.
I don't even know what that says. Throckmorton. United States v. Throckmorton. Okay, let's look her up. United States v. Throckmorton. That was a bill filed by a woman against her husband for divorce. Husband had 5 years before he obtained a degree for divorce. What? Are you sure? United States versus Throckmorton. Appeal from the Circuit Court of the United States, the District of Columbia. Mr. Justice Miller delivered his opinion of the court. In this case, a bill of chancery is brought in the Circuit Court of the United States of the District of California to use the language of the bill itself by Walter Van Dyke, United States Attorney for that district, on behalf of the United States against Throckmorton, Howard, Gould, and Hagen. The object of the bill is to have a decree of the of the court setting aside and declaring to be null and void confirmation of the claim of W.A. Richardson under Mexican grant to certain lands made by the Board Commissioners of Private Land Claims in California on the 27th day of December, 1853, and the decree of the District Court of the United States made February 11th, 1856, affirming the decree of the Commissioners and again confirming Richardson's claim. The general ground on which this relief is asked is that both of these decrees were obtained by fraud. All right, so let's find an explanation right quick. I'm sure they have it explained, rather than trying to read all the lingo from 1865. Here we go. Throckmorton and Hazel Atlas. The court summarized the lessons of these two cases. Throckmorton stands clearly for the proposition that intrinsic fraud, that is, fraudulent evidence upon which judgment is based, is not grounds to set aside a judgment. Our decision in Browning versus Navarro provides further guidance on the standard considering fraud upon the court. In Browning, this court analyzed two Supreme Court cases dealing with fraud on the court actions directed at United States versus Throckmorton and Hazel versus Atlas. The court summarized these lessons of these two cases. It does not, is a proposition that intrinsic fraud, that is, fraudulent evidence upon which a judgment is based, is not grounds to set aside a judgment. So just because you get if you get a judgment and it was proven that that judgment was gotten under fraud, you can't set it aside. Wow, that doesn't seem okay. I guess. I mean, by a woman for divorce, Throckmorton, frauds for which a bill to set aside a judgment or decree by the same parties. I'm trying to see what. I guess he's saying that this is going to be about the 2020 election, that they're going to claim that fraud sets aside the judgment or the I don't know how he'd say it. It's not a judgment. Right, it was the
Supreme Court. It's back in 1878, and it's 98 U.S. 61.
Let's hear.
Just 17 and 7 for those scoring at home. Why not? 1878, it's 7 years since 1871. You know, the Organic Act of 1871, and also on August 15th, 1871, the letter that Albert Pike wrote to Giuseppe Mazzini outlining 3 World Wars.
Oh, yeah. By the way, they have to get any laws they're going to reference. There has to be laws that were written before 1871 because they don't believe that America has been a country from 1871 until now. So if they're going to reference a law or a court case or some type of judgment or ruling or whatever, it has to be pre-1871.
Wars? So
the White House being green means something. I wouldn't doubt it.
Adjudica, right? It says section 499. Fraud vitiates
the new Mortal. Probably. I didn't know there was a new Mortal Kombat movie, but I grew up on that shit.
They even mentioned South Carolina in it, an old case. That's why.
Pretty sure Pete Santelli's a threat. A Fed.
When he mentioned all the deceitful people, right? So he named a bunch of in fact, yeah, right here. It's in the CPAC.
No, all the drops stopped a while ago.
Okay, right here. Okay, he said.
Tell Q fucking quit. Well, Ron Watkins quit.
115 mark. It says the Democrats don't have grandstanders like Mitt Romney, Little Ben Sass, Richard Burr,
I hear you, Batsy.
Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Pat Toomey, and in the House, Tom Rice, South Carolina, Adam Kinzinger, Dan Newhouse, Anthony Gonzalez. That's another beauty. Fred Upton, Jamie Herrera Bueller, Peter Meyer.
No, I don't think they'll start posting as him again because they've already spread the narrative that he can't post because he's in the war, right? He's in there now. So instead of that, you have to talk to intel people, and they're the only people that claim that they have it's really weird. They will actually dispute other people's intel because they'll be like, I'm the guy with the intel and this intel is good, and all these other people are claiming, and then 2 weeks later they'll be on a show with them.
John Cato, David Valvado, and of course our warmonger, Liz Cheney. So he named all those names and then named a state.
I like Frogger a lot.
I mean, you might as well just lob that right in there. POTUS. Fraud, vitilates, everything. Old case in South Carolina.
So that's
old case in South Carolina.
Proved that it was all wrong. So there was nothing the Supreme Court could do anyway. So they were just waiting to see if they would make the right choice, right?
No. Remember, that all comes in. 1 second. No.
Oh, that's the case that fraud vitiates everything. He said vitilates, but it's vitiates, I think. Fraud vitiates everything. That's where that comes from. Okay.
We're gonna have to ask about that too. The Switzerland.
Okay. Let him dig through his totes. He'll be back in a minute.
It's like, oh boy. And then.
Beer man is Q.
So, this is when we go back to President Nixon. When did President Nixon take the U.S. currency off the gold standard? August 15th, 1971.
Oh, it's 71. Okay. $35 per ounce.
Do you think people understood what that meant and where it was going to lead us?
Well, what happened exactly 100 years ago to the day? I already mentioned it earlier. The letter that Albert Pike wrote to Giuseppe Mazzini outlined the 3 world wars. It was done 100 years prior to the day.
God. Oh my God.
And they fixed the price of $35 per ounce. Wonder why. Who was the 35th?
The government held the $35 per ounce price on August 15th, 1971, when President Richard Nixon announced that the United States would no longer convert dollars to gold at a fixed value. This completely abandoning the gold standard. Yeah. But I thought JFK was going to put us back on gold. You know, when he was born and grew up and served as president and was assassinated and never saw us off the gold standard. I thought you said he was going to put us back. And that's why he got killed, right?
5th president? You want to answer that? JFK.
JFK.
Okay. See?
Remember, see Veritas. Where'd he go?
Trump. Yeah. Remember, Nixon had the equation, the formula for free energy. And he wrote it out to Kissinger. Kissinger's like, oh, they already have this. He's like, I know. I want you to give it to them and tell them that,
I can't see his chat, I guess. Everybody's fucking telling him bye. Let me see him.
Still released it, even though he died in 94. Think about it. I mean, you got something to hold over on him. They're not going to off him.
Where we go one, we go all. That's right.
What was Watergate? It's all pedophilia. Watch the water. It's children. So it is all.
That's what I told Scott. Where we gag on one, you gag on them all.
Oh, it's jacked.
So there's been some questions rising up about Trump going to Switzerland. What are your thoughts about that?
Sarah.
Was he really there? So he was there to sign them in, right? All right. So that was the last place, apparently, to sign. That was the last one to sign in?
You want to do it, and yeah, that is in the belly of the beast right there.
Right.
That man's got some balls. That man's clone's got some balls. Even the clone has balls.
if Switzerland is the powerhouse of the deep state, back up.
Everything.
Of the DS, then does that mean that all of that is taken care of if it's safe enough for Trump to go in and get that signature? So that speaks volumes right there.
Yeah.
That's right.
We have to be between the
minimum
lines.
volumes.
Yeah, that's all you have to do. That's why they tell us, you watch the news, be aware of what's happening, So you're not going to hear about some of this stuff on mainstream news. You're going to hear about it on alternative news. It's like, okay, well,
powerhouse balls.
He's finding why is he going to Switzerland right now? Wouldn't that be a violation of the Logan Act? Because remember, he's not the president anymore. Or is he? See? He's still the man with the plan. It's just the military. So then, when you have the military, what office can he hold in the military? The governor of the army. Remember, Army is a federal. Remember, they went to DC. DC is no longer. Now when you look it up on a map, it's just Washington. That's it. Then you have the Washington Monument. It's got cracks a third of the way up. I mean, it's going to come down. I mean, this is great. This is going to be awesome. Especially a third of the way up. You know, there's your 333, 666. I mean, it is going to be just beautiful.
Can't wait.
I mean, can't wait.
So since we're talking about basically the RV area, Jennifer, she asks, T4 could be redeeming currency between March 4th
These people
March
blow my
2nd through
fucking
the
mind.
14th. Any updates
Oh.
from Jason?
I have no idea. Honestly, yeah, I don't even follow it that much because it's one of those that, you know, everybody gets pissed off every day they wake up and it's not there. It's like, well, go do something else.
Exactly.
You know,
that's where we had to get ourselves to be in that. Just it will happen when it needs to happen.
They know when the right time is. When the most optimal time is, they'll do it. They won't pull the trigger early.
It's always when we least expect it. So Jeffrey Hazel asks, can you ask Jason that the med beds are on trial or on the trial phase in Netherlands? What are your thoughts about that?
They've been out for quite a while. They're not even on trial anymore.
They've been
They
using
created them in Venezuela. Shit, they're in full force now. Remember, something's on trial. It's already been used 20, 30, 40 years ago. They've already been using that technology way long ago.
Perfect. Makes perfect sense.
It's all radiant energy. That's all it is. Marconi, all them down in Venezuela, they perfected it. How do you think they're still here?
You think if he just says he thinks if he just says it fast that's enough? If he just fast with it, that they already protected it on Venezuela. Let me get my notes. This is why mom's an alcoholic. That's one of the funniest lines from the song they wrote.
It'll be the last one.
Now, can I circle back, girl?
Do whatever you like.
Oh, here it goes again. It just poofed out like a.
I'm telling you, it happens to me all the time. All the time.
Should I remind you?
Remind me of
Can we be circle back, girl? Does that remind you?
No.
Okay.
No, let's see what say. Oh,
Hold on just a second, guys.
Let's see. You guys continue. If it comes back, I will say so.
Darren Williams asks this. Ask Jason Q, is Jim Carrey Joe Biden?
No. They executed him a long time ago.
It's Jim Carrey, Joe Biden.
He was one of the high priests for the Satanic Temple. He gone.
He used to be my favorite actor.
I mean, James Wood would be a pretty good stand-in for Biden, wouldn't he?
Never thought about that.
You don't see him tweeting a lot or getting all rowdy on Twitter anymore, do you?
That makes sense. Well, so Nautica, the royals have been in the limelight a lot lately. I've read a few headlines such as Barbados to remove Queen Elizabeth as head of state. Does this mean that we are close to seeing them being exposed on mainstream media? I hear Harry and Meghan did an interview with Oprah, which leads one to believe that they are a part of the evil side. I also heard that Meghan is Princess Diana, new identity. Any insights of any of this? That's a great question.
They brought out, how was he making it? He's like, what my mom left me and all that. So they brought her back out, brought her back on the limelight and said, well, yeah, she left us money and made sure we were taken care of. I mean,
yeah, actually, almost 3 years. It was, no, it was 3 years. It was from Davos 2018, and Davos usually happens in like February, right around February. It's 3 years old. But yeah, for sure. How many viewers? A lot. Well, I wouldn't say this channel gets that many, especially now that they're over here. But they got 1,100 views on this one. But some of their shit on YouTube would have a couple hundred thousand.
Why do they want her off?
I'm trying to get logged into something right quick. That's why I'm kind of here and then away for the show tomorrow.
It's easy enough to pull the Abrote on your the royal family, especially when they're not even his family. So he's just
so
he tried to turn a hoe into a housewife. That's all.
So Meghan would be Princess Diana then.
Meghan Markle, Princess Diana? No.
Hell no. Mm-mm.
Okay. So Linda asks, is Seth Rich dead? Is there any chance he was working with the White Hats and they took him out of the hospital?
Travis Hudgens sent me a screenshot. He's over there fucking with him in Scott's chat, I guess.
hospital. Just wondering if you could be in Russia with Snowden. If he could be in Russia with Snowden.
There you go. Love your thinking.
So you
Why
got
was-
your answer, Linda.
Why was Snowden in Russia? Remember, Hong Kong went ahead and waived his credentials.
Nope. If you ask Snowden exactly why he was in Russia, he did not want to go to Russia. He was not trying to go to Russia. In flight, a country that had already agreed to take him and give him political asylum decided to back out, and he couldn't. There was nowhere he could fucking land. And finally, Russia came through, and they're like, "Yeah, I guess." That was the last place he wanted to go. He actually had a list, and the only thing on the list was like 5 countries, and it said, "Please don't let me end up in Russia."
His passport through when it should have been blocked. But then he flew to Russia. Why is he, all cozy in Russia? It's the only place that has their own internet. Every place else is, by Alice and CERN. By the internet, the supercomputer Alice. That's what runs our internet. That's why we're getting off that. We're on the Hammer, which is the NSA computer.
Alice is in that one movie.
Hammer.
Resident Evil, yes.
Of
Alice.
course.
Alice is the smart computer.
There you go. It's the computer too.
I'm telling you, if this was a movie, if this really was a movie, that's what they want you to believe. It's all a movie. You're just watching a movie. If their side, not the Biden administration, but if this stuff was a movie, you'd be like, holy shit. Is anybody keeping up with this? What happened to the first 15 timelines we were building up to? All those plots and shit. What the hell happened? Now there's so many different plot lines. There's so many different stories. We went all the way from Trump was anointed by God, and he aims to put God's work into America, to the aliens are bringing back people from the dead instead of reincarnating them, which is what we all know they're doing, and they're going to perform light surgery on all of us.
You're all
Smart. I'd say it's smart. Not at all. Not one bit. But yeah, there's gonna be a lot of people out there with him. You got John Perry Barlow. There's quite a few because you need him. His grandfather also, retired Rear Admiral Edward Barrett with the Coast Guard.
Oh. So do you think that the quantum financial system is running off of its own internet, or do you think it's just on its own complete different system?
Oh,
it runs off space.
That's just, I don't even know how to even describe that.
Okay, I made my answer up, and I said it runs off space. And his answer was, I've not seen it this far. I saw like the first 2 minutes of this. His answer was, oh, that's on a multi-dimensional... I don't even know how to explain it.
I dug into the whole quantum computer. I'm just like, this shit is confusing. But, I took algebra, so what do you want? I don't know.
Well, I've never been a mouse, so I wouldn't even know.
Sitting here looking at, shit I wouldn't even look at. Any other time, I'm just like, oh, okay, I see where that goes. Like, no, you don't. But I do. That's the sad part.
It really is. So Sandra Cunningham. Hi, guys. Gene Decode had mentioned that the Cabal had removed a zodiac. So we went from the magic number 13 to 12. Therefore, most of us aren't in the right zodiac. Has Jason found out any evidence of this?
Well, the zodiac was only supposed to be 12 signs anyways. It's 12 months. The 13th they added in there. They kind of pushed that 13th in there. We have that somewhere. I'll write it down, and I will definitely get back to her with that, because
there was an anime that actually...
Dude, yeah. Trump did say that. They're completely ignoring that, saying that they're trying to throw him off. They're trying to throw him off our trail. Stupid shit like that. Hold on just a second. Let's go here. They are very upset. A lot of the viewers in Scott's chat, just Street Fighter, Patriot Street, Meat Dive, whatever, about Trump taking the vaccine and then encouraging other people to take the vaccine. So every once in a while, you'll see these posts that pop up, and then, of course, they get deleted. But I've got a guy over there that's screenshotting them. But he goes back and send me a screenshot every once in a while, and of course, it's almost immediately deleted. They don't do any type of dissent, like none at all. Not in my Telegram. Hold the fork in line. Hold on just a second. I was trying to see if any of them were posted recently. Some of this is still up. It hasn't been deleted yet. God, they've got some of the worst stickers over there. Where's the last one he sent me? Oh, I need that link right there. Copy link. They've got Scott's head on Rambo, and it says "Get to the scumbags" instead of "Get to the chopper." I don't know. I don't know how they fucking stand being around this motherfucker. Oh no. Hold on. We need to find who is this. All right, I'm gonna play this for a second. Watch this video. I'm trying to find something now.
They talked about the zodiac signs, and it's called Fruits Basket, so anyone can actually watch it. But there is a 13th sign in there, and the 13th sign is the cat. That's not even on the zodiac.
Dead cat bounce. Schrodinger's cat. It's quantum.
It's pretty interesting.
That it is.
I wanna bring something up. So someone was saying in the chat that the Punjabs was brought out because the people screamed for it.
Oh my God.
And
I'm not gonna lie. I gotta find that document where Punjab is on that damn document. I couldn't believe. I'm like, that says Punjab.
okay, so
JB. I'm like, are you serious?
this is like a repeat of history, or first Samuel 8. It talks about the significant transition of Israel's history. Israel was ruled by judges, and the judge that comes to mind right now is Samuel. But the people didn't want that. So they screamed for a king, and so is it Saul?
But
I believe it was Saul that was brought up, and he became very, very wicked and did wrong to the people. So this is a huge lesson in the choices that we make. And Kid here continuously, you too, talk about why are you asking for the things that you ask? What choices do you want to make? And why are you making them? And what are the consequences of those choices, of those requests?
oh wait,
He's going
I need to
So
find
Gina's
this
actually
dude.
doing her own thing now.
Sorry, give me just a second. I'm on the trail of something. I think. Yeah, sniff it out.
Wacky Wednesdays. But yeah, so if you would like to join her with her ascension, you're more than welcome to join her group.
good luck. Not even a quilter, swear to God.
I hope this guy made a.
You got a lot of questions.
I hope it's a video and not they're talking about somebody made a comment.
Remember we're a nation of law and order, right?
Damn it, it's not. It was a comment.
Nation of Law and
Fuck,
Order.
they've already deleted that shit. Then
What if the laws?
apparently someone had Scott's people all upset because he had said that some moron is saying Scott and Gene Decode declared that Trump was the Antichrist and he was being held at Gitmo awaiting execution, and that Biden was the real white hat the whole time. I would have loved to seen a video on that. I really, really, really want to play an over the top QAnon character, like with fucking string and like push pins and boxes full of storage of notes and diaries and hiding in my basement and shit. But I'm afraid that they'll think I'm serious. I'm afraid that they'll think I'm serious. I'll look all cracked out, hit a big fucking fat line off the desk, and then raise up and start the video, eyes real wide. But they're going to think I'm serious.
Were the laws that we actually have on books?
Well, that does not.
Already happened. I mean, what can we tell you? I mean, do you want us to show you the past? I mean,
What the hell was that? I skipped ahead, and I think he was doing an impression of like a mentally handicapped person,
Your story.
where he's having a
Love
fit.
yourself. And then you're able to actually accept what you're doing for yourself.
did anybody just see that we went from Quasimodo one week to fucking Dalai Lama the next? I mean, that right there. Now, that's solid right there. That right there was solid. I'm like, woo, that's just fire right there. That's good. I think that's on record. That's one of those motivational. That's a motivational speech. These idiots. I'm so tired.
Right.
Fucking
So
books.
when we're done with this live, we will delete this from YouTube and we will upload it to BitChute.
I've got a no, dude. We've got a surprise for the. If you watch tomorrow's stream, when we talked about it today, and I've got a bunch of work to do on it. Now that I got my computer finally fixed to get ready for it. But if you watch tomorrow's stream, we've got a surprise for that has something to do with the cleaning lady. I think it'll go really well. Looks good.
And YouTube, and we'll leave a little video of where you can find it.
Yeah, 'cause YouTube can suck our
YouTube.
balls.
You've already made your millions.
So,
Now you
very
gotta
interesting.
hide so they don't ask so many questions,
Is
right?
World Economic Forum being canceled since the leaders are dead or imprisoned?
Oh yeah, they gone.
And by the way, I don't know what Scott is telling his the plastic bins full of papers. I don't know what Scott's telling his community. I just got another screenshot. They were supposed to go live at 7, and then he pushed it back to 7:45. It's not even a live video; it's a premiere. And then he sent out a message saying it looks like it's taking a little bit longer to upload than I thought. It's just at 63% right now, and it won't upload. He said it's been set at 63% for almost an hour, but he didn't delete it and fucking try again. He's still going with it. So someone just said, "Are we still holding the fork in line? It's been over 2 hours, people." That was a screenshot I just got. So we'll see what's going on over there. I guess their channel's still not up, or their video's still not up. This is the image they sent me. Save image as. This is where he was defending his ringlets. Oh no. Oh God. Got rings. Let's see if I can open this for you where you guys can see it. Oh, grown ass man and everything. This is the message that went along with the screenshot. It said it says, "I saw that, period. Well, there are biker rings. We wear liberal skulls that we've taken on our hands as a memento to our mission. Hold the fork in line." Some old lady's in there. I don't know if she's a troll or not. Some old lady's in there saying, "Scott, I used to like you, but now you keep talking about all this demonic stuff, and I can only hear the word fork." But she puts a star where the O is, the word fork, like it's a cuss word. I can only hear the word fork so many times. Okay.
So now we're just watching the aftermath.
Watch old footage.
Yeah.
Old footage. Memories.
We're watching you guys scramble to stay on top of this shit.
It's like
that's all we're watching.
just,
You're drowning.
Great. I told you. Already happened. I mean, what can we tell you? I mean, do you want us to show you the past? I mean, trying to. Stuck on the speed of slow over here. What are you going to do?
I bet you their chat is fun right now, though. Let's look.
Asks, what
Right
country?
quick. What is that? Oh, we can use this one. Patriot. Street Fighter 7. I'm signing my account in it. Yeah. This is it. That's been trying to upload for over 3 hours now. What's chat look like? They usually get a bunch of trolls in there, especially in like a pre-show, because they usually don't think that the creator's there, but we'll see. It's a live chat. 92 miles, you say. Been to Rumble, Telegram, BitChute, no Scott. Having an ice cream cone, maybe I should switch to the hard stuff. I'll take a nap and then check. I'm not leaving. I'm going to hold this fork in line. Oh, no. Holding the line. 9 and 10 are fraud channels. Don't go there, even though they're uploading videos. Oh, there he is. Thank you, new creature. I will take all the protection I can get. Got multiple weapons, including my AR, with me, and plenty of ammo. Oh no, Scott. Oh no, Scott. You're in a bad spot to defend yourself. Fucking balancing your laptop on that urinal cake, in your tiny bathroom. Who the fuck is new creature? No, I didn't get the big V. That had to be a shill who can't get a girlfriend, so he has sticky fingers on his keyboard. Apparently someone accused him of getting the vaccine, I guess. I'm still waiting here. Is there still going to be a show? I'll stay. I'm off tomorrow. I'm here to the end, Scott. I'm not going nowhere. Hey, Scott. I was just joking about Rumble. I am here to hold the fork in line. Tiki. Who told him they were going to protect him? Just me. Where's this new animal fellow? And he said, "Thank you, was it new animal? New something? New creature. I'm sorry. I don't even see that one. New creature. It's just his whole facade is funny. The way he talks, the way he interacts, what he picks to be upset about, and what he wants to discuss. I don't know. The whole thing is weird. Oh, he's the only one who stopped it. It must be in some old chat, and I can't rewind this chat. Don Juan 745. Scott, are you still texting and driving? I'm holding the fork in line in Washington. I'll wait for you. Oh, that sounds bad. The police will call that evidence one day. I'm trying to find your podcast. I don't have a podcast. Oh, idiots.
Did not sign up for.
No, keep holding that line.
They all did.
Which
I had to.
the last one?
Oh, they all had to. Remember, Switzerland's a neutral state. They're neutral, but who guards the Pope? The Swiss Army? The Swiss Guard, you know? I mean, they have their own military. I mean, yeah. Everything is based on Switzerland.
You just
the
said
World Jewish Congress? Yeah, the World Jewish Congress. Yeah.
But
you'll never hear about that.
The Switzerland Guards.
World Jewish Congress?
Right? Yes, the Swiss Guards.
Is that what he just
Do you
said?
believe that the Switzerland Guard was actually planted so they
Oh,
could
no.
watch the...
No, they stomped their asses out too. Special forces got to them too.
Okay.
Oh, I remember what I was
Oh,
gonna ask.
special forces
So
took
is
down
it-
the guys
is-
with the giant
how is it
fucking
going?
pox
Um,
and the puffy purple leg suits. They fucked them up.
I heard that the Supreme Court denied.
I'm
the
glad.
past, and so now things are going.
I
to
was
the next
tired
way.
of it.
Is that true? Are we in such a time as this that it's moving forward in that way?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Wow.
All right, I got to skip ahead. They're killing me. It got too boring.
Chris Foreman
I don't
says,
know.
"Can you
I got
explain the
ADHD
simulation
over
we are
here.
in with regards to the moon. I have not seen the moon for the past 8 nights. It does not seem real when I go out at night."
It's not.
The moon is not real. I haven't seen it in 8 nights, and now it's not real. I don't plan on doing it.
We're actually losing that too.
Okay.
They're getting rid of it.
Very true. So I was actually on my way home just the other day with from a work site with my dad, and there was a plane that was not moving, stopped right there in the sky. And as soon as I was going to take a picture of it, I looked down at my phone, looked up, it's gone. Was that a glitch in the system, do you think?
Could be a glitch in the Matrix.
Thought so. I thought I was going crazy for a little bit, and then I was like, wait,
No,
it's a glitch. They're showing
no, no, we're not crazy yet. We're just a little insane. That's all.
We're just a little insane. So Maria Leggy, is the false Harry and Meghan being used to bring down the royal family?
Yeah. Yep. Expose them all.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
So
That's where we're at.
technically they're
We
just
got it.
planted there to bring out. Well, they did say that Elizabeth is going to.
I'm done with this. I just want to move on at this
I don't
point.
even know what Project Pogo is.
Has the
Grilled
sun
cheese and
already
paint
been
chips.
replaced with the crystal sun yet?
Not yet.
Okay. Do you know when?
Tomorrow.
When we get back to our specific spot in the Milky Way,
Okay.
he's at the Alcyon. The central sun is the central sun of the Milky Way galaxy.
So, are you going to study up on the Pogo? Or
That's Project
I think the
100%.
show tomorrow we're gonna start with Charlie Ward
So is it
because
good, right?
M seems to be like an expert. Justice, we've all talked about Charlie Ward, but M and Justice seem to be like experts about it.
okay, we're not going to talk about that one.
And that's kinda how we all met, so that's gonna be the first thing we're talking about.
On CAG and Gould and the think the opposite of what they say. Can you remind them, please? Thank you. Did you already get that one?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
I did.
All you do is if you want to know anything about rules,
Send some Bobby socks and saddle shoes to Fork in Scott.
Bobby socks and saddle shoes. I didn't even know he was insulting me. I had no idea what it was. Thank you for that donation. Solitaire 401. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Operation Education Day USA. Or no, Operation Education Day. No.
I'm kind of worried about how pale he is and the fact that he cannot access his refrigerator.
That will get you too. That's ridiculous. They would know that.
Ask Jason, has he seen the latest intel on Dyson built ultimate sphere to bring people back from the dead?
Oh, God.
DY Sun. S-O-N. Dyson.
Who's that?
He's a scientist. We read that the other day in my other podcast, the Cold Beer and Thunder podcast.
DYSON. Built an ultimate sphere to bring back people back from the dead.
Oh. That's going to be everybody since 2015.
So it's not really a sphere, but it's just the event. Right?
It's gonna be a ship.
That's going to be a ship that carries everybody back since 2015. He says it in this interview too. It's not the sphere and the scientist. It's a ship. Okay? When you die, everybody knows your body and your soul are stored off Earth on an alien mothership for 7 years. Okay? As those 7 years expire, you're one by one floated into space to be reincarnated. Your soul enters the body of a cricket or whatever. Those people will have to be returned now. I have no idea where he's going with this. I made all of mine up, but I bet you his won't sound any more believable.
Just watch the end of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It's right there.
Watch the end of what? Hold on. Watch the end of what? We'll go find it. 158.58 is where we're at.
Who's that? Just
from Alicia. Ask Jason, has he seen the latest intel about DYSON? Built an ultimate sphere to bring back people back from the dead.
Oh. That's going to be everybody since 2015.
So it's not really a sphere, but it's just the event. Right?
It's gonna be a ship. Just watch the end of Close Encounters of the Third Kind. It's right there.
Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Close Encounters of the Third Kind. That's a. I feel like I've seen that. That's like a famous movie, isn't it? Close Encounter. The ending of Close Encounters of the Third Time. Close Encounters. What happens at the ending of Close Encounters of the Third Kind? Ronnie is pushed so far behind the point to reasonable tolerance that she ultimately takes the family away. And crucially, Close Encounters ends with her never returning. Roy may be right all along, but the pursuit that the truth ultimately tears him and his life as he'd known it, as he'd always known it, apart. Let's read this. Hold on. Steven Spielberg released this by an Intel Ronnie, a Midwestern man who experiences one of the titular bouts of alien contact. Spielberg managed to distill so many that it would have become blah, blah, blah. Truest possible sense. Yeah, but I just want the ending. Only the ending. Why do they believe that everything... I don't know. They have this awesome secret plan where they rule the world. They have all the money. They get everything they want. Nothing bad ever fucking happens to them. They live forever. And then they decided to let it all out in movies because they didn't think that we would know what was happening. Idiots. At the end of the movie, Close Encounters of the Third Kind, what was the character played? Blah, blah, blah. Humans taken aboard the alien spacecraft. If you watch the end of the movie, the government has selected a group of jumpsuited male and female astronauts to go on the mothership with the aliens. The project lead scientists, realizing that Roy Neri has a special connection with the aliens somehow, hurriedly prep him to join the others aboard the ship. As he approaches the ship, after joining the others, a group of aliens surround him and take him aboard while leaving the other astronauts behind. This is the end scene of the original movie. In the director's special edition, we get to see the inside of the mothership, as seen in the clip below. As you can see, he is indeed the only human taken aboard by the aliens. and for their return trip to their world. A shot back outside the ship shows the scientists and astronauts gathering together as the ramp door to the ship closes and the ship prepares to take off. Do people come back to life in that movie? Hold on, I need to check chat because I don't know. I really don't. Can we nominate Scott for a digital AWOL? That'd be a good one. What'd you think of that? Actually won the series biker accident. What? Does anybody know if that's what happens at the end of the movie? I know I've seen it just because it's, but I haven't seen it long enough to remember what the fuck it was. Called Make Trump Sense at the very end, turned into someone. I heard that he had a weird movie where he was like freaking out, or a weird video where he's freaking out today. Americans wanted to start a biker group. Go to American MC hosted by Tommy Baker. Tommy wanted to start a biker group. Scott wanted to join but got denied by Tommy. Scott also got bitch slapped by another biker. What? Is that a video? I don't even care about the movie anymore. Is that a video? American MC hosted by Tommy Baker. That can't be a video. And Scott gets bitch slapped. What? No, that can't be real. I do know that I think there's going to be American MC hosted by Tommy Baker. Let's try that. I do know that I think 107 is in for quite the surprise. If anybody was in for a surprise, I think he would be very surprised. Interview with creator Tommy Baker. Gary Busey arrested on American MC. What will happen next? Hell's Angels ride with Gary Busey. Hell's Angels, blah, blah, blah. I don't know. Where is this supposed to be at? Let me see. It's a show. Check it out, Will. I would lie to you. Okay, so you did lie to me. Hold on. No, it's like World War I and II POAs come back. Oh, okay. I don't remember anything about it really, other than it was Steven Spielberg and it was an alien movie, and I know I've heard people reference it a shit ton because it's like a pop culture thing. What about the movie Paul? Was that real? I hope so. That was my favorite movie. That is my favorite movie. Arizona Run. It's a show. Okay, I'll look for that as well. All right, let me grab something else while I'm looking through all this shit. Plus, I need to send a message right quick. I am streaming. All right, let's see what else we need to check on. Who do we need to check on? I want to talk about Charlie tonight, because we're going to be covering him tomorrow, and it's been a long time since we did anything to Charlie. You know what I mean? So let's see what he's got over on BitChute, if he's got anything new. BitChute, Dr. Charles Ward. Oh, David Nino Rodriguez. We got to watch his new shit too, because I heard it was weird as fuck. Uh-oh, what was that? Thank you for the ice cream. I appreciate it. I feel like today's show is just kind of rambling, but I can't help it. We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Don't worry about it. And since we're going to be talking about Charlie, and we haven't talked to Charlie in a while, he's got Ricky Skaggs on. What for? Why does he have Ricky Skaggs on his show? What? Oh, God. You made me do this, Scott. I didn't want to. Or should we do David Mahoney? David Mahoney abused by Spanish police and humiliated on Spanish rail. That sounds good. Ricky Skaggs is a bluegrass artist. I don't know about watching Ricky fucking Skaggs on Charlie. What the fuck? Oh no. Oh no. We don't want to talk about your kid.
Every single video we post will be free to watch.
There you go. Listen, I'm not a financial advisor, but I'm going to make sure that there's at least 7 different ways you can sign up for my gold, so I get some gold, okay? There you go. I'm not a financial advisor. I wouldn't do this, but you can click here, or here.
Watch. That's very important for you to know. The other thing is we're getting an awful lot of people asking us about gold and silver. And I've always been an advocate of gold and silver. And myself, I'm not in a position to give financial advice. I'm not qualified to do so. I'm just going to tell you what I've personally done. I've personally bought gold and silver, and I've used a company that I trust, which is shown below here. They've always looked after me well. And if you order from them more than £250 worth, you get a free 1 ounce silver coin, which is very, very nice. It's a nice little gift. But this is not an endorsement. This is just what I have done personally, and it's up to you. It's your choice. As I said, I'm not qualified to give the advice, financial advice, but it's just what I have done personally. And I hope you enjoy it. And I hope you enjoy watching all of my videos. Thank you.
There we go. Okay,
Hi guys,
David
I'm back with
Mahoney,
my twin.
ladies and gentlemen.
Born on the same day, Dave Mahoney. Welcome back, Dave.
Yeah, hello, mate. I've been trying to get hold of you the last couple of days, but it's been really busy.
You've been down in South America, haven't you?
Yeah, well, Latin America.
Now, I don't want to make this too blunt in case there's children watching, but David Mahoney was violently sodomized aboard a moving train. It was one of those old-timey westerns that get on the roof of the train, and they're supposed to have a shootout, but the only guy packing a 6-shooter was a very handsy room service attendant, and that's what we're going to discuss today with Charlie. Sorry if that was kind of blunt. I just needed to get it out there, okay?
America. I don't know if it's south or north. Everybody argues. I say central. They say south. They say north. But Latin America, Mexico, Panama. We ended up in a couple of days with, and then Bolivia. Who's been to Bolivia? I don't know anybody else has been to Bolivia.
Not unless they're trying to buy cocaine. No.
Well, actually, the drug control there was crazy, Charlie. When we were getting on the plane, they made us all walk down, take our bags off. The dogs came down and sniffed around, and I had that coca tea, the processed one. It's like Lipton's tea, but they use a coca one, and I had 3 bags in there, and I didn't realize it. But the dogs they stopped a bit, but they didn't pull any. But very strict controls. They're asking us a ton of questions. What the hell are you two gringos doing in Bolivia? And we stood out a mile. You know, it's funny.
Yeah.
So
an interesting trip.
Yeah, it was. There's a lot. I'm glad.
I watched Brad's show from last night. It wasn't a whole lot. Like, I don't know. Just was what it was.
Glad you called, actually, because there's a lot of interesting things, Charlie, that we discovered. Some things will be more on a spiritual side, which we're going to show people on the episode when we get it out there. But day-to-day stuff that's interesting for people to know is, first of all, here in Spain, they're telling us essential travel only. You're not allowed to move unless it's essential travel. So we went from Malaga to Madrid by airplane. Nobody asked us. We got to Madrid. We were flying directly to Mexico City. They didn't ask us why we were going. On what grounds are we justifying such an extensive trip? It's not to see family or friends. We just cleared customs, went through, and off we went. And you don't need a PCR test to go to Mexico. So if you're thinking of going anywhere to escape, I would highly, it's very hard for me to say that because I've been everywhere. I'm usually like, But Cancun, Playa del Carmen, Tulum, it's jam-packed with everybody from everywhere, Charlie. A whole bunch of international people all sitting out, enjoying the amazing beaches and weather. It's very low, the low cost of living. Nobody hassles you. There are people in the street wearing masks, but if you don't want to wear them, people are not saying, non-mask believer. So if you're thinking of getting away, guys, I've been everywhere, and I was very, very impressed with the Yucatan Peninsula. We were all over it filming with pyramids, and it's a beautiful place. So they don't ask you that. And when we came back, Charlie, we thought, right, I had so much material ready. I like a bit of a fight. The guy on the customs said, Bolivia. Okay, passport. Vickers has got his ID card from his residency. I don't. I'm not a Spanish resident, but I have dual citizenship, Irish passport. And he went, He said, welcome home. So no questions going and no questions coming back. Interesting. Right.
Yeah.
Second point I'd like to get out, Charlie. I don't want to hijack your show because I like having a two-way conversation, but I'll
forget. No, hijack it. Go on.
We've now got legal documents from
Is he trying to talk people into illegally immigrating to Mexico? Is that what he's pushing for? Oh, I thought I hit play. I'm sorry.
A group of lawyers in Spain that are processing the Spanish government for various different things. My favorite is using the television and media as a form of fear propaganda. And we have a documentation pack about your mask rights and your travel rights. We've got the Constitution of Spain quoted in the exact wording, taken from the original Constitution in English and Spanish. So if anybody out there wants to get hold of these packs, these legal packs for your rights to travel anywhere in Spain and your right to not use a mask for your own personal reasons, because the law and the Constitution states you don't even have to say why. You just say, I'm declining that. Thank you very much. So our page is www.digitalwarriorproductions.com. So we're going to have tons of information on there, Charlie, because we get more and more every day. And instead of it being on Facebook, Instagram, Charlie Ward, Simon Parks, Digital Warriors, we said, right, let's just put everything in one page. It's uncensored. You can go legal, family, health, everything's going to be on there, mate. So we're excited about that. Now this legal team of experts, the same law you can use throughout the rest of Europe, because we all more or less have the same constitutional rights in each country.
Yeah, that's exactly true. And even on that one issue, all of the laws in the whole of Europe, because they're the laws of the seas, are by consent.
Yeah,
they're forcing the law on you by trying to force you to consent by even using the terminology. I understand. I stand under you. I mean, they've got very, very sneaky the way they do it, the way that it is, and they can assume that you've given consent.
That word's interesting. I understand. I've never actually stopped and thought about that. I stand under you. I understand you as your authority.
Correct.
So let's get rid of that from your vocabulary.
Yes.
Interesting that.
It is, isn't it? These things are all in plain sight, and that's why when they come to your door, they'll show you the document and ask you, "Do you understand?"
And then you say, "I do not consent."
I do not consent. I do not stand under you.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I do not consent.
Everywhere we went, Charlie, the original plan was flawed. Well, it was stopped because we weren't allowed to go Peru. Peru was locked down tighter than a drum, so we couldn't get in by land or sea. We tried.
And you look like Paddington as well.
Yeah, Paddington from Peru. Marmalade sandwiches.
Exactly.
We ended up having to go to Panama. So we ended up in Panama City for 2 nights. We filmed there as well. Everywhere I went there, they said, "Mira las torres de cocaína." So it's just like a big Miami in the middle of Central America, all built with cocaine money.
Mm-hmm.
But they are seriously, like, they were double masked and a plastic face shield.
Yeah.
They were really, really hammered. And then I saw on one of the TV shows as I was flicking around in the hotel that they're just taking a lot of Pfizer vaccine deliveries. So Mexico's very relaxed with the face mask. Panama isn't. And then when we got into Bolivia, the funny thing about Bolivia, the locals don't really like the native locals, the Incas.
Yeah.
I was talking to these women who were sewing and doing some handcraft things, and I said, "Do you believe in this and that?" And they said, "Nah, we just use the coca leaf. We've been chewing it for 5,000 years." They said, fuck COVID, more or less. They don't believe in it.
Wow.
Yeah. But the rest
just
of
use cocaine. Hell yeah.
The altitude thing, Charlie, was the weirdest experience. Have you been there? Have you been that high?
Yeah, I've been that high before. And when you get altitude sickness and the headiness and the lightheadedness, it's a real weird feeling.
Well, I was on the plane, and the boys got off in front of me. I had too much equipment. I was faffing about with the straps and things, and I kind of lost sight of the other 3 we were traveling with. And then 4 or 5 steps off the plane with pressurized air system, bang! Oh, it's like instantly going dizzy. You think you're going to pass out. Your legs turn really heavy like lead, and I had to hold on to the side rail and managed to get up to baggage control. And then I looked around, and everybody was sitting there going, "What the fuck is this?" So we got some pastille things inside us. We took these medicine, and luckily I had an old contact there from my aviation days years ago. We had to buy 25,000 gallons of aviation gas once for an operation we were basing out of Bolivia for humanitarian purposes. And the old lawyer that I'd used, it must be 10 years ago, 10 years ago, she still had the same number. So I said, "Hey, remember me?" She said, "No, who are you?" So she was great. She really didn't remember me because it was all corporate. So she got us a driver, and the driver picked us up and drove us to the first set of ruins. And we did that. We filmed there. And then the Sunday we were there was the election day. And the really strict.
I saw some videos he put out while he was there. Like he was up on the fucking pyramids and shit. He was running around. He was doing. I never saw him doing cocaine to avoid COVID. But that could be something that happened, I guess.
In Bolivia, and I didn't believe it. So I was like, "Nah, can't be that. No taxis. Nobody."
Oh yeah, everything's bought with other people's money. None of these people pay for anything with their own money. And they use their insiders club to travel the world.
He moves around. Only the basic shops are open. Nothing. The whole country comes to a standstill. So we went out filming just what we call B-roll. And B-roll is the pieces of film we use in between the main things. So it could be a car passing with a man walking up the street, just showing colorful day-to-day life of where we are. So we were filming, and next thing you know, we were filming a landscape. Just this, me walking across a nice scene. And next thing you know, a cop came running out with his gun drawn. Put your hands up. and we all got arrested. Well, we were detained. I wouldn't say arrested. Arrested when they put the handcuffs on, but we were bundled into a minibus and transported to the police station for the afternoon until we could explain what the hell we were doing, filming just with a camera. You were just standing there like this, and it was a little bit of me talking. And so my Spanish is, actually South American I find easier than Spain Spanish, but it was quite a humorous situation because there we have 3 gringos in a Bolivian police station on a Sunday. The cops going, I don't know what to do with you 3. Like, what the fuck are you doing? You're not even supposed to go outside the hotel, but you're filming. So we had to show a film permit, and then everything calmed down. So we actually, I fixed the situation. My passport was in the hotel. So they drove me to the hotel. And then when I came back, I said, Dave Vickers was sitting there all patient. And then we were this Kiwi guy.
Find something as well.
Right, good news and bad news.
I promise I'm not ignoring you. I'll be right back.
Good news. I said, the good news is I've fixed it all. It's all okay. And they said, what's the bad news? I said, I fixed it for me. You guys are fucked. So it took that 1 second when they realized, is he joking or is he not joking? I'm stuck in a Bolivian police cell.
Yeah.
And anyway, so Bolivia, then we got some amazing stuff there. We ended up going right across country into Lake Titicaca. Have you been there, Charlie?
No.
Weirdest thing, because you think it's like a lake, like
weirdest name. Weirdest name is what you meant.
200 kilometers long. I think it's a bit more, 210 or something.
A bit like the Mediterranean then.
Huge inland sea.
Okay.
And it's beautiful. It's very, very clean and clear. That high altitude, there's no pollution. So we were filming there as well. So between the Mexican pyramids, wait until you see the footage we've got, because some of the places we went to are just jaw-droppingly beautiful.
Yeah.
And my theory about the Mayan calendar, see, in 2012, I was in Central America, and I was aware of this Mayan calendar and the end of, let's say, the end of their time period.
Mm-hmm.
So in Honduras, we had a lot of people coming down that were sitting around, a lot of the Namaste crowd and the multiple piercing hippie bunch. Yeah. But there were some very interesting, very knowledgeable archaeologists and some other spiritual people that were watching it. And of course, nothing happened in 2012. Nothing happened in a big bang way.
Mm-hmm.
So about it, when this all started, I suppose maybe November, December, I found an old souvenir in all my drawers, Charlie, and it's a replica of the Mayan calendar. And I thought, you know what the Mayans were saying, considering their advanced astronomical knowledge of the stars and the star systems and the planets, mixed with their architecture, medicine.
Oh no!
Why would they be
Scott
wrong?
McKay is in this.
About how we've been misinterpreted it, and it turns out I'm not the only one. There's been quite a few very high up scholars have agreed saying we misinterpreted the first one from 2012, and really what they were talking about happened in spring solstice 2020. And look what happened in March 2020. The whole world went into meltdown. Our civilization, as we knew it, stopped and started getting chiseled away,
find the
changed,
clip.
manipulated, controlled into what we have now. A year later, it's more or less bang on a year later.
Yeah.
So it's a very interesting.
I feel like these people could talk for several hours and really say nothing. No value, no merit, nothing. Just talk. And at the end of it, you're like, yeah, I remember being here for a while, but I don't remember much more than that.
Interesting theory. And Huna Mayuta Taki, Huna Flash,
yeah.
He was in agreement with me. So we openly discussed it. We talked about it. And not to give too much away, he had a journey. He says, I've got to go to this particular place. Let me get my hand right like this. And then he said, and my journey was here. But he talks about frequencies a lot, Charlie. And a frequency is like a sound wave.
Yep.
And you know how a sound wave, it manipulates like that. So what he says, a lot of time what happens is a sound wave is like people's lives. He says, sometimes you're really far apart. And as the sound wave is going out, you grow apart, but then you come back in together. And at some point you'll touch.
I mean, it's supposed to be a reality show, but how reality is a reality show. You know what I mean?
Sound wave, this frequency that we're all talking about, that's waking us up, that's reforming our forgotten genetic DNA, the 24-strand DNA. As the frequencies are increasing on the planet, we're all growing and growing together, 3D, 4D, 5D, and beyond, as you talk about a lot, so I know you understand that. And it makes complete sense to me, because as we're growing and learning, some things, all of a sudden, you'll just feel, you go, oh, that really resonates with me. I understand that. Whereas 6 months ago, you'd be like, yeah, come on, man. What the hell does that mean? So the journey on a archaeology mission, mixed with a spiritual mission, mixed with what the hell's going on the planet mission, all comes together at the end of the show, and you'll be really, really surprised, like, wow, because I had no idea it was going to end up there. But typical digital warrior style, mate. We start off over here and we end up over there.
You traveled a bit by train?
Oh, shit, man, the train. This is, I've been dealing with this since I got back.
This is going to be about your vacation. I don't understand what's going on here.
Considering I've walked up and down it twice, the full length looking for her before we stopped. So she wouldn't come down and see me. Eventually, her colleague came down and I said, listen,
horrible service upon the train, Charlie. I'll tell you what, the deep state has infiltrated every aspect of the culture and market around here.
By this time, I had to go back to my seat.
You can't even get a decent bag boy.
Next thing you know, 2 national police come on and they said, we want to talk to you. I said, I don't want to talk to you. I don't need your assistance. I said, what are the charges? Am I being charged and arrested, detained? They said, we want to talk to you. I said, well, talk here, but I didn't call you. I want the police in Malaga. And they said, you have to leave the train. And then the supervisor came back and I said, you, sinvergüenza, without shame. This is for a person who's got a disability and for a mask. You've stopped the whole train with like 2,000 people on this train. Oh, maybe a bit less. I don't know. It was a full train.
The only reason I noticed Scott in this, I'm still looking for a good shut up. The only reason I noticed him is he had that stupid fucking hat on or whatever. I'm trying like hell to find a good shot of him so I can show you right quick.
Time for the that you've made a massive mistake. I said, let me say something. I'm fully aware of my constitutional rights. I'm fully aware what my legal rights are. I bought a ticket for that train. They have the legal responsibility to be able to provide me
like his leather beret.
I was attacked, insulted, abused.
He wears a leather beret.
And this is outrageous. So you take me off the train. That's the easiest solution, is it? So we went on and on and on like this. And then in the end, one of the cops, the chubby one, fat one with grey hair, he said, "Cállate su boca y pone la mascarilla. Una palabra más, la vamos al cárcel." So he said, if you say another word and don't put your mask on, I'm taking you to jail. And then I said, look at all the cameras around here. And I've got 3 baggage handlers.
Very good impersonation.
You are so unprofessional. It's my constitutional rights. I'm in Spain. You're not even fucking Spanish.
Honestly.
So I just turned my back. I said, I just went like this. I just dismissed them. I walked out the train station. They pulled away. I went back in, made a complaint officially, and got on the next train back. And I went to the isolation section on my own and sat there without a mask on.
So I'm in front of Cordoba train station after 30 hours traveling now to get back to Spain. I was removed by the police from the high-speed train from Madrid to Malaga because I wouldn't wear a mask. I told them I was medically exempt. They moved me to a section which was reserved for people who had an isolation section. The supervisor on the train announced that I was to sit in a section reserved for people with COVID. I then said, I don't have COVID. I will not wear masks because they're dangerous for me. She said, can I see your medical certificate?
Say you're already infected. You got to be infected, people.
I'm hereby informing you I have a medical condition. You do not have the power to demand that. She said I had to put a mask on. I said the mask could kill me. She said you have to put it on. And then basically everybody...
Welcome to Mexico, motherfucker.
15, 18 people. Actually, probably more. I started verbally...
Don't drink the water either.
Fuck off back to your own country. They said, you're a killer. You're the person... People like you are killing us. I said, you guys are watching television too much. You're way too paranoid. And it got into a situation like that. They called me... they called me all sorts of things. But I stood my ground for my medical rights and my human rights. So when they came on, Vickers was next to me. I left him there. Because the police took me off. Big show force. And I asked them on the train, I said, what charges? Why am I being removed? For what charges? Nobody told me anything. The supervisor was embarrassed because she knew she'd messed up. So I was victimized, attacked, and humiliated. So on the station when the train pulled away, I then spoke to the police. I quoted my constitutional rights. Said, I'm fully aware of what I am. I said, you do not have the power to ask me for my medical records. One guy went absolutely bananas, stuck his finger in my face and said, shut your mouth. And the other one was just a cop, really. They escorted me up to the top of the station where I made a declarational complaint to the company about being mistreated, and I got to wait an hour. So no big deal, but sometimes doing the right thing.
What the hell?
Because I'll take this further now. I'll give this to the lawyers, and they will pursue it. Because basically,
your constitutional rights in a foreign country that you went to visit. Are you sure you even know what your rights are in fucking Mexico on vacation? Is that the battle you want to be tied up on for the next fucking 40 years?
Hell or no more. The group
I have no idea. What the fuck?
Basically, everything they did on that train was wrong. I was victimized, persecuted, humiliated, and that shouldn't be the way. So this will go further. It'll be a law case, and I'll win it. But it's because of people like me doing it the hard way. It's so people like you can have your civil liberties back. So don't bitch. Get on with it. Sometimes it takes guts and courage to do these things. Look at it. It's 10 o'clock at night in Cordoba, and I've been up for 35 hours, but I'm still smiling.
Nobody said anything. So now I'm going to push this case, not for financial benefits, Charlie. It's like, imagine you're in a wheelchair and you're black, and you get on a train and somebody says, get off this train, you black cripple, go back to Africa. Because they need to change the policy. Renfe, the AVE system in Spain, needs to change their policy and train their staff about what the legal rights are for people that are medically exempt from wearing a mask. And the police said to me,
he needs that lady from our chat who's a constitutional lawyer from Canada.
So,
yeah.
I'm dealing with that now,
You'll
mate.
deal with the Mexicans.
Sorry for the rant,
She's
everybody,
telling
but it's
Americans how to do it.
You know,
and a
it's not easy
masseuse.
doing what you
She's
do to
both.
defend your public rights and your constitutional rights. And if we'd all been like this from day one, we wouldn't bloody be in this situation. It's people like us screaming and fighting, saying, you know, this, that, and the other.
For those people who don't know, there's fundamentally, Spain has been a very racist country for many, many years. It goes back many, many years. If you look at the football team, they've hardly ever had a black player in the team.
Really?
Well, the Spanish football team doesn't have any black players, no.
I mean, I'm not surprised, but, you know, as a white person...
I've had it many times where they go, well, why don't you go back to England? Well, why are you here?
I have too, but I've never connected it, you know, to being racial until I saw their look in their eyes, because for me, it was always the case, is if you don't like the restaurant, leave.
Yeah.
And I kind of agree with that, saying, look, if you don't like McDonald's food, what are you doing sitting in McDonald's?
Exactly.
But you know that one, fuck off back to your own country. I mean,
that's not all. That's not all the Spanish people. There's a certain pocket of them that are incredibly racist, and I'm sure there are in England too. But because I've lived here for well over 30 years, you become aware of certain pockets of places when you travel. But you know, when it shows itself in full colour.
Yeah, it does. I mean, if it was anybody else, I mean, you know me, Charlie. I'm not really fazed by either A, the police, or B, mob mentality. I've stood up to it many times.
Yeah, same.
So it does, you know, will I lose sleep over it? Yeah, I was a little annoyed and wound up. My adrenaline was still pumping. But if it was anybody else, you know what? It would have broken them. They would have broken down crying. And a traumatic event like that, if it was, somebody that wasn't as strong mentally and physically, you know, they would have literally torn me apart. I could feel it brewing. I actually, at one stage, put my hands up. I thought, I'm going to have to fight my way out here now. But it shouldn't happen. It's an absolute disgrace that this is, 2021, and how the media has turned normal, everyday, nice Spanish people into paranoid, fearful mob mentality. You know, the Frankenstein mob burning pictures and pitchforks, burning torches.
They're putting it out in mainstream media that people who are not wearing masks are killing people. They're putting it out in mainstream media in Spain.
They were shouting that at me. You're the one killing people.
Don't
Which
like
is very
other
interesting. In
Mexicans.
Justin's class, there's 3 children that don't wear masks
Damn.
who've remained healthy for a whole year, and there's 5 children out of the class that wear masks that have been ill and with chest infections and throat infections, and they've all blamed the 3 at the back who don't sit anywhere close to them for the reason that the 5 of them are ill that are wearing the masks. This is how stupid they are. I mean, they share a brain cell. They're unbelievably stupid.
I met a Moroccan woman yesterday. She was walking with a really cute baby, and the baby smiling. So I love kids. Hey, waving back, and we started talking a bit as we were getting in the same elevator. And she says, "Oh, you don't wear a mask?" I said, "I don't believe in it. I'm sorry." And she says, "Look at my face." And she was wearing an N95, a white one, so not one of these blue rubbish ones, a better one. She took it off. She said, "Look at my face." She had all this skin infection, irritation, spots, and here she said, "Look at that." She said, "I only wear it because I have to." But she says, "How can I, look at this, a whole skin irritation."
Nothing more than genocide.
What was interesting, another little tip here, Charlie, is Dawson has been giving me one of the deals we do. Well, I first met Lee. Now we've become very good friends over the last 15 months. But he gives me these medicines he gets from this company, Verelse. Sorry. So he's been giving me this thing called Frontline Defense. So I started taking 2 while I was away. I felt amazing, mate.
Wait. Frontline. He's been giving you Frontline Defense. Frontline Defense. Like for a dog? Like flea treatment? For a dog? That's what he's been giving you, Frontline Defense. Well, you'll have it sometimes. I don't recommend it. But this man says it works. Oh, that's where did I put it at? That's Sasha Stone. There it is. Frontline Defense. Now we know.
Airplanes, I don't know how many hundreds of hours I've flown. I never even got a tiny little sniffle.
Yeah.
So, and then Dave Vickers got sick. And the first thing is like, is he got COVID? Is it really COVID? So we had him tested because, we got a film crew, not COVID. He's just got flu. Systems run down. You're working crazy hours, traveling all over the place. You're not eating correctly. Your body's going into like, what the fuck mode. I'm taking his Frontline Defense. And I thought he had some. So I discovered he didn't have some. So I said, listen, you got to get on these. So I gave him 2. We're doubling up every day. First day, no. Second day, massive change straight away. So
hell yeah.
Either COVID doesn't like me. Well, we know it doesn't really exist, but let's say it does exist. Doesn't like me. Or this stuff that Lee gives me. I mean, it's amazing. I will not stop taking it.
Absolutely exists.
Still jet lagged, sleeping like weirdly, but I'm buzzing.
Yeah.
My energy levels are great. So this Frontline Defense technique, which ties us into the next thing I wanted to talk about, which is this GMPs. Have you been reading about this? Genetically modified person.
Yeah.
So now all the people, because the infection rates are spiking in areas where they've all been vaccinated, which is very curious. And that video, what's that old man's name? Vernon, is it?
Yep.
Vernon put a video out, which we're going to put on Digital Warrior Productions so people can see it. Talks about, because these people have been vaccinated, they've had an injection of this, whatever, a genetically modified gene therapy. And now they're saying that these people are the real threat because they're enhancing it, doubling it, remixing it, and making it
severe
mutate.
itching.
So the real threat is the people not wearing masks. It's going to be the people that have been vaccinated because they're going to be the ones that have got this new mutation going on in the system because we have no frontline defense. Now, I deliberately touch things with my hands. I don't use the hand gel to wash all the time. I don't like it. I don't use it. I'll wash my hands 2-3 times a day as normally I would before I eat. I'll wash them. But I believe that you've got to understand how your immune system works. You need to be exposed to these things.
Yep.
And this is how our frontline defense system works.
Yep.
So this genetically modified person, I think this is going to start coming more and more into our conversations, Charlie. GMP. So watch for this GMP info. How's it going with Nasara Jisara? We're getting really close now.
Yeah, we're within hours now. We're extremely close. I would expect
within
it to
hours.
Hopefully this
within
week.
hours.
Fingers crossed. Everything goes well. The final piece of the jigsaw puzzle we put in yesterday, and now we're just waiting for the first transfers. So things are good.
Because I've got big humanitarian projects, some of the stuff I saw in Central America. There's something about that whole area, whether it's an incarnation beforehand, but I really, really connect with those people, and I saw some things that really need attending.
Sure.
You know, families living on the streets, and this whole homeless poverty thing. We really need to focus on that.
Somebody raised a very interesting point earlier today, talking about homeless people. As you know, we feed the homeless here in Malaga, and I was talking to somebody earlier, and they were saying there's quite a number of people that are homeless on purpose to get out of the matrix, to get out of the system, the controlling evil system, which is very interesting, isn't it?
Big choice to do that, you know.
Just had enough of the programming. I had enough of everything else that goes with it. They've stepped aside.
You could do what I do. You see, Charlie, I mean, it's no secret. I don't take anything from the state. I don't take healthcare. I don't take education. I don't take any of their social security benefits, pensions. I have my own private stuff. So the more that you want something, for example, unemployment benefit, I've never claimed that in my life because I don't think I'm entitled to it, really. So I have my own private medical care, which is an insurance policy.
Not if you're employed, no.
My insurance pays that. So I don't take anything from the state.
Okay.
And every time you put fuel in your car, you're paying a tax. Every time you buy food, everything else, you're paying into the system in a natural, organic way. So I don't earn my money in Spain. So, you know, I'm not taxable in Spain because, you know, my funds are they're not, you know, I don't have a normal job. So I don't go to an office and receive a salary from a Spanish company. That's not how I earn my money. So paying into the system is your choice. If you decide you want the pensions, you want the healthcare, you want the education system for your kids, yeah, you have to. But if you're in a financial position to pay for everything privately, then you're not sucking up for them, then you can step out of it and say, I don't need, again, I understand. No, I do not consent. And I do not stand underneath you, under you. So interesting. I was just going to touch on something else. What was the last thing you said about, you said about Nasara Jisara, then it was healthcare. Oh yeah. I've had a few people ask about, are your life insurance policies valid if you've had a vaccination? So I've got somebody looking at that in the UK. He has 5 insurance policies and he's written to them. So I'm waiting for notification back, official letters from 5 big life insurance companies.
You'll get the letter come
Don't
back.
believe that shit.
Because the vaccination
Don't believe that shit.
Not verified that the life policies are invalid.
Well, again, that information needs to go out to people because I'm sure.
The living tree cult or whatever. Sort of. I mean, few hours, maybe 3 hours away or something. It could be a lot further away.
Really what I'm thinking now. We know that the Red Cross are not accepting blood donations from people that have been vaccinated, which says it all right there.
Wait a minute. What are we doing on
people need to understand they're going to be financially affected by this decision to go and get jabbed.
Yep.
So that's it. What are you going to do for St. Patrick's Day, Charlie?
Is it St. Patrick's Day today?
Yes.
I don't know. I've got 7 Zooms.
7 Zooms. I better get off then. Yeah. Is there anything else we should discuss, buddy?
There was one point that you made there that I think is very, very important on this particular podcast that we discussed, is that when I did my research about COVID-19 coronavirus, you and I both know it was patented at the Bird Right Institute in 2015 and 18.
Yeah.
We have the patent numbers. Now, you would know this, that you cannot patent a natural virus.
Yeah, you can't.
So the virus that's patented must be, by definition, man-made, which is either chemical or biological weapon.
Yeah.
Which puts us into a completely different ballgame as to what we're up against with the virus and the vaccine. Having said that, we know it's all part of the symmetry for the reset, but even
it
so,
always does.
The public have been completely duped by this one and lied to by the government and by the mainstream media.
It's shame. I mean, I like Jeremy Clarkson was slating the BBC saying, I do not believe one word of anything you broadcast. Jeremy Clarkson from Top Gear.
Sure.
I got an interesting message this morning. Russia confirms that COVID-19 doesn't exist and sends 14,000 patients home in just one day. I got that today, Charlie. I haven't looked at it properly, but I can see where the link is from. It's from one of our good sources.
Yeah.
I didn't realize, Charlie, now we've become so good at this information thing. There's about 10 or 15 of us worldwide that really got the best info. So starting from 1 year ago, how many people were your first subscribers? Like 7 or something?
37. Yeah.
37.
Yeah.
And now you've got millions. And how many people?
10.5 million. But also the other thing, you talk about our sources of information. I'm third in line to find out the information from the quantum financial system. So I'm very, very close to the top. And the person I talk to is second in line to the top. So I'm only one step away from getting the accurate information, and it's not filtered. It doesn't come through anybody else. So
could you do me a favor with that? Next time you open your mobile phone and you go to very important people on your speed dial, can you just move me up way to the top, please? So I get that information.
Have I still got speed dial on iPhones? I probably have. Last time I used speed dial was on a Nokia about 20 years ago.
No, you just have to go ring Mahoney, urgent intel.
Okay, exactly.
Because for everybody watching, we live pretty close to each other, but with our busy schedules, we don't see each other as much as we do. And I think
I'll see you on Saturday.
No, I'm out of town filming again Saturday, Charlie. I can't. Okay. It's Lee Dawson's birthday today, everybody. So if you're watching, send Lee Dawson happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Lee.
It's his 50th. 50th today. Yeah. So it's we had some cake this morning, and I was very tempted to have a little shot of Irish whiskey, but I thought, it's a bit early. It's only 9 o'clock.
Yeah. Bless him.
So,
good man.
We'll talk through the week, Charlie. I'm sorry I won't see you Saturday, but I'll see you very soon. I actually have an appointment in Bellamadden this week. I might pop in for a beer or coffee or something.
Pop down with Vickers tomorrow.
Is he coming tomorrow? Is he Thursday? That might actually be good. He's coming to do your lighting, is he?
Coming at 11 o'clock. Yeah.
You need to ask him to give you a little test of makeup as well, because he hates that. He hates when I say, "Listen, can you just put this makeup on me?"
This face doesn't need makeup; it needs concrete.
Poor old Dave Vickers, mate. He got sick. He never really recovered fully to the last few days. But I tell you what, he is the most talented camera guy. I get so many compliments about your stuff is amazing, and I love the content. And I say, listen, I cannot take the credit for it, because Dave's eye for what he does and my little look at that. The combination, Charlie. So everybody watching, I'm not the genius behind this. It's myself that comes up with the good stories. And Dave, when I have to tell Dave we're going to South America to seal another Stargate portal, he goes, "Are you fucking serious? That again?"
All right, buddy.
Super talented. Charlie, I love you, brother. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everybody. I really appreciate your time.
To seal another Stargate portal? To seal another Stargate portal? Weird. It's a really weird answer. I don't know. That wasn't what I was expecting.
For anybody who wants the information, anything else I spoke about, the links, I'm going to give my channel a plug, Charlie, because there's a lot of stuff that
we'll put the links down below.
We'll put the links below. www.digitalwarriorproductions.com. All of this stuff that Charlie gets and we swap, I'm going to put it in an easy place, because you don't have time, Charlie. You're too busy with your interviews. We are determined to get the truth out so people have got all your information. Health, legal, family, whatever law that you want, it's all there. Okay?
Good man. Cheers, mate.
Charlie. Bye-bye.
Well, there you go. That was the latest update. I don't know. That was a vacation. There wasn't much in it other than weird shit that they go immediately skim over. And why is Ricky Skaggs? I don't know. I still can't make sense of that. Why? I understand he has like those two dumb bimbos on his show all the time, and he has other weird people on his show. But Ricky Skaggs and Jeff Jansen on with Dr. Charlie Ward. Let's at least see if they give an explanation of why they're hanging out together. Hold on. Dr. Ricky Skaggs. I mean...
Justin, and I hope you're enjoying my dad's videos. Make sure to share this video with family and friends, like and subscribe, and turn on post notifications so you get notified for all my dad's new videos. My social media will be tagged down below so you can follow it, and just remember, Jesus loves you.
Hi guys, just to let you know, we've got a brand new website, drcharlieward.com, where all our videos will be loaded over the next few weeks, and you'll be able to view all of those there's no charge for watching any of those. We've moved them all onto our own platform because all the doctor ones.
I just want to see what brought them together.
So we've now
Love of Trump or something. I don't know.
Free to watch. That's very important for you to know. The other thing is we're getting an awful lot of people asking us about gold and silver, and I've always been an advocate of gold and silver. And myself, I'm not in a position to give financial advice. I'm not qualified to do so. I'm just going to tell you what I've personally done. I've personally bought gold and silver, and I've used a company.
Here's what I've done, and here's how you can do it as well.
They've always looked after me well. And if you order from them,
we'll give you 115 links to it.
You get a free 1 ounce silver coin, which is very, very nice. It's a nice little gift. But this is not an endorsement. This is just what I have done personally, and it's up to you. It's your choice. As I said, I'm not qualified to give the advice, financial advice, but it's just what I have done personally. And I hope you enjoy it. And I hope you enjoy watching all of my videos. Thank you.
Good. Well, welcome back, guys. It's a real pleasure to be back with Jeff Jensen again. Welcome, Jeff.
Yeah, it's good to see you, Charlie.
And you've got your good friend Ricky Skaggs here. Welcome, Ricky.
Great to be with you. We love both of you very much.
Well, you're very, very well known in the musical world. You've have a very distinguished career in the music world, haven't you? You've had many years there.
Yes, I have started playing when I was 5 years old.
Wow.
And, singing in church.
I mean, he's definitely famous.
This is the longest that I've been unemployed.
Name recognition, if nothing else.
I'm telling you what, this damn panic that came out, it just it killed everybody. Killed the music industry. We're slowly getting back, but praise the Lord, we'll be back hopefully very soon. I think May we've got some dates coming up. But boy, it just ruptured the business.
But the one thing with a musician is the fact that you interact with people's reactions. So with a mask, even the masks take people's reactions away.
It does.
It's so inspiring for a musician to see people smiling and see.
Oh, it is.
Amazing.
It is. You know, I'll brag on Ricky a little bit. He's how many Emmys is it, Ricky?
Oh, Grammy.
Oh, Grammy Award winning.
Yeah. No Emmys. No.
Emmys.
15, I think.
15 Grammys.
I think so.
Yeah.
Keep forgetting.
Incredible.
It's no big deal.
Yeah.
But
15 Grammys, just Ricky, the protege, actually, of Bill Monroe. So, basically, bluegrass is Ricky Skaggs. You think Ricky Skaggs, you think bluegrass, and it's just phenomenal. Also, tell them about real quick the Congressional Medal of Honor. That's from President Trump.
Oh yeah, that was that started. I knew that I was going to receive it last year before COVID hit, and so we were planning to go up there. I think in May or June, something like that last year. And then when the COVID thing happened, everything was shut down. But President Trump really wanted to get these done before he left office. And it was the first day of his third,
impeachment,
but yet he wanted to do it, and he was joyous. I knew there was joy in his heart. He knew that this wasn't over, and I told him when we got to meet and talk a little bit, I said, this is not over. And he said, absolutely, so he's amazing. And just to receive that from him meant the world to me, because I wouldn't have received it any other way, or another time when he is back. But he's the real president. So that's the way I feel about it.
If you look at the factual side, the military are in control in America, and Donald Trump is still getting military briefings from the Pentagon, and little Joey Biden's not.
Yeah.
And he's not allowed access to the Pentagon or the White House. Now, if that doesn't ring alarm bells with people,
also not true. Neither one of those are true.
I don't know what will.
Yeah,
and it looks like Air Force One is giving him rides these days as well.
Yeah, they brought him down to Switzerland. He came down to Switzerland. Donald Trump did on Air Force One 2 weeks ago, which was very interesting.
Yeah, yeah, that's the.
I just did that again, Veritas.
The traveling White House.
Yeah.
They just don't lease that out.
No.
Yeah, I would feel this big if I was in the in an Oval Office.
It's always pantomime. Always pantomime.
Yeah, well, I think most people,
America knows.
Most people know that the person that's actually acting as him is an actor called James somebody, or I can't think what it is. But Biden was dealt with down in Guantanamo Bay last year.
I would rather have Randy Newman on. At least he's got that one song where he drops the N-word like 4 times. And it still sounds like Randy Newman. It still sounds like a Disney song, and then suddenly he just starts dropping the N-word, and you're like, what the fuck? Randy Newman.
So he's already been dealt with. Even when you see it now, the next black people coming up on it, people still don't see it. People don't see it.
Stop.
People don't know. Just go, no, that
I don't
looks
know why that shit won't mute when it auto-plays.
Think about the black women in the jungles in Africa. If you took because they've seen no television, they don't listen to no radio, they've seen no newspapers. If you took a picture of Biden 3 years ago and a picture of him today and showed it to her, she'd say, different person altogether.
Yeah.
Not even similar.
Yeah. Their eyes are keen. Yeah.
But the programming of television that's the same man. That's him. Because we tell you it's him.
Yeah.
It's like really, it's the same with Harry and Meghan and Oprah Winfrey. Oprah Winfrey looked like a bloke in a wig. Nothing like Oprah. Meghan Markle's got a new nose. And what on earth happened to Prince Harry's teeth? I mean, these are for somebody who knows what they're looking for. I couldn't make it up.
Yeah. So that being said, let me just ask you real quick. I had a dream the other night. Let me just tell you real quick. I was gonna ask you a question about the QFS, and I may go back to that. But I had a dream the other night that I was holding the new currency.
Yeah.
I had the new currency spread out in my hand. Now I've seen a couple of pictures. I think I've seen the $20 bill, something like it. But I had a $1, I had a $5, $10, $20, $50, $100, and $1,000. Now that's what I had in my hand spread. The new currency, and I'm looking at it, and somebody was asking.
Yeah, you think Ricky Skaggs just has long hair like that? That's actually he's one of those puffy bearded dragons, and he's inflated it to try to absorb more sunlight. He's a lizard person.
This is the new,
Told you guys.
Currency. They'll be swapping out the currency that you have. Don't worry about it. You'll be swapping out. It's all going to be redeemable. But and I'm giving instruction in my dream, and I woke up and I thought, man, that's prophetic? So can you talk about that a little bit? Well, how's that going to work?
Yeah, the new currency is the most amazing currency you will ever hear of, see of, what have you. The quantum financial system is not blockchain; it's DLT, digital ledger transfer, which is 10 times faster than blockchain, and blockchain is 1 trillion frames a second.
Wow,
it gives you an idea of how safe it's unbelievably secure. And once the quantum financial system is operational fully, the quantum computer is already functional. The quantum financial system is an app on the quantum computer. The same as the quantum voting system is an app on the quantum computer. It's all run by Starlink. It's all run from the skies.
It's crazy.
And it's outside sources as well, spiritual sources.
That's right.
So
it's God's computers. It's God's system, and it cannot be hacked or broken
That's right.
into.
That's totally correct.
Supercomputer, right?
Totally. And there is extraterrestrial assistance within the whole network of the system. And a lot of people say to me, Charlie, I've got a lot of Zims and Dong and Dino, and how will they know that I've got them? I said, because he upstairs knows everything.
God knows.
He knows everything.
Yes, he does.
And he knows every single dime that you've got. And he knows whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. He knows exactly where it's come from, and he knows whether you can be trusted. And so that the quantum financial system is off the scale when it comes to any technology we've ever heard of before, because it's partially electronic, it's partially space controlled, and partly extraterrestrial. And
What? It's partially it's partially electric, like shocky, like the AC to the DC, and it's partially spacey, like full of space. So, dude, Veritas, I don't know if you were in here earlier when I said it. Someone's trolling in Scott McKay's Telegram account and claiming that Scott McKay and Gene Deco did a show that they deleted because people got mad. But they did a show they deleted that they were claiming that Trump was actually part of the lizard people crew, like he was the Antichrist and was actually the government insider all along, and they awarded Joe Biden as a white hat and announced him the 19th president of the United States, and these people are freaking out, dude. They are so mad.
I mean, it's outside of the natural parameters of thinking.
Right.
And the other thing is that every single currency in the world, which was my field, will be backed by gold. Now, the gold for the last 5 years has been rounded up from all over the world and refined, and they all have a serial number, and all the bars have a serial number, and they all have a GPS locator inside them.
Smart.
So every single gold bar in the world.
They said, well, that doesn't make any sense. What are you talking about? And he's like, well, why is Trump down at Gitmo waiting to be executed? And they're like, what? What's going? No, he's not. No, he's not. And one of them said some shit about, that's not even Biden, dude. Biden was taken care of like 2 years ago, and he's like, yeah, I know. His clone actually came out a good guy. It's some type of genetic theory. Oh, you can't make this shit up.
That has money gold to back their currency. If anybody tries to move it, they can't. Or it's physically impossible because the whole system is geared up to Jassara. So Jassara is all interlinked with this. So we move away from a world of enslavement, of debt. So we'll gradually start to see the debt being wiped out, bit by bit by bit. But I think it'll be a gradual process because of the fact that you and I both know that the amount of lottery winners worldwide that have lost their way within a year or two,
right,
coked out their heads, drunk as a skunk. I think we'll see it take gradual effect so people can get used to living in abundance. Because we've been enslaved all of our lives. We're not used to living in abundance. It'll take time, and it'll be very interesting to see how. I know in my life I've saved up.
I just found a shot of Scott right there. See him?
Afterwards, you think, wow, what?
All right.
See him sitting on his back. He's like I need to find him better. He's always in the background. I'm scanning fucking shit right now trying to find him.
And the minute you start helping humanity, you get a feel good factor inside, like nothing you've ever experienced before.
That's the God factor.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Well, there's a couple of parallels, and I think I shared this last time I was on. There's this 400-year parallel of, and it's all related to the
code manages a Denny's.
400-year parallel with children of the Hebrews coming out of Egypt after 400. We just
he's a former Navy man.
Mayflower, November the 11th. By the way,
top of the line.
Jesus said, "I must be going now. I must go awaken Lazarus." This is about an awakening. So from 1620 to 2020 is 400 years from the time Mayflower and Plymouth Rock took place, which was coincidentally, no coincidence, but coincidentally 8 days after the presidential election. 8 is the number for new beginnings. I'm a numbers guy, and so there's the Lord is saying there is another exodus that's happening. And when they came out of Egypt, they came out with all the gold, Charlie, all the silver, and there was not one feeble among them because God was in control. You talk about God being in control of the quantum.
There's another guy that looks like Scott too, but it's just like overweight.
Falling on
Damn it! I can't get him. I don't know.
How they've been, paraded around.
Can't find him every time when I need to.
See the goodness of God. I tell you what. And the children of Israel, the Hebrews, when Nebuchadnezzar took them over, they were in captivity 70 years. Now, there was something about when President Trump was the 70-year anniversary of Israel becoming a unified nation, 1948, that whole 70, and King Cyrus let them go and gave them all the gold, all the silver that Nebuchadnezzar took, and let them go back to restore, the temple. This year marks the 50-year anniversary. This year, from 1971 to 2021, where Nixon he severed the dollar and the gold. That's Jubilee. That's another thing. And here's the other one. March the 4th, 1861 is also a 150-year jubilee. That's right, 150-year jubilee this year, which is 3 jubilees. 150 years ago, this past March, things were happening in March where
a jubilee.
You know what happened then? America was basically sold. So all these things are.
Dude, all Charlie does is watches. He watches, like, he starts his first show off in the morning interviewing someone, and whatever that person says, he goes to the second interview and repeats what his first guest said to the second person. Then he takes the first and second people and puts the best part of their stories together and repeats it to the third person. So by the end of the day, he's got the best story that he could patch together from all of his interviews. They're always nodding.
Coming together in a what's God saying through all of it? Number one, he's going to restore us. He's going to set us free. And we're going to be like men who dreamed. It's all about the gold and the silver, restoring economically. And you're right. We're not going to know what to do with freedom. Many people aren't going to know how to handle it. So it's got to be, it's got to be assimilated properly. But massive freedom, not just for America, but Jasara for the world. That's amazing.
And every single country signed up to it.
Yep.
Scott made a comment about being on it. I've never seen that clip. I could have not been paying attention too. Sometimes I zone out when he talks.
Exactly.
I just want to punch him in the fucking face so bad.
It's amazing how they tried to destroy him with identity politics.
In a video game, YouTube.
This man never went to war.
You've never played Mike Tyson boxing? Jesus.
Which I thought was hilarious.
Yeah.
That's great. Little Rocket Man.
Little Rocket Man. But interestingly enough, if I studied body language, the two of them got on like a house on fire.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They were backslapping buddies.
Exactly. Yeah. Him and Putin are very, very
close. What? Oh yeah, they've been fucking for a long time, man.
Yep.
That's thanks to President Trump.
Yeah. Well, that's why he needed that little golfing break in Florida that he's having right now.
Yeah. The Winter White House.
Exactly. It's amazing how they tried to destroy him with identity politics.
Yeah.
That rather than look at what this man never went to war against anybody. The closest he came was my button's bigger than yours with North Korea, which I thought was hilarious.
Yeah.
That's great. Little Rocket Man.
Little Rocket Man. But interestingly enough, if I studied body language, the two of them got on like a house on fire.
Oh yeah, absolutely. They were backslapping buddies.
Exactly. Yeah. Him and Putin are very, very close. I mean, he gets on well with Xi and with Modi. They're all working closely together. Xi has done incredibly well because he's detached himself from the Communist Party.
Oh, I guess when they said backslapping buddies and he got it, they got it on like whatever. To me, that sounds like they're fucking. Are you saying Trump was fucking the leader of North Korea? I don't know. Backslapping. Like, what's slapping up against his back? Is it Trump's chest?
And set up a new Republican Party. But he's been working very, very hard to find
generic douche code. That's it.
Cheese not part of the CCP though.
No, he's not.
He's not part of this. Actually, the Chinese, the government, the people are beautiful people.
Yeah, they are
beautiful people, and I mean, just absolutely lovely people. Yeah. But the CCP, like the deep state here, the globalist agenda, they're all part of that whole stinking mess and enslavement. But anyway.
Yeah, no, Jeff, you were talking about the numbers and the years.
Oh, that's an English phrase, I guess.
When the Pilgrims and people that came over for
religion, I thought he was accusing somebody of sex. Then I went back, and then it was Trump, and I thought that doesn't make any sense.
Nation would be dedicated to God, and it's funny because God chose Israel.
They were getting it on like two homosexuals with one bottle of Viagra, backslapping each other and deep throating it. And you're like, oh, that just means friends in England.
That's okay. Why we can be assured that God has this. He has this under control, and I love that about just knowing. When you know God's past, you know His future. And
this has turned into a wild ride, Ricky Skaggs. I'm glad we could be here with you for this
because there is a remnant that has not given up on Him, and He's always about the remnant.
Yeah. Yep. It's very interesting with America from an outsider's point of view.
It just means they're friends, Toasty.
Florida, New York,
like buddies.
Yeah.
But the heartbeat of America is God-fearing.
Yes.
right through the middle of America.
It is.
That's right.
That's the bit
That's
that
right.
most people, and it's what most people underestimate.
That's right. The hills and the hollers and the,
Yep.
you know, in the mountaintops.
The hills
you
and the
know.
hollers. Man,
Yeah,
that's
that's
fun
right.
right there, Ricky.
Yeah. Well, that's the backbone and the spiritual part, you know, of America. And I get a chance to see that so much going out and traveling and getting to talk to people after the shows, and they just want 5 minutes to just say something to you,
Yeah,
you
right.
know, and many times it'll end up me getting a chance to pray with them right there, you know, and people stand in line and they'll stand there and wait for me to pray for somebody. You know, they're not looking at their watch. They're just being, you know, they're being kind but there's so many good people, you know, it's.
I found Scott McKay 2 hours ago on Facebook. Search Patriot. Well, a bunch of people re-upload his shit. You got to be careful with that. I'm part of his. He said that he was premiering a video tonight on YouTube and it wasn't one to upload. So he may have gotten it on YouTube. You might be right, but there's also a bunch of fake pages on there. Just like on YouTube, the Patriot Street Fighter 9 and 10 are both fake pages who are monetized. Just like on that, there's Facebook pages that are both that are fake as well.
I heard somebody say the other day, you know, like there's like 70 some odd million people, and I'm sure it's more than that voted for President Trump.
Almost always when it says something official, like when it says Dr. Charlie Ward or Patriot Street Fighter official, they're always fake.
It's all said and done, and it's all fleshed out.
Right.
But you think about, you know, probably
one of my biggest issues with the whole fucking thing is Charlie claims that he's great friends with Trump. That he knows him. He sent him these special cufflinks that you can't get. He invited him to the secret inauguration, not the fake one that was pre-recorded that Charlie had that he could have just easily showed us, and we would have been like, "Holy shit! How did he get the inauguration 7 hours before it happened?" But he couldn't do that. But he claims like he's got an in with like Trump personally invited him to the real inauguration, but he can't call in a favor and get a flight to the U.S. because all his grifting buddies are meeting up in Vegas. Doesn't make any fucking sense. Any sense at all.
Probably half of those were really born again, God-fearing people, you know, that love God. The rest of those people, they're low-hanging fruit. I think, you know, they're ready to come in and sign up and give their heart to the Lord. They see something that's real. And I think what's happened is all of this disappointment, you know, from the election has got people so ready to come in, you know, and so I think there's going to be a major revival.
So many clips, I'm sick of it, but I want to try to find the one where Scott gets slapped.
Says, you know, there has to be a rude awakening before there could be a great awakening, and I think
I'll make a whole video about it. We'll break it down from every angle.
Last 4 years, but I mean, you know, certainly the last year, you know, and but I'm thankful for God's, you know, ability to look past our
the one he's uploading. If that's the real one on Facebook. Or the one he's uploading on YouTube is that Dave Snedeker or some shit like that. Snedeyker, something like that. Dave Snedeker had him and Kirsten W on. That's the one he's trying to get up tonight. It could be the one on Facebook, but it could be a fake too.
And look at, you know, our his future, you know.
And you look at America. I'll flip it back over to you, Charlie. You look at America. You know, America really is. It's baseball. You know, baseball, apple pie, Chevrolet, and Jesus. You know, that's basically the American model. But you know, this whole thing. When America finally wakes up, there are many people that are waking up, and it's not just America; it's the world.
Absolutely,
waking up. This whole thing started, I think, in 1961 when John F. Kennedy, in terms of the exposure, wanted to expose secret societies, wanted to expose.
I don't think hardly any of his history is probably true. To be fair, he claims he moved all this money around. He claims he was a door-to-door salesman at one time, and he went to sell some shit at a prison. And the person, the governor, the person in charge of the prison, like the warden, just made him in charge of security for all the prisons, and then he worked there for several years. Like none of his shit makes sense.
The CIA, he said, I'm gonna tear it into 1,000 pieces and spit it into the wind. Within 2 weeks, he was assassinated in Dallas, Texas, and that was all about the government coming in wanting to steal the land. And JFK brought it up again. You know, that was all part of the whole plot to expose. And then deep state. I don't care what anybody says. It was not a Lee Harvey Oswald situation. It was a deep state situation wanting to shut him up because he had the potential to do exactly what President Trump is doing now. And
they are preaching socialism at this point.
Now is we have quantum computers. We have
they just wrap it around Trump, and everybody's like, "Oh, it's okay."
The intel, we have the text messages, the emails, and what they wanted to ensnare us with, they got caught in the same trap. So, and you just can't get away from it. So all of this is being exposed. I was on the phone with Lynn Wood 3 days ago, and I'm looking forward to that whole thing, Charlie. And Lynn basically said, yep, from 9/11, JFK to 9/11 to what's going on right now with Judge Roberts. You know, he went right down the line, the pedophilia, you know, he talked about Pence. He said, and there's others. I've got lots of information that's coming to light that's substantiated. He said, I can't afford as a trial lawyer to make statements like this and expect that I'm going to survive. But you notice that I haven't been disbarred because they know that they can't fight the knowledge. So all of this stuff going back years and years and years is coming to a head like a pimple, and it's going to pop.
Yeah,
and people are going it's going to be shell shocked at first, but once they realize that with the QFS and that with liberty and everything that's happening, Charlie, it's going to be amazing. Freedom.
It is. Lynn Wood is an amazing person and a very humble man.
Yeah, he is.
He is.
And that's what we all need to learn: humility and we've been
gratefulness.
Gratefulness for what we have. And you know better than I do, but I watch these award ceremonies in Hollywood. I feel like being sick. The amount of bullshit they talk about each other, and all it is you know, glorifying man rather than glorifying God. And that was not God's plan.
No.
And this is why Hollywood has been destroyed right now.
Well, they don't have a whole lot of God award shows, Scotty.
Nothing wrong with showing gratitude to people like yourself who are talented.
Charlie.
There's nothing wrong with that at all. But
sometimes they get you guys confused.
And it's so intertwined that if they're in the same group, they progress. If you're not in our group, then and I refer to my very, very close friend.
Ricky's still awake? Yes.
Yeah. I mean,
the only reason I know is when he actually falls asleep, his eye flaps actually come over to protect his eyes. He has translucent eye flaps, and then his tongue that has a sticky thing that hangs at the end will just begin to droop from his mouth. Sometimes the spikes on the back of his head will raise, depending on how happy he is.
He very, very kindly sent me his latest movie, The Sound of Freedom. And I don't watch movies. I never have done, but I watched that one and I was like, wow.
Where can we find that?
What?
Where can we find that? I'd love to.
It's not being released until the end of the year.
All right.
I spoke to Dennis Rice, who's the producer and director. And he said, look, Charlie, we've got a summer where people need to wake up and feel some happiness first before we show them this. We've had a year of tough times. He said the timing of this is going to be very, very important. So, no, but it's a true story. Tim Ballard that's recovered all these children from the trafficking. And I interviewed, in fact, after this interview, I'm interviewing her again. I interviewed a girl yesterday who was trafficked from the age of 18 months old, sold by her mother, 36 years. She was trafficked all over the world. And then she told me something that just tore my heart apart, where she'd had 18 children and they'd sacrificed 17 of them in front of her.
That's exactly right. I have a similar girl that came to us that SRA, satanically ritualistic.
What? I've had 18 children and they sacrificed 17 right in front of me. Satanically ritualistic children, SRCs. It's like a puppy mill. Come on.
Where can we find that? I'd love.
Yeah.
All right.
I spoke to Dennis Rice.
Why wouldn't you take care of that then? Why would you just?
He said, look, Charlie, we've got a summer.
Nothing you can do about it.
Wake up and feel some happiness first.
Before
we show them this. We've had a year of tough times. He said the timing of this is going to be very, very important. So
Dennis Rice and ask him.
It's a true story. Tim Ballard that's recovered all these children.
I'm excited to meet the cleaning lady one day. That Twitter account has me rolling, dude.
I interviewed a girl yesterday who was trafficked from the age of 18 months old, sold by her mother, 36 years. She was trafficked all over the world. And then she told me something that
Hold
just
on.
tore my heart.
That's where it's at. 26, 28. Let's see,
Dennis
25.
Rice is
Here we go.
Producer, director. And he said, look, Charlie, we've got a
Dennis
summer where
Rice.
people need to wake up and
I wrote that name down.
before we show them this. We've had a year of tough times. He said the timing of this is going to be very, very important. So no, but it's a true story. Tim Ballard that's recovered all these children from the trafficking. And I interviewed, in fact, after this interview, I'm interviewing her again. I interviewed a girl yesterday who was trafficked from the age of 18 months old, sold by her mother, 36 years. She was trafficked all over the world. And then she told me something that just tore my heart apart, where she'd had 18 children and they'd sacrificed 17 of them in front of her.
That's exactly right. I have a similar girl that came to us that SRA, satanically ritualistically abused, was actually crossbred by two different bloodlines, the 13 bloodlines. She was created crossbred bloodlines, and then was highly sought after, trafficked from the time she was a little girl, kept in cages. The handlers' parents would pick up hitchhikers and they would
The bloodlines?
dismember the bodies in front of her, make her eat flesh to say, look, this is we're eating the body of Christ, and we're to divide the body of Christ, and was sent actually to that doesn't matter, but long story short, she said, Jeff, I've been to Epstein Island multiple times. I've been to the White House. I've watched the secret. She said, I've had 30 children. They were all taken from my womb at 6 months and sacrificed.
Yeah, that's right.
And I'm thinking, you would have told me this 10 years ago, 5 years, I would have said, that's just
that's
crazy.
fantasy.
Charlie sounds like he's performed one of these.
Stuff that's been happening under the White House in the
That's
dome,
right.
Charlie.
That's right. And then you get the coat hanger out and you just untwist the top of it.
This is like just the church has been sheltered. People have been sheltered. We've been lied to. And this is what these guys are all about. And God is exposing this. Thank God for patriots. Thank God for believers. Thank God for it's time. It's time. This is just sick, dark, Luciferian, nefarious. It's just ridiculous. But my heart goes out like you. My heart goes out saying, you had what? They were taken from you at 6 months out of your womb.
Yeah, they would have
opened me up and they pulled the babies out.
No, yeah, people that were making money from selling kids seems kind of stupid to make a child wait all the way till it's born, which is the first lady, or wait till 6 months when you could probably wait another month or two and go in and remove or hire a doctor if you're going to do it, and then sell the kid. Like, oh, they made me deliver so they could rip it apart. Okay, perfect.
And they living and they.
Oh, nothing. We're talking about what we're going to have for breakfast tomorrow, Rita.
And you think you got problems, talk about navigating.
Yeah. Sabrina was the girl, and I talked to her yesterday, and she said, would you ever come on my show? I said, for sure I would. When's your next one? She said, tomorrow. I said, right, I'll be on tomorrow's then. So I had to shift things around today. That's why I was happy to hop on with you guys early. That's coming up this afternoon, me going on her podcast. But wow, this is why I often say we need to be grateful for what we have, because some people have had it tough. And she's a beautiful soul now. I mean, what a beautiful soul. She's got a long way to go, a long way to go. Because
only God can
exactly right.
fix a mess like that.
Yeah.
And make a message out of it. That's what's great.
Yeah.
Well, Juan O said in, I listened the other day to a fireside chat. Boy, he was in full mode.
107?
Yeah,
exactly.
That's great that his name is 107. 107.
But he was saying, I've never said,
Ricky, you figured it out.
I always said for the last year and a half, it's going to be April 1st. He said, if something doesn't happen by the end of April, he said, it's going to. He said, trust me, believe me, it's going to happen.
Yeah. But the thing is with 107 and myself included, and we've both been given distractions on purpose because of the followings we have.
Yep.
And I'm old enough and ugly enough to say it's over here and get everybody looking over here while they sort it out over there. I don't care. As long as we get to the goal, which I know we're going to get to, I'll be the puppet all day long. I'll be the distraction. No problem at all, because there's no bullets involved. It's just trolls. I can cope with trolls.
Well, you were buzzing pretty good this morning before we started recording. You must have had some happy juice or something, Charlie. But I know there's things that that you just can't tell.
This is the hardest thing, Jeff. They've said you can let out bits about the QFS, but I think probably the biggest thing is for people to understand that the QFS is a system, is God's system, and Jasara now is linked into the QFS. And once the green light,
it's God's money system. You remember when Jesus went into the temple and flipped the tables of the money exchangers in the temple and said, "This is not of God," and give unto Caesar what is Caesar, and give unto God what is God. When he was tested about paying taxes. Well, that was because he was laying the groundwork for the quantum financial system. He had no computer or cleaning lady yet, so it was too early. He was too early. He just had to get it started. No Dennis Rice. I took his name down as executive producer. I haven't checked yet.
Director number 2, and number 2 is director number 1. I speak to number 2
about right.
twice a day, 3 times a day, every day, and number 2 talks to number 1 10 times a day.
Wow.
So we're getting the information accurately. And we're just waiting patiently, sometimes not so patiently, but most of the time.
What was his mathematic equation here? Number 2 talks to 1, and 1 talks to 2 and 3. 3 times a day.
Well, you were buzzing pretty good this morning before we started recording. You must have had some happy juice or something, Charlie. But I know there's things that that you just can't tell.
This is the hardest thing, Jeff. They've said you can let out bits about the QFS, but I think probably the biggest thing is for people to understand that the QFS is a system, is God's system, and Jasara now is linked into the QFS. And once the green light is switched, and I'm the 3rd person in line to know, by the way, and I'm director number 2, and number 2 is director number 1. I speak to number 2 twice a day, 3 times a day, every day, and number 2 talks to number 1 10 times a day.
Wow.
So we're getting the information accurately, and we're just waiting patiently. Sometimes not so patiently, but most of the time patiently.
None of that made sense.
For them to tell us,
so you ain't in charge of shit.
So they put the
You're 3rd or some shit.
So they're just waiting on the first transfers, hopefully today or tomorrow, hopefully.
Yeah.
And that'll be that. And when that goes, the deck of cards will stop.
So Ricky is buying this. Ricky is currently writing a ballad in his head with a 9-minute banjo solo. Of course he's buying this. Hook, line, and sinker.
Start to fall. Everything will start to fall into place then, because the biggest transition when we go across onto the new quantum system is the Federal Reserve will cease to exist.
That's right. No comments.
So
Not scared of trolls. We're just going to turn off the comment
Big Pharma,
section.
The control of the deep state and the cabal, they have no control without money.
No control. That's right.
So their days are already over. It's a bit of like a slow and painful death. They know they're dying and they're still kicking.
Ricky, you were going to say something. I think I cut you off before, but man, that's good news.
It is.
That is good news.
It's super, super, super exciting. And for those people that are involved in humanitarian projects, I've had an insight into the amount of funding that's available. There's enough funding to fund every humanitarian project around the world 10 times over.
Praise the Lord.
And that's all money that's been seized from the deep state and the cabal.
Yeah.
And that we put back into the society the way it should be, and exactly where it should be.
Yeah.
So the gold that came out of the Vatican, that belongs to us.
Yeah.
From what I understand, it was like miles long of dumbs that were filled.
About 25 miles.
Yep.
My goodness.
650 plane loads. Just to put it into perspective.
650 plane loads. That's right.
Yeah. I mean, there's enough gold for every person in the world to have their own birth weight in gold.
I got blocked on a live about freedom of speech. Hell yeah.
The Pacers, the Phoenician family, from the top family had 34 quadrillion. That in real money.
I got fucking mass reported by a man who claims to be a free speech absolutist, whose logo is literally made up of the rolled up Constitution, who has claimed he is the only person. There is no person in this world who cares more about disabled vets, and his only passion in this world besides stopping the deep state scumbags is making sure that disabled veterans are treated equally to everybody else and end up with a middle-class retirement and never lift another finger the rest of their life. And then he mass reported my channel with his a couple 100,000 fans. You'll have that sometimes.
Every single human being on the planet $1 million.
I was a Q Peloton lady. Oh no, they're writing articles about you.
Oh yeah.
It's all very, very safe right now.
The FBI enters the chat.
I can assure you.
Am I getting hot?
That's great.
The lovely thing as well that I can mention to you is that there'll be every single country will have a gold bullion bank.
That's beautiful. That's gold-backed currency, right? You're talking about gold-backed currency.
It's gold-backed currency. It's not the gold standard.
Right.
The gold standard can always be leveraged.
Right.
That's not what this is about.
Yeah.
This is gold-backed currency.
So how does that work then? So not gold-backed currency, because the gold-backed standard can be leveraged.
Correct.
So what's the difference? Because I'm thinking I need to know, and I know other people need to know.
If it's gold-backed, then the gold cannot be leveraged and cannot be sold.
And it's also tracked.
Yeah, it sits there, back, and you can acquire more gold into the vault, but this is all controlled by God, not by man.
Wow.
Because the quantum system is controlled.
That is the stupidest fucking financial system I think I've ever heard. She's saying she was a Q Peloton lady. So Peloton is an exercise bike that you can buy, and it's a cycling class, like a bike you can ride, but it's got a screen and shit built into it. Or some of them you watch it on your TV, and you do like virtual biking, like in a class with other people. And there were news articles talking about how the Anon movement has spread into the Peloton world, because people get online from all over the world, and you would see like usernames like Joe Biden sniffed me, and doesn't this guy look like a pedo? Like that was the usernames for people in there, and so they knew that the movement had spread that far.
Controlled from outside forces. It's no longer under the control of man. Left under the control of man.
It's not. I mean, it's not a big issue. I thought it was funny, but
it's almost like God saying, "I gave you a chance to look after yourselves, and you've abused it."
Yeah.
And I'm taking back that control.
Because
Pelotons are actually pretty cool.
Yeah, of course it is.
Tear down this Tower of Babel.
Yeah.
We're
living in such a one. I'm just grateful to be alive.
Yeah.
To see what's happening and to be awake and aware as to what's happening.
Yeah.
And talking to wonderful people all over the world. And just putting 3 pieces of a puzzle together to get clarity.
You know, I'm thanking the Lord all the time that He allowed me to be born in this generation at this time, for such a time as this. Really, we're going to see the greatest awakening and the greatest outpouring of Holy Spirit onto people. I mean, Joel 2:28, Jeff, I don't believe has really come in its fullness, even though Peter said at the day of Pentecost, but Joel 2:28 says, about pouring his spirit out on all flesh, not just saved flesh, not just people that are Christians already, all flesh. And so everybody is going to have an opportunity to receive him or to deny him,
and to encounter him.
And I think once you encounter God, you'll never be the same. Once you the old life that we've had ain't gonna it's not gonna balance out. We're going to want him. So I'm just so grateful to be born in this time. To see what we're seeing.
Absolutely. I don't think there's another time like it, Charlie. I don't think there's another time like it on the planet. I mean, there's been some pretty amazing things that have taken place in the world historically, but this reset that was actually meant, this hard reset that was actually meant by the deep state, by the cabal, to control, to reduce us to basically, sheep and cattle, to be able to milk us for everything that we are, is turning on its head. Yes, what was it? March the 15th was the Ides of March, where Caesar was assassinated on the steps of the Senate by his own Senate. They assassinated him.
Look what Daddy found.
Of Haman hanging on his own.
The internet Daddy found.
God turned it around. He actually hung on his own gallows.
Oh no! We're getting closer all the time.
America, thank God for President Trump, but it's going to, because of Jassara and because of this is a.
Why did he dye his hair blonde?
I mean, no other leader, no other time in history have we seen this. So this is hands down.
That's going to be my profile picture.
A military God connect, God thing that literally affects the whole world, the globe, and I can't think of anything that equals it.
No, I totally agree with that. We're just very blessed to be alive and awake and aware right now, and to see the dismantling of the matrix, the dismantling of what's evil, and to be in the front line of a war where we don't have to carry guns and bullets. And a massive.
It's a reality show about a motorcycle club. I don't know how real it is, but basically there are a bunch of people that are not like hardcore dudes that are trying to get in a motorcycle club, and the Hell's Angels make them look like a bunch of bitches.
I had another dream about the cannon shot it was like a Civil War type of a dream, and when the smoke began to clear, there were several people that were out on the field, and those are the ones that stood. That you can trust people that'll follow you.
Why is his hair like piss colored?
President Trump, Michael Flynn, that's a patriot. He took bullets for President Trump. Same thing's happening with Lynn Wood and Michael Flynn's General Flynn, Michael's brother, and other patriots. And I really believe that when the second administration is already happening for President Trump. He stepped aside, but he's still president. He never conceded. He is our president. He is the people-elect president, not this paper presidency of little Joe. But when that all happens, the people that have been standing with you that took bullets, a lot of people flipped.
Dude, I know Charlie's been around for like forever. Simon blew up like in a week. He went from less than 10,000 subs to over a few 100,000 subs right after July 6th. January 6th. He blew the fuck up.
The optics, the theater that was taking place.
Charlie's lied about everything to get subs.
Hidden that were in there. They jumped ship.
They're showing their colors.
They were showing their colors.
That's why I think it's funny. When they like talk shit about like a smaller channel. Like, I don't care. Okay, my channel's small, but I haven't lied or made anything up or fucking done anything to get people to fucking follow me. Like, if people follow me, maybe they just genuinely fucking hate you or enjoy me. And that's okay. But at least I didn't tell them that I knew the real king of England.
Well, that's what Donald Trump said.
You better donate to his GoFundMe.
Going bankrupt is you learn who your friends are.
Yeah, amen. Jeff, you were talking about this being worldwide. The reason that it's worldwide is the nations are his inheritance.
That's right.
The Lord is not just doing this for America. He's doing this for the nations, because the nations are his inheritance.
That's exactly right.
And he's jealous for that.
I'm going to have to download and watch this whole fucking 7-episode, one season.
I'm going to erase that out. No,
damn it.
For that. Texas, he has erased everything of man's attempt to make this all happen. God's timing is perfect, and we need to stay with the plan. We need to follow it through, and be faithful. There's really something in growing in faith. God, he said, when I return to the earth, will I find faith in the earth? And I think that's one of the things that we're going through right now is our faith is being stretched like a muscle, and that's how you build faith is you exercise faith like a muscle. That's how we grow faith. And we can't have flabby faith and serve God. No. He's looking for strength. He's looking for strong faith people. And I think that's what's going on right now.
Yeah. And every time he introduces the 10 to 12 guys, it says like this guy's a corporate mediator and this guy's a truck mechanic. Like they're not like outlaws or no shit like that. Like a lot of them are in the business world. It hasn't said Scott and what he is. I hope it says Scott, Patriot Street Fighter, and everybody's like, what the fuck does that mean?
The thing that he's looking for is men to be men.
Yes.
When I started this
Boy,
journey, I was
Joseph.
women, and there was men weren't prepared
Tag
to stand
teaming
up
that
because their
shit.
backbones
I hear
had
you.
eroded. So now it's time, and this
I'm,
is
I'm picking up what you're putting down, brother.
That's right.
Exactly right. Exactly.
Sorry, I'm scrolling through this video, but I got to
Well,
figure this
I
shit
want to
out.
thank you guys. It's been absolutely amazing. And Jeff, I think it'll be good to catch up with you again with Lynn and with Michael.
Yeah, yeah.
And also with Mr. Pillow.
Oh,
Yeah,
Michael,
Mr. Michael
talk about a Patriot and the one that's taking the jabs.
I
Man.
saw a preview of when it looked like they were fixing to fight, and they were all in, instead of being in leathers, it looks like they were all in denim. Like they were doing some kind of synchronized photo shoot. I don't know. It was weird, but it looked like they were getting ready to fight. Right here it is. They're all in denim. Every one of them's in denim. And it looked like they were getting agitated with each other.
We'll,
I want to see him get fucking
I
slapped.
know there's a lot of God connects. Ricky, you're a God connect. You know, we've known each other with Bob Jones.
I'll make a remix out of it.
You know, the world needs to hear solid voices. Seven mountaintops, the mountaintop of music and influence. And Ricky, you're definitely that. So, man, thanks for agreeing to come on today too.
Thanks, Ricky. It's been great to see you.
It's great to meet you and see you too, Charlie.
And we'll do it again. We'll do it again.
Sir. Yeah,
we definitely will. And I'll be working on some others as well. So good to see you, Charlie. Bless it.
There we go. Now we know what Ricky Skaggs had to say. There is one video that I definitely want to watch, no matter what. Because people have been telling me that, well, not telling me. I've seen screenshots of people that were highly upset about what was said in it. Apparently, the David Nino, whatever his name is, the boxer who loved coke more than he loved the sport, and snorted it all away. He did a show today where he was really questioning G-U-E-Z Rodriguez, I don't know, where he was really questioning like Trump and what was going on and shit like that. I know he's on the homepage, and a lot of people were like, "Oh, now he seems kind of panicked." Now I'm panicked because I guess he's still upset about the. It seems like he's pushing the treatment, the medicine. Let me do this. David, somebody had a link to it. I'll just search his name. David Nino Rodriguez. Search this these screen grabs here. Oh, I think it was in this one right here. There's a link. Oh, that's not it. That's a different one. They were also talking about Michael Jaco, his video, and something else. What was the other one they were talking about? Michael Jaco, David Nino Rodriguez, and he's on New Facebook. Oh, goddamn. New Facebook. The Freedom Book or something. Why don't they call it Freedom Book instead of New Facebook? That was what Kirsten W. kept saying the other day. She said, I'm on Facebook about 9 fucking times. And right at the end, she's like, find me at freedombook.com, Kirsten W. Idiot. Somebody posted the link in here. I just got to find it. It should be searchable, though. Damn, why isn't it? Maybe. It should be. That doesn't mean it is, I guess. Should be searchable. Oh, somebody just sent it to me, actually. I just saw it in a preview, and I know that's the right name for it. The right name of the thing. Inbox. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, it was on YouTube. I didn't think he... Oh, maybe somebody else uploaded it. Because I thought he was like banned, or maybe it was temporary. All right, here we go. Thank you for sending that in.
Hey, what's up, everybody? Can you guys hear me all right?
They're saying that they're panicking because he seems like he's nervous about it.
Right now, visiting friends, and let me know if you guys can hear me, because I don't have my microphone or anything like that. Okay, cool. So let's try to make sense. Let's try to make Trump sense out of everything that's going on right now. First of all, the fact that I'm a heavyweight boxing, ex-boxing champion, former heavyweight champion boxer, and people have to go to me for answers.
Well, why don't you tell people that you were a crackhead, a cokehead, much more recently than you were a heavyweight boxer? Actually, that might have been the downfall of your boxing career. Seems that way.
I mean, there's other personalities out there as well. I'm not saying I'm the only one, but there's not enough journalists doing this. There's not enough journalists going out there and demanding answers. They're all just fucking mouthpieces. They're all mouthpieces, and they sit there in front of their desk and they don't want to get fired, so they do what they're told, and it's disgusting. First and foremost, I have to clear the air with that. There is not enough journalists out there demanding answers for what's going on in the world today, because we all know that this is a confusing time. This is we're basically being invaded. We've been infiltrated, and now we're being
basically
invaded. Okay, now
that's like me saying I'm 32 years old, and somebody's like, "What have you been up to?" And I was like, "Well, I was a high school student, so sometimes people come and ask me like, what's Algebra 1 like?" And they're like, "You were a high school student?" I was like, "Yeah." "Oh, you didn't do anything between now and then?" "Oh, yeah. I thought you were talking about something else." The going-ons behind the scenes claim that he could not stick with the title. He could not keep focused because once he got a little bit of notoriety, he also got a little bit handsy with his nose, if you know what I mean. Not in a Joe Biden way.
Is it being let happen by Trump, or is this a complete takeover and we're shit out of luck? So
shit out of luck, buddy.
I personally believe, with the people that I've talked to, that there's probably only 5 to 10 people that really know the answer to that question, and they're in the
Why are you pretending like you do, dumbass?
And that's how I understood it. Knowing this, I personally believe it's the first one. I believe Trump, there's 2 operations going side by side right now. We are infiltrated. We are being invaded, especially at the border. The crisis at the border is serious. And, it's not like what you need to understand, especially with me living on the border, going to Mexico, these kids that are coming here.
He does say it. I don't technically ever watch him, or very rarely do I watch him, because he talks like he's had the sense beaten out of him. I can't stand to hear him. Like it's like words fall out of his mouth, and then he remembers that he knew how to say them. It's the worst thing I've ever seen when he fucking talks. But I didn't know that he admitted that. I have seen a bunch of sports articles talking about his struggle with drugs and blah, blah, blah. Even though they never named Coke as it, he has some people that were close to him that named it as Coke.
But some are career criminals already. They're already career criminals. They know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly.
One thing I do not appreciate this at all, and I think you need to be more honest about this, okay? I hear your fucking audio, and clearly, I can tell that you're copying Scott McKay. All that popping and shit, all that bullshit going on, it sounds like we're listening down the end of a long tunnel, and you're standing at the other end holding a bag of literally popping popcorn and a Bluetooth speaker. That's Scott's thing, man. Don't be stealing that from him. Damn.
Exactly how to play the system. You don't know how good these kids are. Like, they're little shits. They're bastards, a lot of them, man. I know about all this. I worked at an RTC on the border. I know what I'm talking about. Are there good families coming that just want a leg up in society and to make ends meet? Absolutely. There are, but there's a lot of little fuckers coming in here too. So there's no real journalists. There's a few. I have a friend, Anthony Aguero, who's on the border, who's trying to get answers. Oscar El Boo, who's on Facebook. You guys can follow them. they're down there doing their best to get answers at the board, but there's nothing they can do. But there's not enough. There's no mainstream, none, no mainstream people ever asking any questions whatsoever. There's none. And I know what you guys want me to talk about. And before I get into it, I just want to straighten it up and say, look, did you guys see the CGI Biden microphone?
Oh God!
He was outside. He was going on the Air Force One helicopter, whatever they call that, Marine One, whatever. He was getting ready to go on there, and the microphones, his hands was moving, and you could see his hands like as if he was like, merging into the mic, like they were making the microphones disappear. Did you guys see that? Did you guys see the whole microphone video with him, where he's Yeah, I mean, this is CGI at its best. This is CGI at its best. I mean, it's fooling me. I thought the Durham video, when I first saw it, I was like, all right, game on. It's real. It's on. No, that was fake. But Biden is faking everybody out on the planet. This dude, I don't know what this guy is. I don't know if he's a fucking android. I don't know if he's a clone. I don't know if he's an actor. He doesn't even look like the same guy he looked like 5 years ago. His eyes are beady. They're like black. This dude looks like some kind of AI, honestly. And that's the real battle that we're in right now. And this is true. You need to understand this. It all has to do with us, humanity, versus AI. And the people or the beings that
gotta be CGI, gotta be green screen, gotta be fake.
And for what we're going through right now as a civilization, this could be the
I've seen it, and like control. I didn't even know what anybody's talking about. I didn't read. I didn't watch anybody's video. When I heard people talking about it, I went and watched it, and immediately my eye was drawn to it because I thought that looks weird. Like that looks weird. But after you watch it about 4 or 5 times, you can clearly tell that it's a perspective issue. After you watch it over and over again, you can tell, okay, well, it does look weird, but I could be completely wrong. It could be deep or it could be short. There's no way to tell from this fucking video that's uploaded to Twitter. No way to tell.
Controlling humanity to the fullest extent. That's what all this is about. It's us.
I'll show it to you in a minute if you haven't seen it.
Star Trek, Star Wars, Terminator shit that I'm talking about. This is reality. AI is planned and already does and is planned to run every facet.
It was in our damn. It was in our Discord like 3 days ago. We were all talking about Reloxley and everybody.
My buddy Alan sent me a trailer for what's it called? It's called The Last Motorcycle. I don't know if you guys have seen that trailer. It's called The Last Motorcycle, and it's about
The Last Motorcycle. You mean American MC with Scott, the Patriot Street Fighter McGay? Is that what you meant? I think you misspoke there a little bit, buddy.
About self-driving cars.
And how do you donate to my channel? There's 2 different. So as soon as you said donate, that next comment down below you, there's those ways there. YouTube will not approve me for super chats, even though I'm trying like hell. I don't want ads. I don't even think I probably won't even turn them on. But you have to be approved for ads to get super chats, which is stupid, but it is what it is. Anytime you say the word donate in the chat, it automatically pops up.
How self-driving cars.
That's right, Mike Jones. That's right.
Obviously geared for the future, but that's about more control and how they're going to deem every other vehicle on the road as reckless and irresponsible.
Wait, I got to address this. So Biden's first month, he had a little podium next to his podium, and now it's gone. Yes, originally the administration planned on introducing the tiny little alien that entered Biden's tear duct with a razor blade that's mounted on top of his head that the Froggets told us about as the actual controller, and then show how he climbed. Like he was going to he would speak at the small podium, and then he would climb on top of the small podium, leap to the large podium, and then show us how he enters the tear duct. For sure.
So every other car or motorcycle on the road, they're going to get rid of. They don't want you having any kind of freedom. They don't want you driving anywhere.
It's all about the perspective.
Areas. They're trying to migrate everybody into,
especially considering it's got like a windsock on it that has a shit ton of detail, and the detail in Biden's suit where it's real dark black and it's probably like a real fine detail. It's like blended together, so it almost looks blurry. So you expect it to be further behind.
Cities for better control, for smart, smart grid control. This has been the plan all along.
Smart grid control. Okay.
And what I see Biden doing now is speeding up the agenda. And like I said, it's two things. Either Trump is letting this guy air himself out to the American people and the world, or we're in deep shit. And what I mean by deep shit is this is really happening, and we can't expect a savior. Because when I heard Trump talk, and when I heard him talk on Fox News, first of all, he was pushing the jab. That to me is a huge no-no, and I'm not.
But when we all said, "Hey, there's literally proof that, I mean, you might not like it and you might not want to go that route, but there's proof that he and the first lady had it in 2017." You're like, "Oh, fuck you, fake news." We had to wait for him to say it. You could have been prepared for this months ago.
I'm not endorsing that. I don't know where that came from. That raised a huge red flag to me. But here's my point in all this. What do we know is real and what do we know is fake? Well, we do know that Fauci is going out of his way to ask Trump for help because many Trump supporters are against the jab. They don't want it. This one included. Not taking it. You're not putting something that's 99.96% survivable, recoverable. You're going to give me a jab to what make me 99.98%, 97%, which probably doesn't work anyway. And I don't know what's in that shit. You know, if you look at the ingredients, it's some shit most doctors will tell you it's some shit they've never seen before. They haven't even had human trials. And you're going to put that in your body? I think it's population control, and I think it's nanotechnology. Now, that's my opinion. The CGI is getting sloppy. I don't know if it's on purpose.
Well, they said he's been clean for a while, but this guy.
They want you to find out, or are they just so arrogant?
He got hooked on coke when he went famous. Which, hell, I got hooked on coke and nobody knew who I was. So fuck it.
I got the Cash App link down there. I've got a Venmo D-Rod 1977 D.
You just told them that their worst fears were finally true. You just told them that something you told them would never fucking happen. You've never doubted it one bit. You never thought a different way. You always fucking yelled at them and banned them and kicked them out of your fucking chat for saying it over and over and over. We've seen the interviews that you did when you're like, "Are we sure about this?" Yeah, we're sure. We know it. Nobody would let this happen. We heard you go from the military would never let this happen to the military's full of homosexuals, and I think that might be our downfall. And then you're like, "Hey, donate. Hey, donate to me. I'd appreciate a donation."
-Rod, R-O-D, D-Rod 1977. If you want to help out, that's Venmo.
That's your -Rod.
All little contributions help. I've been demonetized on YouTube for telling the truth, for stating my opinion. This is getting bad. But, and then the fact that Trump even talked about.
I don't care that he takes, I mean, I take donations too. Somebody just asked me about the link. But that's probably not the appropriate time to, if I come on here tomorrow and said, "Hey guys, look, Scott McKay was right. I actually fell down into a deep underground military base. I was sodomized 43 times by alien penises, and someone started suckling from my adrenochrome gland. And it was by the grace of God that I got back out of there." He actually, Scott McKay rode in on his Harley, threw a tail whip into the closest lizard person and said, "Get on, Street Fighter," and we rode away into the sunset. Would you guys mind donating to me? Like that probably isn't the time, buddy. It's not the time. "Hey, kiddo, you know me and your mom love each other, but we've decided to get a divorce. Can I have your piggy bank?"
2022 and 2024 is absurd because there is no 2022 and there is no 2024 until we fix 2020. That's just we're going to go into
Yeah.
the same system and think that we're actually going to have a fair election? Are you kidding me? By that time, we will be Venezuela with this guy in office. So my thoughts are
If you
this.
expect to make it out of here alive, you got to keep pushing. Keep donating. It's the end of the world as we know it.
I know we're all.
And I feel fine.
I mean, we're in a civil war climate, no doubt about it. That's where this is at. And the scariest thing for
now
these
I gotta
people
buy
is
this
for us to
stupid
all have
motorcycle show because I cannot find it in the clips anywhere. I'm going to buy
I
it.
really think that's possible. That I really believe we can all come together if we see the big picture and understand that it's them versus us. A small percentage of elitists, a small percentage of elite group of people that want to control this world with AI. Take away all your freedoms, have AI be the main circuit board that controls everything. Absolutely everything. If we could all just understand that and come together, we could overcome this. But we all have to see the same picture. Look what we all just saw with Joe Biden with the microphone thing, his hands going in and out of the microphones. We all know that was CGI. We all know they're
No, we don't. You're literally making that up. You're making the rest of us look batshit fucking crazy, and you're driving a further divide between the right and whatever you consider the socialist Trump right, whatever the fuck you consider yourself. A greater divide between me and you than me and fucking left-leaning people who can at least find their way back to the center.
To us, all of us. It blows my mind that anyone, to be honest with you, if anyone did vote for that guy, that blows my mind. How are you that asleep? A lot of you are saying codes. You know how Trump speaks in codes, guys. I'm gonna look more into it. If I don't know something, I'll tell you right now. I don't know.
Trump. If every time your guy comes out and says the exact opposite of what you're preaching he's going to say, and then you have to say the codes, man. Again, you don't need cryptic text. You don't need a shaman or a native dancer to reveal to you. There's no type of DMT journey. You can just listen to what the fuck they say. You can just listen to what the fuck they say. Do you really think he's actively running coded linguistics for the last 5 fucking years? He's just got them all stored up there? The fuck out of here. He's going to end up there for sure.
Something I'll tell you. That raised a huge red flag to me because I know Fauci asked for his help.
Jason Q.
Fauci went up to him and asked for his help to get Trump supporters the jab. That concerns me. And if I don't know something, I'm going to say it. I'm going to find out. I'm going to talk to Juan. I'm going to talk to a few other people and figure out what's going on with this. And I'll get back to you guys. That's the best I can do. But you better believe. Oh,
yeah. Yeah, he always sugarcoats everything.
I'm not taking that jab. Until we fix 2020, we don't have 2022. We don't have 2024. I'm 100% against the jab. So that raises a huge red flag to me. How you got to even wonder with what they're doing with Biden with the microphone thing, his hands moving in and out of them.
Oh my God, that's not true.
They're an illusion all the way around. How do we even know Trump was on the phone? How do we know what is what now? It's very confusing. This is all extremely confusing. How do we know any of this? We don't. This is all a facade. It's all an illusion. It's the Wizard of Oz, the man behind the curtain. We are living in this reality where Actually,
2023.
we've always
there you
been
go. That's a whole year. No one's even talking about.
It's just coming to where it's exposing itself now. For the first time, people are waking up. Some people have seen it for years and years and years. But for the first time, people are waking up that this is not what we see, NASA, MSM, all that. It's all fucking fake. Look what they did with Biden. You think they're really landing a rover on Mars? That's bullshit. The moon was bullshit.
Dude, he's so fucking mad. You think them piece of shit assholes are putting rockets into the fucking air that you can go down in Florida and look at? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding me? Do you think that they're these giant spinny fucking things that look like a big ass fan on a stick that produce electricity from wind? Are you serious? Wind is bullshit. Wind is bullshit. That's when the dome of our planet gets a dent in it and it pops back out. Jesus, people, what are y'all even thinking?
Then in the 60s, you had
this is my new favorite video.
Cable. And I can barely get a Wi-Fi signal when I'm traveling through New Mexico.
Oh,
and
no.
I'm supposed to believe they transmitted a signal from the moon to your basic cable channels where you need a fucking hanger to get a signal. Give me a break. We've been lied to for way too long, and we need to demand answers. And that's the point of this video is there needs to be journalists out there.
Hey, bud, listen, dude. Listen. Pick your head up. It's the whole thing is just a movie. The whole thing is just a movie.
Beer man.
Uh-oh. Hey, Beer Man. Baby, foo you. Somebody bought me 5 6-packs. Thank you very much for the donation through Buy Me a Beer or Buy Me a Coffee /cold beer. I don't drink coffee nearly as much as I drink beer, but we got a beer for you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We drink beer when we get donations. Thank you for that donation. Very much. I appreciate
it. That dedicate their time and their life to finding and demanding answers because you guys
Dude,
are coming
it's just
to me.
a
I'm
movie.
Champion
Sit
boxer.
back and
I have
watch.
a backbone.
It's popcorn day.
That's what I can give you guys. I can tell you that
popcorn day.
I'll put myself out there to try to find the
David. Would it make you feel any better at all, if I told you that I spoke to a janitor who works in the White House? Would that make you feel any better at all? At all? No? Yeah? Yeah, I've got a P.O. box. It's are you in the Discord?
Answers, but I didn't go to school for journalism or anything like that. I can only just be honest with you guys. And they find me as a threat because they deplat me.
Also, this is kind of weird, but I'll just send an email here. I'll just reply to you. Hell, I'll just drop it. Hold on. I don't know why I just didn't drop it. It's a P.O. box. But also several people have asked me like that they wanted to donate, but they didn't want they weren't trying to. I need to make this a bot. I think they weren't interested in having their name or their information or sending a message on screen. That's fine. You can just donate anytime that the stream is not live, or you don't have to put your name or information on screen. You can just remain anonymous or make up something. Either one. But the donations I get offline, I just say a donation come in for this amount. I don't say anybody's name. I don't do anything like that. There's one guy that wanted to make a donation that watches that is running for political office in a different state, and I guess he didn't want himself tied to me in case it ever comes back to bite him in the ass. There it is right there. Wilbur, CBC, P.O. Box 121. That's the closest town to us, Irwin, Tennessee.
They deplatform me. They kick me off PayPal. I mean, it's unbelievable. So we need to demand answers, and every single one of you need to do it. It's not just me. Every single one of you have to get out there boots on the ground, and go figure out. There's a guy in Washington, D.C. Right now, Citizen Richard or shit, I forget his name. You guys might be able to correct me on that, but he's in Washington, D.C. right now recording everything.
That's the guy who literally said, you guys know that the Rose Garden would be right here behind this building. Now, you look with me through this building and tell me, does it look like they're having a press conference? What about over here? We can see the corner of the Rose Garden. There's no people standing in this back corner of the Rose Garden. And look at these guards at this gate a fucking mile and a half away. Do they look like they're super excited? No, all those things seem normal, though. You can't see through a building. I wouldn't expect to see anybody standing in the furthest corner of the Rose Garden away from the White House. And the guards that are at a gate a quarter mile away are just standing there, killing time. There's no one around but you. You need to talk to some cleaning ladies and get your story straight, brother. They're not under NDAs. The cleaning ladies are never under NDAs. And that's what makes them the best intel.
And nobody's fucking there. Nobody's there. You're meant to be confused. This is what they're trying to do to you. This is psychological warfare. You're meant to be confused. This is psychological warfare. This is spiritual warfare. This is everything. This is the battle we're in. This is what World War III looks like.
This is it. This is the battle.
Richard Citizen, that's it. Thank you. So
she's being pushed by that crazy Kirsten W. The crazy. I guess she's, I don't know, Chinese. I don't know what ethnicity she is. She's Asian, and she's crazy. She's got some kind of weird fucking pumped up ADHD and does meth on the side or something. She cannot stop talking.
The good thing that happened was that video with Durham, right? That deep fake. And then I came out and said, well, hey, you're all getting faked out by Biden. And then boom, the next day or 2 days later, bam, the one with the microphone where his hands going in and out of the microphone. That's a huge fuck up.
Since he's mentioned it 35 times, I'm going to show you the video right now. I'll even put it on the full screen. It's just, it's not true. It's definitely a perspective. The more you watch it, the more you realize, oh, that could be behind his arm. Here it is. Let's go full screen. And it's right at the front. So he walks over and there's a bunch of boom mics right in front of him. All right, right here. So the one is like fucking around and touches his hand. The other one right there. All right, so see the white one, it looks awkward for a second. And then the more you watch it, you're like, oh, it's under his sleeve. It's a perspective thing. The first time you see it, you're like, it looks like it passed through part of his arm. Or at least rubbed his arm. And the more you watch it, the more you're like, I don't know, it's probably behind his arm. It's probably more like closer to his elbow. And nothing actually happened. But that's their greatest evidence that he isn't alive anymore. He couldn't be the president. What are you talking about? Have you seen his microphone magician trick? I guess I can move it up some to where you guys can see it better. I didn't think about that. Hold on, I just paused it, Biden. Let me move it up just a little bit, and that way nobody can claim I had it behind my fucking donation goal. But that's the full video because you can see the timeline bar there.
Not at the moment. Travel to the southern district. Not at the moment.
You can even hear the mic hitting shit.
Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Not at the moment. Have you decided?
Move it over here too, so you can't say nothing about the sticker.
Not at the moment. Travel to the southern border, sir. Not at the moment.
See how green screen it is?
Not at the moment.
I just think the mic's under his elbow. And it looks like it's closer because it's got so much detail in it, and you expect it to be as close as the other mics, but it's actually run out there further.
Travel to the southern border, sir. Not at the moment.
They probably expected him to stop about 10 foot before he did as well. I don't know why he walked all the way up to get in their fucking face like that.
Travel to the southern border, sir. Not at the moment.
Travel to the southern border, sir?
Not at the moment.
Have you decided when you're able to share thoughts with other
That's an ISIS fighter training. We started training them at the White House.
Not at the moment.
Have you decided?
Yeah, we started training these guys right here at the White House. Save some time. We don't have to send the CIA assets over there to go ahead and arm them and train them and then pretend we didn't. We just put them in the White House lawn, and that's one of the it's one of the old ISIS boys getting ready to deploy. You know, we gotta go find somebody to fight in the Middle East. That's the policy we're going back to now. Anyways, that's what he's complaining about. And he's like, you can tell, everybody can tell. No one can say that video's real. Yeah, I can at least say there's just a good, probably a better chance that it's real than anything else. That's going to be hard to match an outdoor like that and multiple moving items and shit. And the one mic is green screen. It's been set in, but the other mics that he literally cups and touches the other mic with his hand, that was a real one. That was so you wouldn't notice the fake one. Why wouldn't they just bring two mics? Why wouldn't they just bring two mics to the green screen shooting? Why wouldn't they just do it in person? They've got if they're faking this, they've literally had every day since January 20th to get together and film this video. Have you not seen what they do in movies? They put motherfuckers in skin-tight green suits with balls over their head. Balls fucking all over their body. Tracking balls. And then they can make them look like anybody. Idiots.
They have a lot of questions to answer, and they're just going to lie to you some more. They're just going to lie to you some more.
P8, PA aircraft. So, I'm assuming you meant the Monkey Works, not Monkey Weeks, right?
Guys,
so an aircraft.
D-Rod.
Is P8 a
1977 D-Rod 1977?
Oh, there's the donation links again, guys. P8 is
my McDonald's
P8 Poseidon.
I'm trying to take a break,
it's like,
but I know I needed to address the situation because it's just gotten that crazy. It's gotten that crazy.
It's an aircraft they use over the ocean for like looking for shit, recon, looking for submarines, shit like that.
I'm getting a lot of emails saying, Trump endorses, the jab. I'm telling you right now, I know Fauci went to ask him for help. Why Trump is helping, I can't answer that. I have to look into that.
To get close to him, that's the only way he can slip in there.
I'm not getting it.
They're probably doing an exercise.
But we all know
there's actually been a bunch of P8 Poseidons. They've actually been a bunch of them down there for like weeks. He's been talking about it. They're probably doing some type of exercise, or there could be a credible threat that something's underwater there. How the Cubans have built submarines before just to try to get here.
That there's something very strange happening. We all know our reality doesn't make sense, but to be honest with you, it's never made sense. They just gave it to you in packages. They just packaged it up and gave it to you in a way that it would make sense. You went to school. You got a job. You got married. You had kids. That's all you did. School, job, married, kids. School, job, married, kids. School, job, married, kids. One generation after another.
Wait. How many times you going back to school before you get married and have kids? That seems like a ridiculous cycle to keep up with. I would understand school, job, married, kids, divorced, married, maybe a kid, divorced, much younger, remarried, and that death.
Another, pay your taxes, pay your taxes, pay your taxes, pay your taxes.
Married kids.
Now the veil's been lifted. And you all have to question yourself, why do we keep doing this routine? Why do we school, job, kids, married, kids, pay taxes, school, job, married, kids, pay taxes, school, job, married, kids, pay taxes?
I want to say he did. I might be completely wrong. I want to like this. Take this as a grain of salt. Maybe I'm completely wrong and thinking about somebody else. I want to say he did something like battlefield flight tracking or air traffic controller or something like that. And he was with he was at one of the spec ops bases, like the fucking Pavlos and shit. I'm not positive. I don't know why. I just instantly thought that when you asked, but I could be completely wrong.
Ask yourself, why are you living in this reality the way you do?
Why are you living in reality? Why are you guys even living in reality? Why are you living in reality? Leave reality and come with us. You ever been to a med bed? You ever seen one? Me neither. Well, we can try. He reaches slowly through the computer screen.
None of it makes sense. But now, this is the Great Awakening, and we could start making sense out of this.
The Great Awakening took a nap, motherfucker. There ain't no Great Awakening. Wormwood passed by. No one fucking ascended. Jason Q's still doing so much goddamn meth, he started stacking boxes in front of his refrigerator because he knows he's not going to need it for months. Like, come on. That is over with.
But the veil has to be lifted, and guess what it is? Paradigms are shattering. Paradigms are shattering. Demand answers. Demand answers.
Yeah, but Jay High Ashbury, if you don't have children, you can spend their college funds on 8 balls.
Answers. I do. I demand answers, and I'm asking you guys to do the same. Get your fucking asses out there, boots to the ground, and start asking questions.
Yeah, he's just they are always patrolling like that. But there's an unusual number because he watches it year round. So there's an unusual number, like a higher number than usual, in a really kind of a confined area. Well, not really confined. It's the whole eastern coast of Florida, basically, all the way from the mainland to the tip of the peninsula and back and forth. Different patterns there.
D-ROD 1977. I'm out of here, guys. Later.
D-DR977.
What do you think of that?
What'd you think of that? That his plug was in the room. His plug was in the room. So I don't know. He might have slipped off the wagon again. We all like to get high. That's okay. Sorry about your universal basic income. And also sorry about your universal health care, and sorry about you never having to work again because all the robots did all the work that was allowed. Sorry about all those things that you were his plug, his drug dealer, his coke guy. He might be falling off the wagon. Who knows? I understand why they were upset now. I wonder if Patriot Meat Biter got his shit up yet. Let's see. I'm so when I get off here, all I'm gonna do is watch that stupid fucking motorcycle. I'm gonna buy it. I'm gonna buy it on Amazon and just watch it until I fucking figure out what Scott did and why his hair is blonde. Why did you dye your hair blonde for this one filming of a show you did in 2017? Strange. What a badass. Oh yeah, it is up, I think. No, that says streamed 1 day ago. Maybe it never went up. It isn't up, but it is on it is here on Facebook. I know what he was trying to upload, and I know where it's at. If you go to facebook.com, I actually had it open earlier, I think, that the guy I was telling you about, Dave Snedeker or whatever, it's on his Facebook already. It has been for like 3 days. Dave Snedeker. Videos. The Indoctrination with Dave Snedeker. Or at least that's what they were saying. This is from a day ago. It's from earlier. As seen on the show. What's this one? What I think they were on there on Sunday. So today is Thursday. Let me see. It was just Scott and Kirsten. I think after they finished their Sunday show, they did it. Somewhere here. Let's see if I can find the link. I had this pulled up earlier, and I thought, well, he'll get it uploaded surely by the time we get there. And now I don't have it pulled up. Not good. He did finally give up on uploading his, though, so there's that. I guess he couldn't figure it out. It froze at 63%, and he couldn't get past it. He went off about it the other night. Blah, blah, blah. Grow up. I'm looking. I know they dropped the link here earlier. If it's still there, it does. I'm on his channel. It doesn't look like it's still there. What's this one? Multiple times. He's on 7 and 8. Oh, his chat's getting mad because there's a Patriot Street Fighter 9 and 10, and they keep going there, and people are like, why don't they tell us that? Why doesn't he say something? It's not his real channel. Well, you've been watching 9 and 10. The guy who's stealing his videos is not going to tell you he's not the real channel. You would have to find the real channel before he told you that it's not the real channel. Doesn't that make more sense? What's this? Copy the link and paste. Did you see it? Where did it go? Deep cleaning and curling on a daily basis. No, that's not it. I think this is, we can watch this though right quick. Let me grab it. Where's the link? I think I've almost figured out who some other people around Scott are. I'm gonna keep looking. Let me grab that one. Let me see if I can find the link to something is happening. Fake account. Something is happening. What are y'all talking about? Oh, they're mad because the video went up. Somebody shared it from the fake account. Maybe it's not on here. Indoctrination. That's not it. That's an hour and 58, but I don't see anybody behind. Oh, that's only from a day ago. This is 3 hours. It's got to be either be. Let me see if it's this one or that one. Hold on. I just skimmed through it and see if either one of those people are on it. I'm almost positive the guy shared it on Facebook a few days ago. And made a big post about it that Kristen W. and Scott McKay were going to be hosting a portion of his show or some shit. I mean, I could be wrong, but is this it? No, that's him again. I'm pretty sure this guy wasn't even on the show. He let like them host and like broadcast to their channel or some shit. Oh, that's somebody named Craig Campbell. That's not him. Let me try another one. From Tuesday night show. The fuck? Which one is it then? Not that one. It's not that one. It's this one. That's not it either. Well, I thought we were going to get to watch it. Regardless of whether he got it uploaded or not, but because he did not get it uploaded. That's for an hour and 58.
Awesome.
Is it him or? Oh, of course, it's just him. This guy doesn't. Oh, no. This is it. I'm sorry. The guy doesn't list any guests on his, like, the title of his show. It's always the indoctrination with David whatever, and that's it. Like, he doesn't list any guests or anything. So let's check it out. I'll pull it over for you. I didn't realize he had only uploaded it a day ago. I thought it was a few days ago.
Oh, thank you, Patsy. I wasn't paying attention to chat.
Okay, I guess this part is just silent. It always makes me feel more comfortable about it. Awkward silence in a show, dude. blowing smoke, collecting money, but he is funny. Yeah, I am funny. I don't know what I'm saying except for fucking reality. There's no lizard people. There's no baby eating lizard people, especially. There's no fucking ascension. There's no goddamn aliens controlling people. There's just not going on. Are there bad people in the government? Absolutely. Do you hide them by claiming everybody are the bad people in the government? Absolutely. If I work at a bank and it gets robbed and I'm the only witness, or I think I'm the only witness, I think I could identify the person, and he runs into a crowd of 1,000 people, and the cops bring me over to this crowd of 1,000 people, and the cops are like, who did it? And I'm like, everybody. And they're like, no, just point out the guy. Like, try to pick the guy out. And I'm like, everybody. They're all bank robbers. Fucking lowlifes. Except for this guy who agreed with me once at a gas station. He's good to go. Everybody else has disagreed with me at some point in my life. They're all the fucking bank robbers. Do you think they're going to get him? You think they'll figure him out? Doubt it. I get paid to sit on a microphone, drink beer, and talk shit. I think I'm living the best
everybody.
life.
How you doing? Good to see you all. We have some very special guests today that I'd like to welcome into the room here. Hold on one sec. Hello, Scott, and hello, Kirsten.
Hello, Scott, and hello, Kirsten.
Thanks for your patience.
None of you are in the right squares. It's just all me. And Scott, you have your own square. But luckily it lines up with your half wall that separates your urinal from the rest of your house.
Getting dialed in here. And it looks like we have some technical difficulties here, folks. Hold on one second, please.
In a world of pure imagination.
Hi, Kirsten. How are you?
Hey, good, good.
And trying to get Scott in here as well.
He was just there. You lost him, buddy.
And here we go.
Hey, honestly, you should probably hand over the reins to Scott. You know, he's a professional radio man, okay? I don't know if you know this. Son of a general. Professional radioer. Radio-y. Radoer.
Scott, and I am going up here. Hold on a sec.
Separates him from the rest of the patients in his home.
Yeah. Guys in.
Now, Scott, this is your personal corner. You can put anything you want on that wall or that wall. Okay.
There we go. Scott, how are you?
When we leave the padded section, what do? Put on our helmet.
I'm doing fantastic, Dave. Good to finally get a chance to meet you.
Yeah, it's great to finally get a chance to meet you as well. You are doing some fantastic work. So I'd love to commend you on that. And I'm just honored to be with both of you right now, because I think, Kirsten, between you and Scott, you guys are just reaching so many would-be patriots and patriots as well. So I'm just honored to be here with you today. So thanks for joining us.
Thank you.
Likewise, it's good being.
The guy sounds like a forking douchebag. He's not even ready for the full throttle, no brakes, auto scope lock, full auto trigger meat hammer that I'm about to bring down on this scumbag.
I guess, as they say that I am.
This is just the intro, brother.
I met a match on the opposite side.
Girl.
Just a girl.
Oh yeah, I've heard that before.
That's her secret. That's her disguise. That's her disguise weapon. She can use that to make an unsuspecting enemy, which is a huge, huge mistake.
Yeah, exactly right. Don't underestimate. So, hey, Scott, tell me, if you wouldn't mind, tell our audience how you got into this fight.
This fight started many years ago. I out of college, I went down the political path. I was being recruited for Navy flight school, and I lost the virtual guaranteed contract under the chain.
When he says he was being recruited for Navy Marine flight school, that means that he signed up and passed the test. And they're like, yeah, you can You can do that. And that's what it also means when he says virtually guaranteed slot. That also means somebody's like, yeah, sure. Virtually guaranteed is just as good as unguaranteed. Unguaranteed. Nah, I already did the research. He calls his dad the general, and he calls him the general. His dad made sergeant in the Army, maybe staff sergeant. I've been there's a name very similar, but with a different, maybe staff sergeant. Let's just say that. But he calls him the general, so his chat thinks that his dad's a general in the Army, and Scott's just never corrected them.
Any Bush era that he was a DefSec under Bush 1, cutting back the Reagan buildup. So I didn't get to serve my country the way I wanted to. So politics became a passion. I had just retired from the.
Couldn't get in. He tried like hell. One time he went, and there was a budget cut. And then the Marine Corps called him and said, "Hey man, you still want to join the military?" And he said, "Fork yeah." And they said, "Have you had your physical yet?" And he said, "No." And that was just the end of that story. Last time he told it, that was just the end of it. He didn't schedule one. He didn't say I could do it next week. He didn't say I'll go today. That was just the end of the story.
Competitive bodybuilding world before that, and I started working campaigns and outside of business doing those kind of things. And after 16 years, I then realized that the machine was corrupt. I had just finished working 2 presidential campaigns as a Republican in Los Angeles, mind you, like being in Apache country.
Wow.
So yeah, I was managing a statewide assembly race in 2004.
Well, that's not exactly how you told the story before. Hold on, let's go. Let's check the tape right quick, because I believe we need to hear how he told the story before. Give me just a second. It wasn't just about managing or helping with election campaigns. It was the fact that he had always been a super intimidating figure his entire life. So he had to put on leather and blue jeans and his biker boots and go stand in a doorway to get some paperwork done. I kid you not. All right, let's see how you told it the first time with your beret on, your leather beret. Let's talk about that meat hammer. Oh God. He's a radio guy, so he's all about his audio. Yes, he also decided to he sold he was part of a pyramid scheme called Dupli for a while. I got his radio interview where he called into Dupli All Stars Radio.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with
Saldana, thank you for joining the cult. I appreciate it.
Liberty and the pursuit of happiness. That to secure these rights, governments are able to absolute despotism.
He's a bit of an audiophile, if you can't tell.
It is their duty.
Drive him crazy if his audio wasn't as good.
I guess it might be 2 weeks ago, roughly. And so the purpose for those of you who are here, welcome. The reason we're here tonight doing these live streams is because we know that there's a lot of uncertainty out there. So
Texas Freedom Road, thank you for joining the cult. No, he was never in the military.
Tonight. I know you're used to me coming here because the tipping point is it's a full throttle truth hammer. And I think people kind of have a view that
Listen. The tipping point is a full throttle truth hammer. That's the best way to describe it, because it literally means nothing to no one. First of all, I don't think the truth can be delivered by a hammer. And second of all, I've never once seen a throttle adjustment on mine.
That all I have, the only tool that I have, is a sledgehammer when I'm going after the deep state. And actually tonight, I'm going to show you, I actually have a velvet hammer. Don't be so disappointed. I mean, do you guys really think I'm just this high-speed locomotive barreling down the tracks on fire with dragon teeth, headed right toward Washington, D.C. every time we're on the show? I mean, come on. That's exactly who I am. But we're going to take a different track tonight. And I'm going to share some things with you that happened in my world since you people blew it up. Quite honestly.
All my chat says meat hammer.
A radio show on Revolution Radio, having some fun, taking my shows, uploading them into a video narration.
Look, if the only guy in the video decides to show up in a leather beret, does it look like I'm taking this too serious? I'm wearing a leather beret. Any moment, I could just break out and dance.
amateur hour, and loading those up onto YouTube so people can see them whenever they miss them or people around the other side of the world are sleeping. And then I put up a video. I put up one video just to tell a story about what's really going on. And 300,000 of you blew my whole freaking world up. Blew it up. Now, I don't even know where to go. I mean, look, I'm just, you guys blew my world up.
Can you take a picture? You're not going to be able to lean over this.
So anyways, that being said, I never saw you people coming. I'm thinking, wait a minute. People come to Revolution Radio because they know I'm a truth hammer, and nobody gets quartered with me if they're a deep state criminal. If your head pops up out of a hole, I got you scope locked, and I only have a full auto trigger. If you're a criminal, if you're a deep state banker, if you're a dirty politician, whoever, they're targeted.
By the way, he never went back to fix the fact that he said deep stank banker. What is a deep stank banker? I don't know, but I want to find out. I've been in some deep stank, but never once have I paid for it or been paid for it.
Speed locomotive barreling down the tracks on fire with dragon teeth, headed right toward Washington, D.C. every time we're on.
Locomotive barreling on fire, dragon teeth, Washington, D.C. on fire.
The show,
full auto scope lock.
That's exactly who I am. But we're going to take a different track tonight, and I'm going to share some things with you that happened in my
listen for deep stank
world since you people blew it up. Quite honestly, I'm just a guy doing a radio show on Revolution Radio, having some fun, taking my shows, uploading them into a video narration, amateur hour, and loading those up onto YouTube so people can see them whenever they miss them or people around the other side of the world are sleeping. And then I put up a video. I put up one video just to tell a story about what's really going on. And 300,000 of you blew my whole freaking world up. Blew it up. Now, I don't even know where to go.
I've actually got 39 and a bunch more on D Live and a bunch more on YouTube. 43 is not even accurate, but good shot. You got me.
I'm just, you guys blew my world up. So anyways, that being said, I never saw you people coming. I'm thinking, wait a minute. People come to Revolution Radio because they know I'm a truth hammer. And
you know what? His channel's bigger than mine, but so are his fucking pussy lips.
Nobody gets quartered with me if they're a deep state criminal. If your head pops up out of a hole, I got you scope locked, and I only have a full auto trigger. If you're a criminal,
scope locked,
deep state
full
banker,
auto trigger,
politician,
two
whoever,
things don't exist.
And so
deep stank banker.
I can see having an audience a certain size. And then I put this video out.
Jesus Christ.
300,000 you jump on like a bunch of bloodthirsty piranhas. I'm like, holy Mary, Mother of God. What do these people think? I mean, did I just
bloodthirsty piranhas?
Shitload of bloodthirsty Mel Gibson Patriot style patriots. I'm like, this is awesome. So that being said, you people have blown my mind. I never saw
this. That's
never
it.
saw this coming. So I'm going to tell you what's happened in the last 2 weeks, what's happened since last
Holy
Thursday.
shit.
Once again.
Someone got a hold of some Ritalin before the first show.
And you blew my mind again. Since our live stream on Thursday. I'm telling you right now.
Blew my mind right out the back of my throat.
I'm exhausted. I am going on fumes. And I was thinking, you know what? I can't cancel this show tonight. These people will literally murder me through the internet if I do. Because anyways, so that being said, all of this is because of you folks. So I have to tell you, I'm trying to watch your boards a little bit.
Don't be part of the deep stank.
Hi, Shills. We have any shills here? You know, it's been fun, folks.
Hi, Shills. He knows we're watching. Hi. Love you. He knows we're watching. Hey, Michelle, I know you feel inadequate when you come to my show. I'll look up your OnlyFans and leave a tip later so you can feel something in your fucking useless life. See ya.
And I haven't figured out. I'm going to have a moderator actually work on this. So when the shills pop up, I'm going to let them decapitate them right here on this, because the thing you learn about when you become somewhat visible, more visible than I was, because of you people, the shills pop up. And you know, these guys are fun.
The
because
shills.
Some are deep state paid shills. Some are just boneheads. And I'm like, okay, they want to come in here while
I want to get on the
information and they.
If I'm going to be talking shit already and checking out all your fucking followers' OnlyFans accounts, I would love to get paid if you know how to sign up for a deep state shield bank account. I've tried and tried. I'm watching it anyways. I might as well make some money while I'm there.
They want to start dropping their bullshit. They want to go onto the YouTube channel and be dropping their bullshit there. Most people say, you know, don't pay attention to them. You know, it reduces your message. I'm like, oh, you kidding me? That's how we got here.
Sexual Tyrannosaurus.
The politicians at bank. It's fun because I take some time. I read virtually all of these folks. I can't touch them all, but I try to get read them all. I'm like, oh, it's on. So I just jump in and I pound on them and I pound on them. I don't care who you are. If you're showing up.
So Scott used to have a much higher tolerance for sexual innuendo. I don't care what these young, sexy men come in here all oiled up. I just jump on there and I pound on them and I pound on them. He also used to say all the fucking time, I just fucking, I'll ram it down their fucking throats just over and over again. Just the truth and the truth. I don't care who they are. I'll pound on them. I'll pound on them. He's filtered a lot of that out, but This is only about a year old.
Among a group and a forum of a bunch of great people that want to be patriots and learn about what's going on. And you want to start dropping your little mini bombs in there. Guess what? I'm opening the bomb bay doors on your ass. And that's what you're finding out. Most people let it get away with it. But let me tell you what's really fun. What's really fun.
I'm going to drop a bomb on your ass.
Because I have a lot of good friends. People know who I am. They've known me for a long time. I'll talk about that in a minute.
Good
but
friends.
What's fun is on Facebook, when I post a lot of stuff. Lately, I've been too busy with this. But when I post stuff on there, and some shill jumps in there and starts throwing their BS down, it's fun to watch my friends pile on. I mean, they'll gang tackle this moron and beat the shit out of him.
Those are not your friends. I've seen your friends. I'm even friends with your sister on Facebook. Looked her up. But those are the people that you hopelessly feed all this hopium to over and over again. They pay for it through the fucking ass. And you just keep feeding it to them. Of course they don't want anybody to disagree with you. They're just as fucking crazy as you are. No one wants to take the medicine. So when the crazy man up front is giving the lecture and the nurse comes in and is like, it's time for medicine so you guys can go to sleep, you're like, fuck it, we're watching this guy. Shut up. You're the crazy lady. But you guys are in a mental institute. But we outnumber you. Okay, here we go.
Until he goes away. And I see you people doing that here on YouTube on our, this is our channel. This is our live stream. And Scott McKay's. It's just the Tipping Point live stream. This is our platform. And watching you guys pile on these shitheads and pound away on them is freaking awesome.
Watching you guys pile on these shitheads and just start pounding away on them is forking awesome. I swear, dude, he was trying to recruit for some type of big MAGA gay orgy. And it just so happened that it fell in his lap that he had to start talking about aliens. Like, he would much rather have the orgy in his half-wall apartment. But this is the life he lives now.
And I'll watch down through some of these.
We're listening to him recall a different, going down through his beginnings differently.
See something, I'm like, I'm gonna square this dude up, and then I would, and then after a while, I learned how you people work. I'm like, oh,
I used to say, I'm gonna square this dude up. By saying something, you realize that all the people want in your chat is attention. So squaring this dude up or your fans attacking him, that's all he wanted. Like, you could ignore him, but then he thinks it's even funnier. I don't know that you're gonna win that.
This is gonna be good. I'm gonna sit back. I'm gonna watch what all my teammates do, and I just sit back and I start going down through, and I see you guys just pounding on this shill, dropping all.
Whoa, pounding on his shills.
Kinds of stuff on him, and I'm like, boy, buddy, I bet you regret that. So you shills, we know who you are. You know, we'll just give you one B slap right here tonight, and know that you've been checked. And so just know we're coming for you too. You guys, it doesn't work, obviously. Otherwise, if you had anything to say that had any value that would change people's lives, you'd have your own channel, but you don't have the balls, you don't have the game. So
I have youtube.com/Will Bard, home of the Cold Beer Confessional. Welcome.
So you got to come here and interfere with our party. And that's all right. Sometimes we get some rowdy folks here and they'd like to slug it out with you clowns. All right, we got the shills out of the way, so we're going to have fun tonight. Anyway, so people, I had a conversation today with, it's funny, now that you guys have taken this video,
Okay, let's skip ahead where he talked about how he got started.
It was like 300,000. Come out. He's risen to heights that few have. And I've been chasing him since Thursday. I couldn't do it all day today. I had a 5-hour courses. I got to keep my business moving. So I'm going to throw this more Patreon level about what's happening with this crime syndicate week. That was before I was a sophomore. So here's a story.
He is beyond an alien. He had an entire show last week building up to the fact that he claimed that he saw a picture, that he was sent a real picture of a 15 to 20 foot, 1,000 to 1,500 pound alien human hybrid that was rather exotic, beautiful, and Asian. And she was sitting down to dinner with a Turkish prime minister. That was an entire show he did last week.
67 people, the end of the season or the end of the summer before football practice, we do strength and agility testing. So tonight,
whatever.
Guys. And then he pulled a rug out from underneath me and I fell apart.
Oh, here we go. Here's the military stuff right here.
Tonight, looking at this saying, man, I couldn't do that or I couldn't do this. I can tell you, I spent many years in the wellness industry selling people on themselves because I can look in their eyes and I could figure out, I know what's in here. And
he just told you he's a con artist. He not only did he spend this time in the wellness industry, he spent it in the pyramid schemes. So he can see, he can look at you and tell what you're self-conscious about. He can look at you and tell that you're nervous, or tell that you're not paying attention, or tell that you're whatever you got going on. And he can sell you on something. Right now, he's selling you on this bullshit for donations.
I spent many years pulling stuff out of people and saying, look at that. Yeah, no shit, that's you. You don't know that, but that's you. And that's how I was able to get people.
That's you. That's you. This is you in 10 years, as long as you let me sign you up for Dupli. Now, it's $650 a week, but I'm going to tell you right now, you're going to get at least a tenth of that back in cashback bonuses. And once you sign up your first 14 Superior Gold ambassadors, you'll be right up there with me. You got friends, don't you? Let's call them up. Let's call them up. See if they want to join your team.
To completely transform their bodies and then their minds and how they saw themselves. How could I do that? I was that guy. So I end up on the national competitive bodybuilding stage. At one
national
point,
competitive bodybuilding,
turning the corner, I was genetically gifted. I didn't know that, but I just happened to be, and I was good. I wouldn't have said that back then. I was too humble. I never had tank tops on, never wore shorts. Nobody ever saw me dressed like that. I always had covered up. It's always covered up. You saw me on a stage, that's it. So you can ask anybody. There's people that know me from my hometown. They'll tell you the same. I never saw the guy in a tank top or shorts or whatever until it was all over. Then maybe. But so, anyways, I decided I don't want to be a competitive pro. I want to be a Navy Marine Corps pilot. I want to blow shit up and kill bad guys. That's what I want to do. I left Venice, California.
Shit up and kill bad guys. Navy Marine Corps pilot. I want to blow up shit and kill bad guys. Hell yeah. You want to do infantry? No. I want to be a pilot. Only a pilot. That's all I'll do. Pilot.
I went back to Pennsylvania. I walked into a Marine Corps office. I want to be an aviator. I want to take my AQT FARs. I'm not going to scrape ships, blah, blah, blah. The Marine looked at me and said, you're probably better suited for the Navy. I was 265 pounds, 5'11 and a half, 265. So I went to the Navy office.
There's young Scott joining the Navy.
Captain Shirley said, yes, can I help you? Never looked up.
There's young Scott joining the Navy.
Exams for aviation. And then he looked up at me.
You're a jerk, Cold Beer. Welcome to the show. I don't know what the fuck you expected to get out of this. That's the whole fucking gimmick. I'm a jerk. I'm a piece of shit. You're a fucking Satanist. You're welcome. Wish you would have read the synopsis.
And he looked me up, scanned me up and down, didn't grin, didn't laugh, didn't say leave, didn't say, oh yeah, Top Gun, one of you two. He just said, okay, when do you want to take him? And I said, in 6 months, maybe 6, 8 months, I got a lot of work to do. I got to strip down a little bit unless I want to be in a cargo plane or something. So he said, yeah, come back. I came back in about 8 months. It's 205 pounds, transformed my body. I look completely.
Yes, he said that he's genetically gifted several times. He also says that he brought up one time, which I never even brought this up, when I was talking about the Purple Heart. He's like, of course I didn't serve, but let me tell you something. My dad was in the Army. So basically, I was in basic training in AIT for 18 years. That's not how that fucking works, okay? It's not that way. All you're doing is taking away from everybody who did go through basic training and made it. Like, that's all you're doing. That's not how that works. Your dad being in the Army does not put you in basic training for 18 years.
Different, and he nearly fell out of his chair. And I took my AQT FARs, scored in the top 10 percentile of the Navy. Boom, I'm going to Pensacola. Scott's going to be a fighter pilot. That was my dream. And then
hell yeah,
he was the defense secretary of Bush one, cutting back the Reagan buildup, decapitated the programs, needs assessment. If they don't want to spend money there every quarter, that's a review board. 200 candidates, 200 candidates, 200 candidates, 200 candidates. When they hit my review board, 5. What? They guaranteed me a slot. I'm going to be a naval aviator if I made it through.
So now it was a guaranteed slot. I called him out on this. It's not a fucking guaranteed slot if it didn't fucking happen. And he's since changed his story to all but guaranteed slot. All but guaranteed slot. It literally happened 3 days after I made his video. But he claims he doesn't watch. I think he's watching. Love you, Scott. Thanks for the view.
Force, which I figured I would. And guess what? My dream was shattered. I walked away from my track to be a professional bodybuilder because God wanted me to blow shit up.
Shattered.
And then he pulled the rug out from underneath me and I fell apart. Navy, Marine Corps calls me up a few months later because I took my ASVABs for Army, and I scored the highest you could score in the flight aptitude rating here. My academic was here. ASVAB, it was reversal. Marines called me up one day, said, Scott, they took the highest of each score, put them together, called me up, explained to me that I was a genius, and I wasn't going to tell them shit. I'm like, let them buy that.
Explain to me that I was a genius. Okay, got that. So they want you. They explain to you that you're a genius. They've got to have you. Then what happens, Scott? This is your ticket in, right? You want to serve? You want to do this? Here's your ticket in.
You a spot in the next class. Unfortunately, didn't have my physicals. They said, Scott, oh, we thought you had your physicals done. Nope. We can send you to Willow Grove, and you have your slot, but we won't get the physicals back for 2 weeks. Dream shattered again. That's all over. Long story.
What? We won't get the physicals back for 2 weeks? Okay. That means you ship in 2 weeks and 1 day. What do you mean dream shattered? 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Your lifelong dream of blowing shit up and killing bad guys, you gave up over waiting 2 weeks, not for a physical, just for waiting for the shit to come back? Waiting for a report that said good to go? Damn. That was pretty easy.
Pretty short. Had a business track in Pennsylvania. That's where I learned to become a public speaker, network in business,
Dream
learned a lot
shattered.
about people. The best education I had about people,
Dreams
relationships, all the most important things in life was right there in that world. And then I set sail for the West Coast, was in the wellness industry. I was training people in Hollywood and great people like the executive, the behind the scenes, the executive people that run the whole machine, great people. And then I moved to Nevada. Before that, I was working political campaigns. That's the important part. 1990 was when I worked my first political campaign. And then
beer don't work out, but doing none of these fucking
races, and it's all volunteer stuff.
glass
Then I get up
bottle
to,
curls.
into California, and it's 1996. So I would jump in here, jump in there. By 2000, I'm a precinct captain for the George W. Bush W down here, the war criminal. And so I worked as campaigns, precinct captain in Los Angeles, and then
I explained the same thing to him. Yeah, I'm not getting into a pissing match, but I explained the same thing to him and how my scores worked that night that we first talked about it. But I'm not doing that tonight.
2004, same thing. Precinct captain, served on the Central Committee as a treasurer, Republican Party, all that stuff I did in there.
Yeah, actually, funny enough, he never mentions that he was selling Dupli on a level where he was calling in to a national radio show called Dupli All Stars. He just leaves that part out. Strange. I don't know why. I don't know why he says, I don't know why he fucking doesn't bring that part up. We've heard the tapes. You call in under your real name. You tell them that you're living out in Las Vegas, and the business market is warming up, especially for anybody who's out here trying to make some money with Dupli. Am I right? That was his exact quote.
And yeah, by the way, if you're a Republican in Los Angeles, figure that out. How bright do you have to be a Republican? Say, I'm going to go work in Los Angeles politics as a Republican. I would have been safer in Apache country. Believe me. If you just saw what I had to
here's
deal
where
with
he
on
is. Here's
election
where he
day,
uses the
and what you see
intimidation.
Here, this is true. My teams would be going to precincts on election day, and they got to check the voter rolls. And the people working the desk, all these little snakes, are typically Democrats. And what they're doing is they got to hand over the voter rolls to my people through the day and see who didn't vote. Whoever didn't vote, get them all down.
Okay.
Get on the phone, get it to the phone bank. They work the phone banks, get people out to vote. That's how you run elections on election day. Here's what I deal with. When I was all day long, I was the enforcer. Ring, ring. Okay. Yep. Where are you? Okay, I'm on my way. Yeah, they won't.
Wait a second. We are in the end times. They are purposefully exposing the evil cabals. So when the Antichrist comes on the scene and takes down the deep state cabal, everyone will see him as the savior of the world. And as the Bible says, they will marvel after him, and he will deceive the elect if it were possible. Okay? You see, the Antichrist doesn't come with horns and a pitchfork. He comes as a false light. So the Luciferian false light Antichrist will take down deep state cabal. It's the devil playing both sides. So Trump is the Antichrist. We heard that rumor earlier. Here we go.
All that stuff I did in there. And yeah, by the way, if you're a Republican in Los Angeles, figure that out. How bright do you have to be a Republican? Say, I'm going to go work in Los Angeles.
How intimidating he sounds.
I would have been safer in Apache country. Believe me, if you just saw what I had to deal with on election day and what you see here, this is true. My teams would be going to precincts on election day, and they got to check the voter rolls, and the people working the desk, all these little snakes are typically Democrats. And what they're doing is they got to hand over the voter rolls to my people through the day.
I was the enforcer.
Whoever didn't vote, get them all down, get on the phone, get it to the phone bank. They work the phone banks, get people out to vote. That's how you run.
This is like his third video he ever did.
Here's what I deal with. You know what I was all day long? I was the enforcer. Ring, ring. Okay. Yep. Where are you? Okay. I'm on my way. Yeah. They won't give them the voter rolls. By law, you got to hand them over. So what did I do? I always had a pair of biker boots on, jeans, t-shirt, like normal, walk in,
jeans,
t-shirt, thing in the door, look around, make contact, walk over. Where's the voter roll? And then they hand it out really fast. Here. And
oh shit. He showed up in biker boots,
Hey, Beer
tight
Man.
ass fucking jeans. Hey, Beer Man. Enjoy. Don't share with Ginger. She's a bitch tonight. Thank you very much, Patsy. Thank you for that donation. We do appreciate it. That was a donation through buymeacoffee.com/cold beer. Thank you. So he's wearing his biker boots. He's wearing his tight jeans. He's wearing his kids medium t-shirt that he always wears and his leather beret. He stands in the doorway. He makes eye contact. He stares for a moment. He walks over and makes physical contact, saying, "Where's the voter rolls?" And they're like, "Here, sir, take them. But the way he describes it nowadays, or at least on this show, is like, "Look, I tried to run. It was what it was, but it didn't work out. But I thought you were the enforcer. You're basically a superhero in your own mind. You are the one-man mafia." The one-man mafia wolf pack. Thanks for intimidating all those people that were doing paperwork at a desk. I don't know where we'd be without you, brother. I don't know where we'd be without you. I don't want to find out either.
We're working the Bush campaign, regrettably so. But great candidate for the state assembly. And it was at that point when I had an offer from a business guy, said, "Look, I can raise millions. You're electable. Move to the Glendale district." He said, "I've seen you here and you could, and I turned it down. And he said, "The hell you mean no?" And I said, "I'm never stepping inside that beltway until I can create enough wealth so no man owns me. Because when I get there, I'll be the most hated man in town." And so he said, he respected that.
So he doesn't go to Washington, D.C. until he's a millionaire or possibly a billionaire, because he would do things that people would hate. So he can't go. Fuck saving the country and trying. I can't go because people will hate me. And then what do? Instead, I'm just going to wait until I become a billionaire off someone's Social Security check they just donated.
2006, I had walked completely away because after seeing that the 911 inside job by the Bush Cheney cabal, the Clinton, Mossad, CIA operation, I knew that there was nothing that I could do. And then finally Trump came around. I saw that announcement speech. I knew in 5 minutes what was going to happen. And I jumped back Armenian voice, like on Facebook, stuff like that. A couple years later, I started the Tipping Point on Revolution Radio. And that was over a year ago. And then one day I did a live stream about 8 months after that, 10 months, like a week after the election, to explain to people that this was a military sting operation. And it went just vertical. First live stream I ever did. It caught me by surprise.
So that's how he started. Right after the election, the first one that he really took off, I was wrong. I thought it said it was about 8 months ago. It hasn't been that long. Right after the election, he did his first live stream was saying that this was a deep state military operation that had watermarks on all the ballots. They were sitting back waiting to see who would actually cheat, and they were going to check every ballot for the watermarks, and if it didn't have them, they'll throw them out. Of course, we all know that to be true now.
Fantastic.
Kind of got thrust into this. Yeah, I just got thrust into it.
Thrust into this.
Just took on its own life.
I'd say you volunteered for that thrusting. If I had to ask, if I had to guess,
as a result of what these politicians have done to the country, and people are ready.
There's his military lingo. Hold on, 8:33, and I'm just getting comfortable with war. Really, the war you've never been to.
Enough wealth so no man owns me, because when I get there, I'll be the most hated man in town. And so he said, he respected that. By 2006, I had walked completely away because after seeing that the 911 inside job by the Bush Cheney cabal, the Clinton, Mossad, CIA operation, I knew that there was nothing that I could do. And then finally Trump came around. I saw that announcement speech. I knew in 5 minutes what was going to happen. And I jumped back with a voice like on
that's Stephen Yuen from The Walking Dead. He just went through his transformation. Come out a little worse for wear. That's Glenn from The Walking Dead, basically. It looks like Negan really did take that bat to his face.
Facebook, stuff like that. A couple years later, I started the Tipping Point on Revolution Radio, and that was over a year ago. And then one day I did a live stream about 8 months after that, 10 months, like a week after the election, to explain to people that this was a military sting operation. And it went just vertical. First live stream I ever did. It caught me by surprise, and
fantastic.
I kind of got thrust into this. Yeah, I just got thrust into it, and it just took on its own life. A lot less of me being responsible, and more as a result of what these politicians have done to the country. And people are ready for somebody to say the things that they say at the dinner table, the bar, at the water cooler, with a veracity that nobody wants to say it. So I just happened to, and for me, it's an outlet. I'm unloading all this angst over decades of watching these scumbag politicians destroy our country, practically.
Unloading all this pent up sexual tension. I think that's what's going on. Okay, I think I don't know if he has an issue with his hands. Maybe he can't grip something that perfectly symmetrical round. I don't know. It seems like some, with all the sexual innuendo in the first couple of videos, and then all the pent up angst that he's ready to throw at these scumbags, talking about cramming it down their throats and just jumping and pounding on them. I don't know. I'm just saying. That's what I would guess if I had to. Now, I'm no Scientologist, but I can make a good guess.
Yeah.
So that's the long and short of it.
Fantastic. And what's the why? What gets you up every morning?
The children. Stopping the nightmare. And that's why I started the Tipping Point, when I learned the nightmare
to
about
make you angry.
Ritual abuse, torture, brutal sodomy, murder, cannibalism among the elites in the world, and 800,000 kids being taken a year in this country, 3 million worldwide. Once I found that out, then I was willing to give up my anonymity and come out into the open and call these animals exactly what they are and come into the fight. So that's really every day I get out of bed, because I know no matter how tired I am, and this is a 7-day-a-week thing for me all day.
I'm surprised that Kirsten's fucking head hasn't exploded. I've never heard her not speak this long. Never. She's always in a constant state of just barely audible humming, even when she's not speaking, until she can get her next word in. I've never seen this before. She's clearly sedated. If I believed the same shit that they believe, I would immediately scream clone. Something's up here, or her camera's frozen and she left 10 minutes ago to rewire the house.
There's children right now being taken and tortured, and that's the long and short of all of it.
Yep. I want to get back to that shortly, because that's the big one for me as well. Kirsten, would you mind introducing yourself a little bit, like how you got into this fight as well? I know we talked
those
about
numbers from Tom
last week.
That's the only number guy I know.
Well, I
Tom
got
numbers.
I was doing short videos, a lot shorter videos on YouTube, and I started breaking down the drops. Can I even say that alphabet or not?
Not yet. We always go with 17.
Okay, the
Seems to work for
17
me.
drops. I was doing the 17 drops, and then my friend Rick, blessed to teach, introduced me to Gene, and then I had Gene on, and then I had a bunch of people on regular. Now I have Scott on regular, still have Gene on, and I have Bishop Larry Gators on. I used to have George Webb on, and George Nassett's coming back. So that's my intel guy, so it's all good.
Don't try to put me in your fucking twisted fantasy. Like, I'm sorry you grew up to be a dried up leather sack. But some of us are still sexually active, and we don't want to be part of yours.
Yeah, it's great. George only does my show. He won't do any other shows, and we're doing a movie about his life soon, and I'm going to be in it, so that should be good.
Fantastic, fantastic. Well, he picked a good one. If he's only going to do one, he picked a good one.
Something's wrong with her.
Scott and I are-
Something is wrong with her.
He picked me because we were both tweeting about the arrest of Comey, Strzok, Lisa Page, Clapper, and John Brennan at the same time. They were calling him crazy on Twitter, and we tweeted on the same days, and he's like, that girl is on it. And of course, we have my really good friend Tori Saz, who is the intel for Millie Weaver, and she and George are a little bit
It's something. Something's going on.
Like,
I've never seen her this calm.
Techie, because she has part of the supercomputer, the supercomputer, the Hammer, to her disposal. And
I always feel like at any moment she's going to start digging at her own skin, taking apart the computer, and also vacuuming the floor. Like something is up. She's sedated. I don't know if they sent the deep state in, gave her some kuru from Hillary Clinton's brain. I have no idea what's going on. Something happened.
She has Patrick Berge as her sidekick. They give all the intel to my other good friend, Millie Weaver of InfoWars, that I've been on. And I'd like to tell everyone, as I told Alex Jones when I did InfoWars,
Vacuum the keyboard.
I'm not a shy com.
Dig it out of her belly button like
Chinese
Hunter.
from a British colony. I'm not a shy com.
All right,
So,
good. Well, we got about 1,200 live with us right now, and I just wanted to welcome everybody. I'm David Snedeker. This is The Indoctrination. We have two very special guests, and Scott McKay, Patriot Street Fighter, and Kirsten W. And as I say on the Truthcast very often, is find these folks.
I already told you I would visit your OnlyFans later and make you feel like Daddy cared about you all those years that he didn't.
Sending people your
I
way,
know you've got
Scott,
issues.
since
I know it's usually solved by a man with a wallet. No, I can't come there in real life. I'm married. But I don't mind tip and leaving you a special note so you feel like you don't have to fucking Minecraft yourself in a bathtub tonight with a bottle of wine. Okay? You'll pull through.
I found you probably, I'm fairly new. I think I found you maybe a couple of months ago, maybe three months ago or so. And I think I had heard you like a year or so ago, connected briefly, and then kind of lost track, and then found you again, and been sending our people your way. And Kirsten, I met you through Gene Decode. And so I just wanted to kind of like introduce you guys to my audience and vice versa, and also connect with you on what today in particular, and then I have a few points I wanted to ask you about, but was there anything today that you woke up to that you were like, oh my God, I can't believe that happened, or I want to talk about?
She used to have a very lucrative contract with Boom, Tough Actin' Tinactin. And then of course, you know, that ended.
About that today.
well, I had a thing about someone that told me that Scott had said something about there's going to be something going on next month. Did you say that, Scott? About next month?
Next month.
You know me. I don't fall on any dates or timelines. I hear that.
All
I
right,
hear that
so-
all the time.
I heard he said 8:37 a.m. on the yeah, right?
That got out. I can't believe that got out.
Yeah, we stay away from times and dates as best we can. We make some speculation.
I have some intel.
Go ahead. No, please.
Okay, so you know that the trial for Derek Chauvin is going on in
Somebody
Minnesota
dropped their wallet.
now.
Did you hear it? Somebody dropped the wallet. It shook all three fucking cameras. All that grifting money stuffed up in there.
They're, of course, looking for crisis actors. What happens when they're looking for crisis actors? That would be an event waiting to happen. I'm exposing it right now, so hopefully they know it's exposed and it doesn't happen. But I think we have 2 weeks in this month where
It's a lot of times it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. When you find either a fake internet post or an actual post that needs crisis actors for either a part in filming or a training exercise, and then you claim that you posted it and helped to prevent it from happening when all along it was never going to happen. So you're telling me that the deep state can ensure that their guy wins. They can control everything for the last fucking 15 million millennia. They can keep us from knowing about alien technology, med beds, adrenochrome, kids in tunnels, dig these tunnels, live in these tunnels, steal all our money, pull the wool over our eyes. But they can't figure out how to get 10 people on location without posting on Craigslist? Makes sense. Hell yeah. I would say the same thing.
an event will happen, and it's definitely
Mr. Zulu.
the area where it will happen because, as you know, Minnesota, all of those zones that Trump created, the zones for people that are in middle income opportunity zones, were bought up by BlackRock for peanuts
6'8"?
because
Damn.
they were destroyed by the Antifa and Black Lives Matter on purpose. And of course, you know, all the bricks, the Acme bricks, were dropped there for them to break everything. That was from Warren Buffett. And I had
those are Buffett bricks.
Bird on my show. And I freaked
Patrick
out
Bird.
when he said that Warren Buffett was his guru, or, you know, to some effect. And I'm like, that guy is a criminal. Why are you saying that on my show? That he's your guru when he's a huge criminal and he's donated tons of money to, you know, the Gates Foundation. And as you know, the Gates Foundation, when they do, everyone says they're philanthropists.
You know these psychopaths started out with this Save the Kids shit, and they were actually big advocates of the actual Save the Kids nonprofit. Huge, like donations, marching for them, raising money for them and shit. And then they convinced themselves that Bill Gates, or at least a subsidy under him, owned the Save the Kids nonprofit, and they all freaked out and basically started flagellating themselves. And then they stole the hashtag away from the actual nonprofit Save the Kids. They hijacked their hashtag and flooded the fucking internet so you cannot find the SEO when you go to look up the actual, or used to not be able to, when you go to look up the actual nonprofit. They took it over so they could grift amongst themselves and stand outside with a T-shirt covered in baby handprints and scream while this actual organization was going out and saving kids.
Philanthropists, they donate to their own charities. It's like a big circle. The money doesn't go anywhere except back to them. So basically, that's what's going on. So Minnesota something's going to happen. That's all I have to say. A little intel for you, a little birdie told me.
Did we actually see the was it a Craigslist ad or for the crisis actors? Do we know where that was posted?
They are not doing Craigslist ads much often anymore, unless it's some, you know, low level.
I would say less of them donated. Like, I'm talking about the actual people in the movement. I would say less of them donated as they did raised awareness and got donations, because where I live in like small town rural bumfuck. A lot of people believe all this shit. Like, if you tell them anything about Nancy Pelosi, they're like, hell yeah, I knew it. And those people were always sharing shit on their timeline and getting people to donate for their birthday and shit like that. But I don't think any of the influencers donated. I don't know. They might have.
Event, you know, a high level event would be, you know, the Clowns in Action. As you know, the Clowns in America, their events are happening. You know,
can you guys not hear it? Can you guys not hear how she hums in between syllables and words so she doesn't have to stop speaking? She's scared to death that once she goes silent, she'll never be able to make a noise again. The only comfort she's found is her own voice.
If you watched my show a couple days ago, that Dan Scavino
well, yeah,
all the tweets out from all these different military, different groups in the military that were all tweeted out by different CIA operatives. So yeah, so it's they're all over. As I mentioned a long time ago, there was only one group that was really loyal to Trump. That would be the Army, because they had Marines that were bringing in illegals, and they brought in 5 snipers by mistake, and they were arrested in Camp Pendleton for bringing illegals in for $1,500 a pop. We also have Air Force, which has been dumping.
Wait, I don't even know. So it's almost overnight. Almost overnight. These people will flip on a dime for fucking anything for Trump to make it make sense, to keep the grift alive. So they, like, people Trump appointed, they used to love him until they disagree with him once. And they're like, oh, that guy's always been part of the deep state. Stuff Trump did, they used to love it until he said, oh, I don't know if we should have done that. And then they fucking hated it. So they've went overnight, almost. It's been about 3 days it took them to go from, don't worry, we're watching a movie, and you know we can trust the military. We can trust the military, and they would never let this happen. 2, the military is going to be our next downfall because they're full of homosexuals. That is an exact quote from one of these grifting shows called Frog News Network. The military cannot be trusted because they're absolutely full of homosexuals. They have flipped, and now she's like, oh, it's full of these people, and it's full of those people, and they were all illegals. They were all illegals. That's why they arrested the snipers. They were supposed to send infantrymen, and they sent snipers. Then they found out that they were illegal snipers. What? Hold on, we're going back. Not too far. I can't take it too far.
Back to them. So basically, that's what's going on. So Minnesota something's going to happen. That's all I have to say. A little intel for you. A little birdie told me.
Did we actually see the was it a Craigslist ad or for the crisis actors? Do we know where that was posted?
They are not doing Craigslist ads much often anymore, unless it's some low level event. A high level event would be the Clowns in Action. As you know, the Clowns in America, their events are happening. If you watched my show a couple days ago, that
a meth-breasted Robin
Scavino basically was showing all the tweets out from all these different military, different groups in the military that were all tweeted out by different CIA operatives. So yeah, so it's they're all over. As I mentioned a long time ago, there was only one group that was really loyal to Trump. That would be the Army, because they had Marines that were bringing in illegals, and they brought in 5 snipers by mistake, and they were arrested in Camp Pendleton for bringing illegals in for $1,500 a pop. We also have the Air Force, which has been dumping chemtrails on us and has created that weather warfare in the Midwest right now, because they're pulling the winds down and creating the tornadoes right now in the Midwest. And that would be the DOD, Department of Defense, working with the Air
Hell
Force.
no. Breathe.
And of course,
This bitch has gills.
The Marines exposed, and of course the Navy. All the head ones were corrupt. So Trump had to clean them out. I don't think he's completely cleaned them out yet. And of course, the last but not least, the wonderful FBI that does the cleanup for the CIA. The FBI and the feds are looking for 500 more patriots that they want to arrest that entered the Capitol building.
Crazy.
And they already arrested 300. They kept my friend Brandon Strzok in jail, solitary confinement for 2 weeks. On what charges? We don't know, but we know that the FBI, at least half of them, are extremely corrupt. They also hired Antifa. They also basically do all of the cleanup. Okay, so if you want to talk about, all of the, Seth Rich, clean up there, clean up on aisle Seth Rich, clean up on aisle Vegas shooting, clean up on aisle Parkland shooting. That would be the FBI. And
oh God,
20,000 CIA operatives remaining. I think it's the numbers down a little bit. And we have 30,000 FBI, so half of them are corrupt. So we're dealing with 15,000 plus the CIA. That's 35,000. So Scott, there you go. Scott's looking so intense.
What?
Okay.
Seems like a daunting task to clear out the hornet's nest when you probably just need to torch it. Those numbers are daunting for sure, but I think that we ask where do all these 209,000, it might be up to 221,000 sealed indictments parked on the sidelines at DOJ over a couple of years under the Trump administration. That kind of explains who these people are, why they're these sealed indictments, which begs the question, what's going on with them? Where are they? Same question. It's what's really going on behind the scenes. There are obviously two, I guess, Kim Clement, people talk about it all the time. I've not seen it. Prophesized two presidents at this point in time. And, there's the whole thing is a very interesting, unorthodox evolution in American history on, the control structure and who's really working this thing, working this machine and making it do whatever they want it to do. I still am firmly under the belief that the Patriots still have maybe not full control, but they're in enough control that they're trying to land this plane versus crash land it. And if it were anything other than that, we would see much more aggression from this Khazarian mafia cabal power raining hell down on top of humanity because they want to get it over with quick. They're at their end game. So I think we would see a heck of a lot more oppression out there if they had any real control over what's going on. You're not going to get, people don't understand a president, how can president let this happen, let that happen, all these things, but people don't realize it's an enormous task to be the president. You put people in place to handle the billion things that go on every day. Right. I know, and I've come to appreciate it since, this kind of explosion happened in my world with Patriot Street Fighter. None of this was planned. It was completely accidental. God. And just getting from the beginning of the day till the end of the day, I'm thinking
it was an accident, and then I gave them the truth hammer, and they couldn't get enough of it. I had to give a couple of them the Plan B pill to get them back off the truth hammer. They're gonna have truth babies.
It's just unreal to think that he could have complete control of everything.
Yeah. It's very much a daunting task. I find managing what I'm doing as well, and I know that you both are very, very busy in that way, and to be able to handle all the things that he did in that time period, and this plan, which we fully trust on our Truthcast, and have been researching it deeply. One of our specialties is digging deeply into the 17 drops. And we're still digging. Like last night we did the deltas.
Still digging
on yesterday. We did the deltas on today, and this is potentially boom week based on those deltas. There's a constant reminder that we get that Patriots are in control. We get that at least once every 2 days. And also that enjoy the show just keeps popping up. It just keeps popping up. And then the March Madness, I had an interesting take on that last night. Just a thought, actually. I don't even think I had mentioned it. But that what we're witnessing, I mean, I just watched a couple of the Grammy performances this morning on YouTube. And, we're canceling Dr. Seuss, but we're giving Cardi.
I hate this guy's voice.
And on a bed with another woman and men. And it's
shut him down.
It's madness that we're experiencing. And so what I've shared with my folks, the Snedheads, I've basically said, listen, remember at the end of the movie.
She's dead asleep. How long has she been asleep?
With It's a Wonderful Life. When
There
every
she
time the
was.
bell
Now
rings,
she's
an
topping
angel
again.
gets his
Okay.
wings. And I just said, every time something absurd happens, that's a message to us
To be fair, it's not her fault. Her eyelids are closer together.
that the Patriots are in control and they're allowing, they're scripting
Let's see when did she drop her head? Okay.
this plan, which we fully trust.
It's like listening to Tom Numbers.
And have been researching it deeply. One of our
Warm bed with fluffy blanket and amazing supportive pillow equals 6,852, and so does Tom Numbers doing a 4-hour interview with Charlie Ward. So there you go. It's meant to be.
specialties is digging deeply into the 17 drops. And we're still digging. Like last night we did
Still digging.
The deltas on
anytime that there's not a drop or you don't understand what's going on, you fucked it up. You read the cryptic text wrong, and you got to go back and fix it.
On yesterday, we did the deltas on today, and this is potentially boom week based on those deltas.
Boom week.
There's
Boom
a
week.
constant reminder that we get that Patriots
She had to get her
are in
phone to
control.
pretend like she's
get that
doing something.
At least
Oh no.
once every 2 days.
No.
And also
Oh,
that enjoy the show just keeps popping up. It just keeps popping up. And then the March Madness. I had an interesting take on that last night. Just a thought, actually. I don't even think I mentioned it, but what we're witnessing. I mean, I just watched a couple of the Grammy performances this morning on YouTube, and we're canceling Dr. Seuss. But we're giving
Big Mad Caroline,
another woman and men, and it's just
she's punched into her Dakota ring.
That we're experiencing, and so
drink more Ovaltine. What the fuck was this?
With my folks, the Snedheads, I've basically
she stopped
said,
texting a while ago.
Listen,
She's just barely balancing. She's just barely balancing.
It's a Wonderful Life when.
Caroline, listen. I know that you're part of this fucking movement and you can't see your grandkids and you don't have no hard candy to hand out. And you haven't seen their smiling faces and your bitch of a fucking daughter took a job in the city and it's further for her to come. Plus you're right on the verge of dying of coronavirus that you don't even believe in. But I can verify all that because I used the word dork. But I can't help you there. Okay? I know this is probably your 5th time on the internet and every other time has been to 107. Why don't you go suck his dick? Why don't you go suck his dick? I think we got it. I think we can give you an address in a couple days.
Every time the bell rings,
Big
an
Mad.
angel gets his wings. And I just said, every time something absurd happens, that's a message to us that the Patriots are in control and they're allowing.
Scotty's looking at 16-foot Asian exotic women porn. This is the most turned on he's ever been. You guys heard him describe that human alien hybrid, right? You heard him describe where he's like, it was exotic, and I'm not even going to lie. It was kind of sexy. You heard him say that. Now look how much bigger Kirsten is than him, and when he's looking at this screenshot they got. That's all he can think about is that 16-foot, 1,000-pound Asian ambassador exotic lady sitting down to have a meal with the Turkish Prime Minister.
They're scripting the black hats just right off the edge of the cliff.
Thank you for saying that.
You're welcome.
You're the first guy that I've heard.
Did he say they're scripting the blacks? They're scripting the blacks right off a cliff? Is it what? 24. I want to back up too far. I don't have to re-listen to
They're
something.
allowing, they're scripting the black hats just right off the edge of the cliff.
Thank you for saying that.
You're welcome.
You're the first guy that I've heard say.
I bet you after their podcast, they put Scott like way down in the fucking corner, like as far as he can get. Like while they're still FaceTiming, they adjust his camera like this. They put him way down in the corner like this, just as small as he can get, and then they blow her up to where you can just barely see her thigh on the screen. And he's like, "Oh yeah, that's right. Oh yeah. Now speak. Can you speak Turkish? Can you speak Turkish?" Hey, Beer Man, someone bought you a 6-pack. Thank you very much, someone. I appreciate it. As a donation through buymeacoffee.com/cold beer, where we substitute all the coffee for cold beer. Because I never was a Folgers top.
Directly and distinctly, exactly what I've been saying. The black hats have a gun to their head, and they're being forced to commit suicide by carrying out their own intended plan, which was basically stopped and now has a governor on it. So I'm glad you drew that same conclusion.
It's no longer it's no longer a full throttle black hat meat plan. It's got a governor on it. They can't be full throttle like me. You're governed. You've got a governor. You're like the snapper lawnmower, and you are stuck in turtle. And I'm stuck beyond rabbit. Full throttle, wide open, scope locked, full auto.
The first I actually thought about it, my co-host Todd Gedominski and I were talking on the phone and over the summer, and he said, "Hey man," he says, "I got a theory. I think the white hats are actually in control of the media." And that was the first time we really started thinking.
No. Look, she only has one fucking eye open. You cannot tell me she's typing. She has one fucking eye open. She's out. I'm going to back up just a few seconds. I'm at 24:57. She's not typing this time. There's no goddamn way. She has one eye open. One fucking eye open. All right, here we go. She's at 24:57, so I need to go back to, let's see, 24:14. Watch this. She blinks one hard once, and she's getting ready to fall out her fucking chair. Look at this. Here we go.
Thank you for saying that.
You're welcome.
You're the first guy that I've heard say directly and distinctly.
When her head goes back down, watch.
The black hats have a gun to their head, and they're being forced to commit suicide by carrying out their own intended plan, which was basically stopped and now has a governor.
She's still texting right now, but wait.
Drew that same conclusion.
Yeah. We've been the first I actually.
Here we go. Here's the end of the text. She's gonna send it. Now watch. She put her phone up
over the summer, and he said, "Hey man," he says, I got a theory. I think the white hats are actually in control of the media." And that was the first time we really started thinking about that. And then I got a few,
she fixed herself. She's going to be asleep before the end of the interview's over.
Platforms that they were doing that, but I also I think there's a certain level. I'm not sure if it's 100%.
Kirsten is amazing. Eyes so low, she looked like she's an Asian. She's going to get it.
Heard about it, but I didn't see it.
Okay. So the Vax episode, which I just watched yesterday.
They didn't get a masturbate while he talked about aliens and dumbs and shit. He couldn't figure out how to upload a video today. He couldn't figure out how to upload a video. Even with his shitty audio, even with recording through a fucking cell phone while he surrounds himself with 3 computers in his tiny little corner, he couldn't figure out how to upload today. They're jonesing. They don't know what to do.
I'm not connected to anything. Like I haven't watched mainstream, and I can't even remember how long, other than clips on, YouTube or that my team sends me to research. But in the South Park episode, there was a
South Park
shot of
an. Is that where we're taking this?
Can't believe I just said that, but I slip every once in a while. But there was a package of that, and it actually showed them drinking this, right? But on that little pouch, there
Oh
was
God, a secret message
picture of a little boy, and it wasn't like a South Park character boy. It was an actual little boy. And one of the Anons did a reverse image search on that.
Oh no, hell
and
no.
was led to
Hell no. You're not gonna get me with another fucking Wayfair fucking bullshit scam. One of the Anons did a reverse search of this little South Park boy, and it looks just like a boy who went missing in D.C. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. You're a fucking... Oh, God. They announced they were doing a full fucking episode to make fun of your all's dumbasses, and you think they're still dropping you clues. Do you get why you are a self-fulfilling joke? Do you get why you are a self-fulfilling joke?
a place in the Caribbean, a private school in the Caribbean. This boy there. Now, that can be faulty, but that can also be true. But another thing is one of my team came up with the that it looked like the boy from the Podesta video.
Oh,
someone I used to know.
That makes more sense.
Video with the boy who's painted different colors, and it looks like Podesta is singing to him.
That's right.
That song.
It's a code. The South Park code.
I'm going to see if I can pull this up for us. But basically, just to get to the point of it.
Everybody set your decoder ring to going on down to South Park. Leave my world behind.
Is that Trey Parker and Matt Stone are very anti-establishment. They're very crude with their humor, but they're also very anti-establishment. I've met them a couple times. Seem like good dudes. I know people that have known them going back.
Eyelids are getting heavy there, Kirsten W.
Famous. I think that was to awaken.
To be fair, maybe she was like a mattress model. And every time the camera turns on, it's just old habits. She's got to shake them. She hasn't broken away from her old job to her new job, where she's earned 3 Purple Hearts this year.
The population to the ADRENOCHROME, because they made fun of how actively pursuant people are for the shot, for the jab. So they almost went over the top, like everyone has to have it. They have to have it tomorrow, right? Then they kind of went over the top with the 17 followers, right? The 17 researchers, which is, showed them in their basement getting together and all that. And part of that was they showed the adreno in that package.
Oh.
And I can't imagine that was a black hat operation. I think it was a white hat comm, because what are we talking about here? 17 saying we got to wake them up slowly. We got to show them. We can't tell them. We have to show them, right?
Right. Okay.
Thoughts on that?
I wouldn't say that. I would say if you brought 100,000 kids from the basement of the White House and they said Joe Biden penetrated me, most people would be like, holy shit, we've got to do something. I wouldn't say they'd panic and be like, you're making it up, what's going on? I don't know. I mean, maybe you've made some pretty fucking crazy claims, but if you bring evidence, I'm pretty sure that most people, not the QAnon people, evidence, they turn and run away. Everybody else would probably be like, oh, well, that makes sense. It's fucked up. Who would have thought he could do shit like that?
If I can pull it up here.
Well, I don't think that, they're totally in control of the media, because the fact that they had Nancy Pelosi handcuffed on January the 24th just suddenly seeped out. So, you know, they had her handcuffed. They were going through her office. That would be the FBI.
Nope.
Of course, they probably won't do anything because they're corrupt. But why do they need to go through more of her stuff when they already have her laptop that's linked to China
They don't.
and linked to Antifa?
They recovered her laptop. Some lady was trying to sell it to Ukraine.
She was getting very, very nervous, so they had to handcuff her for her own safety, and that was on January 24th.
Okay.
That is just
that makes perfect sense.
So I don't think that the Patriots have full control of the media, and yeah, they're still blocking a lot of stuff. So, you know, also we have a Richard Sidden journalist that is in DC, and he says that all of the military pretty much today, he's coming on my show very soon. We're working something out, but today there's very few of them left. So I guess the job is done, and you know,
okay.
Of course,
the job's done.
We have Biden's new what was director of defense or whomever demanded that they stay, but they moved out anyway. So do they have control of the military? I would say no. Okay, I would say no. Yep. I think they are heading over to, you know, with the military intel, over to the Chauvin case, the George Floyd case in Minneapolis, because they know something's going to happen. Yeah, they know.
Go ahead, Scott.
You know, I think that I agree and disagree with Kirsten on one thing. I think she's right. I think that maybe they don't have full control. I actually said the same thing earlier. But here's what
Makes
logic and common sense tells me about this whole operation. Like you said, there's a script playing out. Okay, I believe there
all his experience with deep state dwelling alien baby eaters and the military action that's taken against those people. He's going to tell you what common sense and logic tell him.
There are two scripts actually playing out. There's a script
two scripts.
Where the white
it's a double movie
are forcing the black hats to carry out their 16-year plan to bring down this country and roll in hell on earth, which they have intercepted. But if you think about utilizing these people that they need to utilize and keeping them alive, you have to have a script being played out for this Khazarian mafia, this faction that has now morphed into what is in this
the
era,
Jewish
the
people.
CCP. And so there are people that are going to be players.
Now I understand.
Basically, double and triple agents. Because some of these people that are taking a deal to start working with the white hats to bring this whole thing down, they got to have protections. Because the one thing this Khazarian mafia has done for 1,400 years is maintain ultimate power and control. Nobody has ever gotten close to challenging this cabal, this Khazarian mafia. It's what they are. So now that they had the unthinkable happen for the first time in their history in over 1,000 years, that they actually lost control, and that was the presidency of Donald Trump.
Charlie Sheen got healthy.
So somehow through all this, the other side
and the Armenians
had to play their part of it leading up to this, because I understand it was a 15-year evolution of this latest plan to try to bring them all down. They would have had, if you're going to infiltrate,
holy shit!
And I refer to the Mongols, the biker MC, not for any other reason except they were infiltrated.
Holy god damn!
An FBI
god
agent,
damn!
Which the FBI,
some dumb
FBI
motherfuckers up in here tonight.
Things that were extraordinary to gain that trust or project that type of an image. Same with this faction of criminals.
Typically, that means if you have to do something extreme to gain trust quickly, typically what that is giving up the butthole. That'll let somebody will trust you very quickly.
So the other players have to play to actually look like that they are truly still a black hat. And I think on the other side of it, possibly when Kirsten said, you see these anomalies that they're clearly not in control.
Drift down. That's
I wonder if they're playing these.
They're floundering.
Again, for their protections, to make the other side still think that they have some control. Because look, the simple fact is the way the world works and the way the minds of people are programmed, everything is a sound stage.
I don't know if you were trying to spell still like stolen or still like still going on, but you spelled steel like metal. So that threw me for a loop right off the bat.
Literally everything that everybody has ever learned about the world comes from a sound stage, not reality TV, where they roll a camera at
I'm not taking a butterscotch, no matter how many times you come back, Caroline.
Everything's a setup. They stage it, no matter what it is. And most people don't know this either. I know this because a very dear friend of mine was vice president of current series TV at NBC and a number of shows. He explained this to me years ago. No. Reality shows, everything is scripted. Every single thing they do and say is scripted. So is the world.
They create the drama.
Sounds like he's setting up because he knows I found part of his American Motorcycle Club script.
Yeah. So all the projections of everything that we see, that we take in here as information through here and here, that goes in here, it's coming through an idiot box on a wall, TV. It's coming through the computer, which is the new idiot box. It's being projected from some staged area where they're filming it. Once they get this product,
that's what I took away from it. Mike. He has very, very dear friends, a close friend of mine, someone that I've been inside, who works for mainstream media. That's what I heard.
They blow it out worldwide through this massive network, and all the drones are in front of a computer screen or in front of a TV screen, and they call them programs because that's what this do. They program us. Computer program, TV program. So that's how the whole thing works. Therefore, whatever
that's right. Show up at the special tomorrow.
On the other side,
bad, white. We're going to be dropping some booms, if you know what I mean. We've got the whole calendar of this Khazarian mafia and how they're going down, where all the giant Asians will be, if that's something you're into. We'll draw you a map with crayons. Just get ready. Just tomorrow.
Right down to the
5:30 p.m. Eastern.
Evolution of this final breakdown of the satanic order, because nobody's going to leave any of this to chance, because they know what happens if the good guys lose. So that's my inclination.
Another story that they're blocking
yes, Kirsten,
are the illegals that are surging on the border. They have 3,000 that are in a building, 3,000 males, let's put it that way, in a building in Texas that are teenage males. Why all males? And then they have the children, which they're having in these little, what do you call it, shipping containers that they put a window in. And there's...
We'll have a special guest, the man, or at least the legend of the man who used to be JFK Jr. Maybe he'll show up.
4,200 of them there. There's, since Biden took over,
boy.
well, let's just say 2 months, there's been over 100,000 coming across the border. And I'm talking about, these stories are blocked except on alternate media. They're not on the mainstream media. Right. And sometimes it seeps out, and, that is what they're doing. They know, the devil knows that he has a short time, so he's moving quickly. Biden administration know they have a short time. They started off with...
Oh, shit, I don't know, Wolf Squad.
He took control. That was the first thing they did. And they're not...
I swear I haven't done anything.
Illegals, they're trying to cause chaos here. And most of them have COVID, and they're not...
Hey, your bank didn't block you from... This happened to me once, but your bank didn't block you from... because you did a bunch of those donations in a row last night, did it?
Not even... They're in the hospitals. They're not even checking them, and it's going to be a nightmare. So if they guesstimate, if our real POTUS doesn't come back, there might be 1 million more illegals here. And how many do we already have?
Yeah.
Allegedly 60 million. So now we have 61 million. So, I mean, I don't know. You better come back soon, because I didn't sign up I'm a legal immigrant. I didn't sign up to live in an illegal hellhole. And I do have another passport.
Oh, shit.
Well, I think Scott,
now we
to your
know.
point, my
immigrant.
journey began 14 years ago, a little bit earlier with the MK Ultra. I have a connection with the guy who was the first to deprogram an MK Ultra victim, Walter Boart. But my journey began 14 years ago, and I realized exactly what you just said, is that the world is a stage. And that's when I realized that if I escaped the indoctrination, right? And so
just be ready. Listen, guys, tomorrow, if you come to the show, it's at 5:30 Eastern Standard Time. That's better for M because he's got to work tomorrow. He'll basically be getting off work and coming home and streaming. If you come to the show tomorrow, don't worry. There are going to be a shit ton because me and Veritas are streaming it, but M and Justice are not, and said they would send some people over towards our thing. So not only like my fans, their fans, other people's fucking haters are going to all fucking be here the next 2 days. So we'll see how that works out.
So thus the title for my Truthcast, The Indoctrination, because I'm using Facebook to expose Facebook, using Twitter to expose that, et cetera, et cetera. I'm using the indoctrination to expose that, because if people can realize
That's right, Rhonda,
that they have been completely, because my awakening was, how did this happen to me? I'm a pretty bright dude. How did I get so sucked into, hey man, I was voting for Bush. You might have been working for him, but I was
a young boy.
Okay. I was supporting those people too. Okay. So, how did I get sucked into that? And I'm not going to jump over to the left side because that's another, indoctrinate, the other side of the indoctrination. So if we can get people to escape that and even realize,
is it too early? I'm asking for a friend. Of course I wouldn't do this. Is it too early to turn Epstein Island into a joke? Like when you're talking about someone else's kids and you're like, God, your kid's been mean as fuck. I about boxed them up and shipped them off to Epstein Island. Keep up the awesome job, Will. Love watching the Carolines and Michael squirm. Haha. Someone brought me a 6-pack. Thank you. I don't know if it's too early to use Epstein Island for that, but I've heard tell of people doing it.
Just going back to 1975, the Church Commission, when these
one of those. Maybe you'll meet you a nice Jewish man. One of those. No, too far.
CIA, when Colby actually said, we got 400, agents in mainstream media right now. There were only 3 channels, right? And so this has been, a drip, drip, drip of the indoctrination of humanity for so long that they can actually convince us of certain things that, if we're going to shut down the border, Kirsten, like you're talking about, we're racists now, right? So this is how they play this game. Meanwhile, all that Trump did was shut down their 2 major, financial gains from the border being open, the drug trafficking and the child trafficking. And I'll just pull this up for you guys.
Oh, that's the picture he was trying to put in the whole time, I guess. So that's the picture he was trying to put in. It's clearly a bag of blood, but labeled, and has the picture of a kid on it. So one of the Anons pulled that up, and that's actually a child. Right there. That's actually a child that is missing from Ecuador, I believe is what they said.
Sounds like you lost some sound there.
Yeah, what happened?
Well, he's showing you a picture. Shut up and look at it.
Sorry about that, guys. Okay. Yeah. Do you see this in front of you here?
We see the ADR packet.
Okay, awesome. So this was in the
ADR? Is that what we're calling it now?
South Park, the Vax episode. Okay. It even says
that actually looks photoshopped, but go ahead. It says extra torture.
Let me see. Look above it. Look above the CHROME. Extra torture.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I think that's a joke. That made me laugh.
Put this on unless it's a white hat operation. to try to bring, and this is the reverse search that showed up, and this is vjmcollege.com in the Caribbean. And it shows a bunch of bulls on their,
It always
on their
is.
shirts. I don't know if that's what that's about, but an anon found this and made the connection. And why is it a real kid? Why isn't it a South Park looking kid, right? So very
that wouldn't have got you fucking researching it and watching it over and over again.
last night on the Truthcast to say, I think this might be the greatest piece of cinema from a truth perspective that we've ever seen on cable television, because people are looking at this thing now, and if we can get this out, it'll, this is in a cartoon, for crying out loud, right?
I mean, I agree.
That's what it
There's
was.
no way that
That
this
makes
is a
sense.
black hat. This is a white hat op. It has to be.
Yeah.
They would never. They wouldn't. I had this discussion with a good friend of mine this morning.
By the way, hold on just a second.
Guy
Unless it's a white hat operation to try to.
Where the fuck? Hold on. Where the fuck is that picture at? I'm on that. I'm on that same website. Hold on. She's got a girl. She's kind of touching her face. The fuck did they make this shit up at? Or did they already harass this place until they had to pull it down? Seems a little more likely, probably. No. They certainly did lose it somewhere. Let's play it to the next point.
This is the reverse search that showed up.
No, I see that picture. Okay, hold on. That is not the same. Okay, wait. I'm taking a screenshot right now. Save as, display dialogue. Adreno Kid. 1. I hope I might have to add some. I might already have some Adreno Kids on there. But, okay. So he's sharing 2 different photos. Okay? The first one he shares is, let's see if I can back up just a little bit. Where are we at? 40/20? Let's just back up to 40.
Look above the.
I'm gonna let him show the first paper.
Extra.
Okay. All right, look at that kid. First of all, okay, you see that kid, and you tell me if that kid looks anything like Adreno Kid. This kid. Right here. This kid right here. Does that look like this kid right here? Hold on, I'll switch back. Boom. I'm going to go ahead and shout from the fucking rooftops that they are different ethnicities because I'm an advocate for something. But from the rooftops, they are different ethnicities at minimum. Okay? So let's go back to the video. Then he's going to show a picture of another kid.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't think you get this on.
Not that one. That's the same kid. They just corrected it, stand it straight up.
To try to bring.
And
okay. This is the reverse.
Now, this kid does look closer to the original kid. Okay? He does look closer to the original kid. Still not the same kid at all. I should have took a screenshot of that one too, actually. Let me back up just a second. 4017. Print screen. Now I've got Adreno Kid too. God, the NSA is gonna have my ass. Adreno Kid 2. All right. So now we got that kid. Now we know we have that kid. Now that kid compared to, let's let it play till it picks up the next kid. Right there. All right. So, yes, these two at least look more similar. Right? Maybe at least they got the same ethnicity. At least they picked the same ethnicity, possibly. Okay. 5:30 p.m. I've said it over and over. Oh, 5:30 p.m. Tomorrow's show is at 5:30 p.m. Here, I'm going to be streaming. Project Veritas will be streaming. At least they got the right ethnicity. Okay? So, this is first kid. This is a second kid, or this is the original kid from South Park. At least they did pick both white kids, I think. But then they say they go to third kid is here. Here. How can third kid be anything like other kids? I don't. By the way, this is Scott McKay's headshot the day he called into Dupley All Stars, the only radio show for Dupley All Stars. I'm not saving any more kid pictures. The NSA is gonna fuck me up one day. What are Adreno kids? Nothing. No, I swear, someone else put that on there. You guys know Scott McKay? He kept emailing them to me.
Try to bring, and this is the reverse search that showed up, and this is
there's the reverse search. Perfect.
College.com in the Caribbean.
And you can tell right there he is. And he's clearly changed ethnicities
it shows a
and
bunch
even
of
hair
holes
texture
on their
to try
shirts.
to hide.
I don't know if that's what that's about, but an Anon found this and made the connection. And why is it a real kid? Why isn't it a South Park looking kid, right? So
because if they would have made a South Park looking kid, do you think that you guys would have obsessively, compulsively watched it and then screenshotted it and then flipped it around and then spread it all over the internet and showed everybody that said extra torture and thought, damn, that must have been a funny episode. I think I'll go watch it.
very I went as far last night on the Truthcast to say I think this might be the greatest piece of cinema
Kid's Wesley Snipes compared to the
from
other
a truth
kid.
perspective that we've ever seen on cable television.
Blade Runner.
Because people are looking at this thing now. And if we can get this out, it'll this is in a cartoon, for crying out loud.
Thank God. Thank God. Don't act like South Park's just a cartoon, okay? They have a habit of doing shit like this. They have a habit of triggering you fucking spurgy motherfuckers to come out and do your spurgy shit. They have a habit of calling everybody out. They have a habit of triggering everybody. When I was in school, I remember people protesting because they were going to have the likeness of Jesus on there.
I mean,
I agree. There's no way that this is a black hat. This is a white hat op. It has to be.
Yeah.
They would never, I had this discussion with a good friend of mine this morning, who's a guy I respect a lot. He's a former Marine. He's doing a lot of help with our project here. But I said, look, it comes down to this with the 17 back channel information. People have some philosophy or theory on it. Look, the simple
17 back channel is the military back channel to the public, known only as the 17th letter of the alphabet. And if you say QAnon, they'll flood your chat and say, you must be an idiot. There's no such thing. Okay. You got me.
Fact is this. Is it a psyop or what is it not? Look, fact of the matter is it is a psyop. It's a psychological operation to wake people the hell up that offers proof after proof after proof after proof. And those who did not.
Veritas. We were sitting here one day and somebody came in here and said, and who the fuck are you? Like, you know intel. And I said, I'm nobody. I don't. I just fucking look out and see what's actually going on. I don't need to make up stories, blah, blah, blah. And he's like, exactly what I thought. You wouldn't have any intel. I have more intel than you guys. I teach military style self-defense. So some people thought he meant, oh, he's like a contractor who teaches fucking fighting tactics to the military. Hell no. He's a karate instructor that teaches soccer moms and 5-year-old kids how to defend themselves if a high school bully's picking on either one of them. And he claimed that he got the intel. They all get the intel. They all know someone whose dog slept with someone's aunt, who pushed a little money laundering scheme for somebody in the mob, and that guy in the mob knew Ted Cruz, and it never ends.
Roll with this operation in real time. They'll never have the proper context that we actually.
I'm getting ready to end. It's 2 a.m. I'm not even gonna finish this video.
And watching these proofs continue to prove themselves out, future proves past. Not only that,
I did not find, but I am going to watch the entire fucking season and see if I can find him getting slapped in the fucking face. I've already bought it on Amazon Prime, so here we go.
That you sure as hell are not going to wake up the world to the horrors and the nightmares that we realize that exists on this planet under this controlling Khazarian mafia faction, these Satanists. They wouldn't say, it's like coming to the Rocky Mountains, having a super highway tunnel going through it, getting there and saying, you know what, I think we're just going to grab a couple mules, go around the mountainside where there's really no easy passage to come out onto the other end of it. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and do that in taking down the world. It's absurd. They're not going to do that. They're going to wake us up to all this, the nightmare of the reality of the planet first and make their job tougher. They're going to finish us off. They've been working at it for hundreds and hundreds of years. So it makes no logical sense other than the fact that, that they have lost.
Don't use just if you believe this shit, just steer clear of the words fucking logic and sense. You're okay. I might not always be grounded in logic and sense. You've never met them, much less do you ever get to fuck with them. You're not on the same intergalactic dimension as logic and sense.
They have lost control, and I believe they have lost control of Hollywood. There's been an exodus out there. I've seen other people that I know that now being there decades are now out of a job. Something is up. No doubt about it.
Yes.
Makes sense.
I think that
I'm glad you pointed that out, that something is up. Something is up.
Desperation, but also planned acts of desperation, right? Like, and I use basketball analogies because I used to play, and you don't see this kind of behavior, whether it's white hat or black hat controlled, in the first quarter.
Was it for that meddling basement douchebag?
Or the third quarter. You see it at the end of the fourth quarter.
That's right. You can't tell who's winning a ball game until the very end. And then you're like, oh my God, that snuck up on me. They were leading 128-4. And it was it was a nail biter right down to the last basket. Right down to the last basket. Thank God we were able to see it. I do believe we're watching a movie. It's the scariest comedy I've ever fucking seen in my life. And it's Scott McKay starring as Patriot Street Fighter as he tries to fight away all the homosexual thoughts in his head that make him a very bad boy and still grift away. That's it for me tonight, guys. I'm out of here. Thank you for the donations tonight. I appreciate it. I am going to play the promo for the for what we're doing tomorrow. The reason I'm ending early and not finish the video is I'll watch it, and if there's anything to show you, I'll show you. But we've got the show tomorrow, and I've got some work to do tonight. I've got to log in and make some overlays and shit. Thank you for the donations tonight. Solitaire 401 or Just Ann tipped $10. Wolf tipped earlier. Wolf Squad tipped earlier, and then we had some come through. What was it? Buy me a coffee. Thank you very much for those donations. I do appreciate it. We had someone, I think, twice, and let's see who the other person was. I can't remember. Oh, Patsy. Patsy donated twice. It just said someone. Someone, and then Patsy, and then Baby Few donated. Thank you very much for those donations. We'll see you tomorrow. Don't forget 5:30 p.m. Thank you for joining us tonight. We will be back tomorrow for both shows. We'll do theirs first, and then we'll probably take a little bit of a break, and then I'll come back and do mine. And you can watch it here, or you can watch it at the Veritas machine. Make sure you check it out. We'll see you on the next one. Here is the promo for the Grift Busters, which is what they're calling the show from next week, or from tomorrow. Seeker of Truth, who's in the chat room quite a bit, and Justice will all be on tomorrow. Thank you guys very much. Yes, the logo is a play on Ghostbusters, but it's also Charlie. Oh, it is playing. I'm sorry, I just couldn't hear it. The logo is a play on Charlie. I didn't realize it was only playing on one channel. I don't have my headphones all the way on. And here's the music.
About to get lit, get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit, get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well listen bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6 cents for the stupid.
I hear you, Rhonda.
Y'all need Jesus.
I try to get back to there as much as I can. Check on everybody. Thank you guys for joining us tonight. I do appreciate it, and the donations. Thank you guys. I was gonna play it through again, but I gotta let it reset. Hold on. There it goes. We'll let it play through again, and then we'll cut you loose. Thank you guys.
People, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers, cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit.
That's right, Plastic Patriot. Don't want to move too early.
You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing.
There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. No Charlie Ward. That'll be the topic for the first episode, or at least the first portion of it. And they're thinking about doing multiple episodes. I don't know if they're talking about other guests. I don't know if I'll always be on it, or if they got other guests in mind, or they want me to come back. It doesn't matter, but we're going to do the first one, and we'll see how it works out. I hope you guys join us tomorrow at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That'll be 9:30 p.m. for M Seeker of Truth, or maybe it's 9:30 a.m. Hell, I don't know. But we'll see you on the next one. Thank you. I'll see if I can get permission, or maybe M will start selling them. He actually had a guy that made it. I didn't make it, so he had a guy make it for him. So I don't want to steal that guy's stuff, but I'll talk to M about it if there's interest in it. Thank you.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts, cause you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well, listen, bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip. Worshipping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit. Swinging fucking meat hammers like Thor in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, beating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets.
All right, guys. We'll see you on the next one. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night. Yeah, make sure you watch it, Keith. We got a show tomorrow at 5:30 p.m.
Open his closet, I found some of